Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. Greetings, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba, and here with my good brother, College Genesis from College Genesis Radio and the Black African Infrastructure Organization. And family, we are the kings of Pan-Africanism and nationhood, and we're here to give you another great live. Got a great topic, and my brother, College Genesis, is going to break it down. Let me just pop up our topic. All right. Who is the Black man's keeper in this society? The future of manhood. Live with College Genesis and Bomani Tyehimba. And family, we're going to give you the Afrikstan analysis. So this is our real deal, and we're going to get right to it. We have some videos to share with you, and College is going to break it down. But before I get started, just want to give you a showcase or a list of the future Africa tours and investment that we have coming on, and trying to get more of everyone ready for Liberia. All right, so that is our tour schedule, family. We just got back from Ghana on our May 24th to June 5th, 2023, which is the 23rd journey of a lifetime. And the next one up is for July 11th to the 23rd, 2024. But in between that time, from Ghana to Ghana, we have a whole lot of other countries that we're going to be connecting with. So we're getting ready for Tanzania, November 16th to the 27th, 2023. Journey of a lifetime. This is our fourth journey of a lifetime to Tanzania. Nice tropical, historical, cultural country. And we're just going to give you another nice journey. So for those who are interested, just link us on our website and check out the details, and then reach out to me when you're ready so we can get you locked in. And from there on, we're going to go to South Africa, and that's our second journey of a lifetime to South Africa. And that's for December 24th to January 4th, 2023 to 2024. And then once we finish those two incredible journeys for the fall and the winter of this year, we're going to set it off in the spring for Liberia, March 29th to April 9th, 2024. And this is going to be one of those incredible journey of a lifetime as me and Kala team up to present you the Pan-African future of our movement, the Pan-African future of our repatriation and investment. And we're going to go more into details on that one. And then we're going to be ready for that summer journey to Ghana for the 24th journey of a lifetime for July 11th to the 23rd, 2024. And then we're going to journey to the Nile Valley civilization. That's Egypt, November 21st to December 2nd, 2024. And that's going to be an incredible journey as far as this cruising on the Nile, going to incredible historical places, enjoying paradise, nice luxury accommodations, and then just enjoying a beautiful water park to close out the journey. And then the journey that we have set for 2025 and 2025 is this. We're going to be working on a full schedule once we complete a few of these journeys. But for now, what we have set up is Senegal and the Gambia, April 1st, 11th, 2025, or our Liberia journey, April 2025. So that is something we're just working on. But for now, we have this year, 2023, and all of next year, 2024. An incredible tour schedule. And then for December of 2024, now we're going to work on something to add into that schedule. So that's our schedule, family, and all the details can be found on our website at africafortheafricans.org. So yes, and I got my good brother Kala E is ready for Liberia. We've been working very hard on it, and I'm going to put up that flyer also. We're going to talk something about Liberia, and then we're going to get into our scheduled program. So, Kala, that is the journey of a lifetime to Liberia. And these are places you have been, and just letting people know that they don't know what they're going to get. They're going to get a special welcome, and this is going to be for the first time they've been able to go to an African country that was built for them as far as Africans in the diaspora. Is that correct?
Yes. And like I said, Liberia is different from every other country we go to Africa because of the history of the African Americans and the African diaspora in establishing Liberia as a country, a refuge, a land of liberty, and a refuge. So in other words, basically, what I think is people dwell, and there's nothing wrong with going to see Goree Island and this Amino Castle and stuff like that. But there's also another history that's hidden, right? Because you understand something. The way our history is interpreted, right, to us, and that we accept, history has always been about suffering. But we also have to embrace, and we're going to talk about that tonight, the history of winning, the history of triumph, the history of perseverance, right? Just like we talk about Liberia, we talk about Black Wall Streets. We talk about, there's another sister, I put your video, she was in California, became the first Black millionaire. And she helped fund underground railroads, slave rebellions, everything. We don't know these histories. We don't know the history of success in Black America. Our ancestors didn't just roll over and take white supremacy as Dr. Umar thinking, oh, the systemic. We fought these people every step of the way. We had always had Pyrrhic victories, minor victories, and everything like that. We fought these people. We always had successes here and there and everything. So to look at Black people on the whole, like we never did nothing, the white man controls anything, that's basically being dismissive of the resilience of our people. And we have to celebrate the resiliency of people. You cannot be a people that sit back in failure like you did nothing, because then you have nothing to build upon. Let me give you a perfect example. A couple of years ago, I was watching this thing where Mongolia has been conquered by the Russians, the Chinese, modern China, and all these other places like exploited, Japan and all this stuff. And they said, you know something, we have to basically modernize. We have to. So how do we tap into the spirit to get people to modernize everything? So what they start doing is they start showing didn't care what the world thought. They start showing Genghis Khan and Kublai Khan and the great Mongol Empire. Why? To inspire the spirit, so they could become not like Genghis Khan or Kublai Khan, but they could become industrialists and scientists and builders when they know that they have something great. You always look to your history to inspire you in the present and the future. Liberia is one of those great examples of African American and African diaspora success that we need to build upon to basically inspire us, whether we go there or not, to say, look, we have something. We cannot sit there and drown in sorrow and defeat and self-hate and self-pity forever. You know, no one's going to care about us, right? We have to pick our spirits up. And also, like I said the other day, I said we have to take care of the little things. The little things is we have a history with this country that we need to rekindle and rebuild. We have a history of Black businesses. We had the Green Book at one time. Can you imagine the Green Book right now, that we had an internal commerce system in America where we stayed in our own businesses and traded with each other and everything? Can you imagine the Green Book now on steroids with computers and call centers and everything like that with Black businesses? We would be freaking producing millionaires and billionaires every day. But the thing is, though, will we even know ourselves? If you're convinced that only thing about Black people is suffering and being exploited by white supremacy, you couldn't even imagine that. Our ancestors didn't roll over for white people. They fought them and they resisted them. They never bought into the idea that they were inferior. You look at the pictures from the Harlem Renaissance, Black people walk down the street with dignity and pride and everything. This thing about Black people being nothing and everything is something new. And so therefore, like I said, we're going to set the record straight about who we are as Black people and who we should be listened to, who we should be listened to, and who we should fire, who can inspire us, who is our brother's keeper in the Black community, who's looking out for us, who's protecting our posterity, who's protecting our legacy, our name, our image, all the stuff like this. Without that, you have absolutely nothing to build upon. So that's what I want to open with that.
Appreciate your brother College Genesis, our dynamic brother College Genesis, the star of the show. And when we talk about Pan-Africanism towards nationhood, College Genesis always laid out, family. That's what we call it, the Afrikstan analysis. And he has figured these things out as far as theory, science, and how we lay the groundwork. And then we're building tactics and strategies around these things. So for those who are the non-believers, they can keep on non-believing. So family, we're going to set it off in Liberia. And I know Kala's always excited because I know Kala has been talking about Liberia for several years. And, you know, people have just not been focusing on what he's talking about. And more of us should have been and should be working together to literally just deliver this energy to make Liberia that, you know, focus energy. Because, you know, we've tried in so many different countries along West Africa and different parts of Africa. But you know, we have to go back to the foundation. This is an energy that was built for us. So yes, Kala, let's
In
get back to us.
2011, I created a group called the Association of African Americans for Liberia. That was the first really organization I ever created, you know, and it's grown. And I have a lot of Liberians and African Americans are now sharing a new culture of nation building, culture exchange. We feel like we realize that we have a lot in common, and we all appreciate this history that was created, this country called Liberia that brought so many different diverse people together in a cosmopolitan, modern culture. You know, modern Africa was born on the shore in the country of Liberia. That's what modern Africa, modern education. Liberia was way ahead. It was almost like a futuristic Black country, you know, at the time. You know, where in America we was still going through segregation, everything, marginalized and everything. In other parts of Africa was colonized and everything. Here was this Black republic where anybody Black could come and educate himself, pull himself up, and walk down the streets with dignity and pride in what he was. He didn't have to apologize for what he was and everything. He was safe. He didn't have to worry about racism, white supremacy, and anything like that. He was protected from that because there was a government, a constitution in place. There were no British troops in the country. There were no American troops. There was no American flag. There was everything. It was a Black ruled republic, you know? And so the fact that if you don't embrace that, a Black ruled republic, then you can't call yourself a Pan-Africanist. You can't call yourself a real Black man. You know, a country ruled. Now, was a country perfect? No, no country is. But when you say a country is where people look like you or are you that run the country and everything, it's your duty to get in there and be a part of it. And that's why I said we as African Americans owe ourselves to contribute to this country's well-being through our institutions and everything. Liberia should want for nothing. Same way Jews support the state of Israel, right? We as Black people in America should be supporting Liberia the same way, you know, and I believe that with every fiber. So in 2011, I created the association because I knew this day was going to come. I knew sooner or later when Liberia's story really gets out, everybody, now there's like a Liberia rush among a lot of people talking about Liberia. And I wanted to get in on it 12 years ago, you know, and be out in front of this, you know, and create the narrative that Liberia has more good in this history than it does bad.
Absolutely, brother. And one of the things is, you know, you wrote a book long time ago, so nobody can claim that, you know, especially like 5 years from now when it becomes like the ideal country.
I worked the book Journey to the Promised Land for this reason, for this movement, for this tour, for this investment. Eventually, we're going to have people coming to Liberia from other parts of Africa, the disgruntled people in other parts, and settling in Liberia and building. And so, like I said, I urge people to get this book and place yourself in 19th century Liberia, and based on a true story about the exodus of 1878 from Charleston, South Carolina. And it basically ties into American history. People don't know this. This is a missing piece of the puzzle in American history. After the Civil War, Black people in America had become completely disillusioned. Remember something. At the time, most Black people didn't consider themselves Americans. Americans was something they saw white people practicing. We didn't have an identity. So therefore, it was very easy to say to Black people, look, we need to build our own republic and everything. And they heard about this country that was founded by free Black people called Liberia, and millions of Black people want to go there. So therefore, the idea of Back to Africa was born, okay? And the exodus of 1878 was financed and organized by ourselves. It wasn't organized by the American Colonization Society. It was organized by Black people from every stratum of Black America. From everybody said that it was time for us to leave America and part ways with America after the betrayal of 1876 with Rutherford B. Hayes versus Tillman and the end of Reconstruction, and the Southern Dixiecrats took over the state legislatures, and Black people, all the gains, we realized we were tricked into helping rebuild the South. And then once the South was rebuilt, the whites came back into power and everything, and we were marginalized. And truth is, the Black question in the South wasn't addressed for 100 years later. So you think about it. the same people who were racist in slavery took control of the South, right? And it wasn't until the 1950s with the Brown v. Board that it was challenged, right? And then the Civil Rights Act of 1965 and 64. So 100 years of Jim Crow and absolute white domination, right, retarded the black culture forever in America. But the answer to America was always Liberia, right? And conveniently, when you're dealing with the white man, he gives you no escape, right? Let me give you an example. When people are persecuted, right, what do? They make in the Bible, what they do, the children of Israel do. They had Exodus. They didn't go to Egypt and say, give me equal rights, give me this. They said, what did Moses say? Let my people go. And where they may go? And Deuteronomy chapter 11, the Bible says, I will give you, if you obey the Lord's commandments, I shall bless you with a land of your own, which you will basically will flow with milk and honey if you obey the commandments. And so that's why the Jews went into the desert, and that's what happened. So it was parallel to the Jews in the Bible, you know, where where all people who went to Liberia believed in the Exodus. They don't tell us about that part of history, right? Where even when black people stayed in the continental United States, we're always searching for the promised land. In other words, basically Nicodemus, Kansas, Little Liberia and Baja California. People don't understand. We built a community called Liberia in Mexico, called Little Liberia. And black people went to Oregon. Black people went to California. They were trying to find the promised land. What was the promised land? The black man's Zion. If you understand what the black man's Zion is, the black man's Zion is where the white man is not. So in other words, a place where we could thrive in our own space, where we're not subject to white supremacy. Our ancestors fought white supremacy. You fight white supremacy by being completely independent. And you would think white people say, oh, we don't want to be segregated. So black people, okay, we were segregated, right? So what we did in segregation was built towns that surpassed them. That's what happened in Memphis, Tennessee. Black people had their own stores, everything. White mobs killed them and burned them down. And black people end up going to Arkansas and leaving, you know? So we'll talk about that tonight. Now, when you understand your history, you understand the constant struggle and everything, you basically wear that. You know, you're your brother's keeper. You're the active mind. So basically, that's what the Kala Nation means. Kala means circle of keepers, you know? And when you're a keeper, you're constantly always defending your people. You're always giving your people the benefit of the doubt. Even when your people are wrong, you correct them, but you never throw them under the bus and make it seem like the future of your people is so hopeless that's in the hands of some system that you have no control over everything. We always have control over our destiny. You know, don't listen to these gurus and everything. We still got a card to play. We still got a hand to play in this game thing. So the people that talk like that, they want you listening to them. They want you sending them money. They want you focus on them. You know, and they never give you a plan. They never give you a solution. It's just, oh, everything's bad. And everything. Then when you are successful, they move the goalposts and say, oh, that's just individuality. So I thought it was about black success. When I see black people successful, it used to be a time when we saw a black man make it, when we felt like we all made it. When I see a black person do something great, when you feel inspired. That's the spirit of black people and black culture and real black culture and everything. Not when somebody makes it and whatnot, you talk about, oh, he's just an individual. You know, you start hating on him and start disparaging him because, oh, he's not doing enough and whatnot. What about those people who ain't making it and everything like that? We always gather around your people who are winning. You put them up front as a model of what we want to accomplish. So, you there, brother?
Yes, brother, man, here loud and clear. So appreciate it, Kala. Appreciate the great introduction, the great breakdown. I just want to let you know, I've got the video up. So if you wanted to set it off, the video, that's absolutely fine.
Play that video. Play that video.
That way you can get some momentum, you know what I'm saying? Get you right, you know what I'm saying? Get you feeling good.
Yeah. I don't know, it's cringy listen to some of this stuff, but I'll sit here, you know.
Yeah, but if you need to interject, just let me know and I'll just pause.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's what I'll do. I'll interject.
Because he may be going fast. You know, this guy talk fast.
Yeah, I'll have to say, okay, I'll go like this. What I'll do is I'll go like this. When I go like this, that means pause. I gotta say something. All right.
But the video will be now to say something in the video. I'll hear it because I want to just make it a big screen so everybody can see it.
Right.
Yes, so family, this is the topic right here. So there you go, Calvin. That's the topic. Who's the black man's keeper in this society? The future of manhood.
Yeah. Who's our keeper? Who's looking out for us? You know, who do we got up there? Back in the day, we used to have Muhammad Ali. You felt proud when you heard Muhammad Ali speak. You remember that? You know, back in the days when somebody got up there, was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Muhammad Ali, Bill Cosby, whatever like that. You know, Jim Brown, whatnot. They always made you feel proud and whatnot. Teddy Pendergrass, Luther Vandross, all these people got up there and they always made us proud because they knew us, we were listening. Marvin Gaye, they used to always say things that inspired us and make it seem like they loved us and they were with us, you know? We didn't have people like this, you know, throwing us under the bus, trying to divide our community on gender and all this kind of freaking nonsense and everything. We're not making any points. So go ahead and play this, brother. Let's see.
Perfect. And within the first few minutes, let's stop me and then
okay.
We'll just you just break down the analysis of it. So here we go, family.
Mistakes made by black men systemically gave rise to the conditions that allowed her to be masculine and made her end up with a man that you consider to be less than what he should be.
Sometimes these guys that consider themselves woke, they're asleep on what's actually going on in the black community.
So I'm not with nobody, because I don't want to hurt nobody. Did it over text, didn't come.
Role. Yes, they have responsibility, but as a man, as a leader, to say I can't fix this shit unless she changes, that's not the definition of a man.
I don't see. I think we're on two different accords. Like, I don't think we're saying that. What I'm saying is I'm capable of being that leader, that provider. I've worked hard in my life. We tell black men that we have to now deal with masculine women with children.
Why is she masculine? Because she's had to raise the kids alone. Not one woman, brother, a whole community.
So you mean to tell me the only woman I can look forward in my life is a masculine woman that has kids by other men?
No.
That's what I have to look forward to?
But I'm telling you, mistakes made by black men systemically gave rise to the conditions that allowed her to be masculine and made her end up with a man that you consider to be less than what he should be.
Bomani,
now, I know Dr. Umar Johnson.
Right there. Now, notice he didn't give any examples, right? What exactly mistakes black so-called men made, right? You know, what is it her father, right? Is it the man she sleep? It used to be a time where, and you know something, how Umar Johnson never says, you know, the perfect woman is a Muslim woman. She won't sleep with you unless she's married with you. He won't go back to that. The same guy who says celibacy, not by celibacy, but being with one woman is impossible for an alpha male. So he's basically saying it's your right to have multiple women and multiple babies and all stuff like that, you know, and stuff like this. So therefore, he's talking about a dysfunctional behavior. And also, let's say you believe that, right? But the consequences of that sort of mentality means you're bringing children into this world. So you made the conscious decision to sleep with multiple women and do the stuff like this right there, because that's what he advocates for. He's advocated for, there's no way, he said, no way a man could be in a monogamous relationship. That's what he says, right? So therefore, the people who think like that, right, this is what it means. Once you have a woman, you have a kid by her, it's time to get to another woman and have a kid by her. These guys have 4 or 5 baby mothers, and also it's only like 30% of the black male population who make like 60% of the babies. Right? Majority of black men don't have any children. You know, so how is that the men's fault when women and certain types of men are making all the babies? So the dude that's sitting there minding his business, right, taking care of his kids or whatever like that, minding his business, right? What Omar is saying is the dude that didn't make the babies are the problem. Now, if he was talking about the dudes who are making the babies, right, I would agree with him. But watch in this video, he's attacking black people who basically are black men who have nothing to do with the dysfunction. He said we should be in the community, right? So in other words, basically, we should get sloppy seconds. We didn't make these kids and everything, so we should go in there and pick up somebody else's slack. That's what he's saying. And he's telling, and also when he says that the black women are holding it, he doesn't have his statistics right. Black, when we say single, 7% of households are raised single parents, right? There's also single fathers, like Brother Bomani here. He's a single father. There's a lot of black men who raise their kids, got custody of their kids. He doesn't talk about that, right? A lot of kids are the grandparents have taken over their kids. Well, that happens a lot in our culture, in our community, right? Where the grandmother or somebody will take over the kids because the girl's not ready and everything. So therefore, he doesn't talk about that. What he does is he's glorifying single motherhood, making it seem like these single mothers are out here doing all stuff like that. So I don't know if Umar thinks these single mothers are going to come to him. And also, and I'm absolutely right about this because I look at the comment sections on TikTok, right? Of the women who agree with him. They all look like they're single mothers. Umar's right. Umar's right. One girl, April, right? I saw her on TikTok, right? Or YouTube, right? I had a debate with her one time on Dynasty Show. She talked about, yeah, but what about all those ones that got single? I said, look, that's you got to get with that dude that you made that kid with. No, Colin, we're a community and whatnot. Like, no. You got to get with that dude that you made that kid with, you know? And I saw her in one of the videos talking about, maybe even this one, talking about Umar's right. Umar's right. So Umar's getting a fan base of people who engage in dysfunctional behavior, and they want not to basically do anything about it, right? It's not even about they're actually serious about you coming to like it. They just want to attack black people who got normal lives. If you got a normal life, right? You got a job, you got a business, you're making money, you got education, and you're doing well for yourself and everything like that. You are now their targets. You are now to blame for everything that's going on. Why? Because these people are angry because they messed up their lives because they got felonies, they got multiple, they're miserable people, right? And misery loves company. So therefore, instead of saying, look, all of us black people who got kids, or let's get together, fix ourselves and everything, let's start attacking black people who got intact families. Umar attacked black people who got normal lives, jobs, everything. Yo, because you moved out of the community. You moved out of the community. That's why they don't have role models. Watch this video and you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about. Go ahead, continue, brother.
He said a lot of different things on that stream. So, and again, shout out to the Daily Wrap-Up crew and their interview of Dr. Umar Johnson. First and foremost, I am a huge fan of Dr. Umar Johnson. I agree with about 99% of the things that he says. I didn't agree with him shaming Kevin Samuels or talking about Kevin Samuels after he passed.
I didn't support it at all.
Okay.
I thought it was divisive. I thought it was very Eurocentric in his approach to criticism. I think his expectations for women were very superficial in terms of what was important. There was a heavy focus on how much you make and how good you look. No woman is going to look good forever. No. They're going to get pregnant. They're going to get older. To me, telling women that you are too fat or too small or too broke, and that's the reason why you don't have a man, that is psychopathological and it is destructive to our community.
2 seconds later.
And now you see your biological clock is ticking and your beauty clock. See, you got a biological clock, how long you can have those babies, and you got a beauty clock, how long you gonna be looking good. A biological clock, how long you gonna have them babies, and a beauty clock, how long you gonna be looking good. And guess what? When you hit those 40s, don't get me wrong, black don't crack, but everybody declines.
And I definitely do not agree with what he's saying in regards to black men being responsible for how black women picked their mates and how they pick men to have children with.
It's time for me to get set up for therapy, and I use this room as my
Do you have any kids?
3 kids, 3 baby daddies, and they all gang bang.
Do you have any kids?
Yes, I do.
How many kids?
5.
5 kids. How old are your kids?
They're 15, 13, 10, 8, and 4.
10, 8, and 4. Same guy?
No.
How many
Different.
men?
5.
You have any kids, Kiana?
I do.
How many kids?
I have 5.
You're 5 kids.
Yeah.
What are your kids' age?
18, 17, 15, 11, and 9. I had to think about that.
All the same dad?
Yes.
Was you ever married?
No.
31. Do you have any kids?
Yes, 4.
4 kids. How old are your kids?
I got a 12-year-old. I got a 6-year-old. 4, 5.
All about the same man?
No.
How many men?
3. I got 3 baby fathers.
You have any kids?
Yes, I have 3.
3 kids. How old are your kids?
24, 16, and 11.
Same guy?
No.
How many dads?
I got 3 daddies. 3 baby daddies.
Okay. Do you was you ever married?
Oh no.
Do you have any kids?
I have 3.
3 kids. How old are your kids?
12, 9, and 6.
Same dad?
No.
How many fathers?
3. I did
3. Do you have any kids?
Yes, I have 3.
You have 3 kids. How old are your kids?
My boys are 14 and 16, and my daughter, she's 5.
Okay, same dad?
No, 2.
Do you have any kids, Shan?
Yep, they're all grown.
How many kids do you have?
4 boy. I'm a boy mom.
Okay, you have 4 boys?
Yeah, youngest 25.
Youngest is 25. Okay, same dad?
Well, the youngest is the other 3 do, and then the youngest I was married to his dad for 13 years.
Okay.
Sometimes these guys that consider themselves woke, they're asleep on what's actually going on in the Black community. So during this live stream, they discuss a litany of topics. However, this topic was the one that interests me the most. When you say that Black men need to be better leaders, my question is this: to what extent do you need to be able to quantify what leading better actually means and what level of improvement Black men need to do that would be sufficient enough for Black women as a whole to be able to follow? Because the only answer to that is nothing. Nothing Black men do as a whole will ever be enough, because our women will never be satisfied because they don't want to be led by anybody. Most Black women didn't even grow up in a subpar environment, yet somehow they managed to find themselves under a thug, have children with him, and then take to social media to complain and gain sympathy for the situations that they put themselves in.
I got 5 kids.
How many women have your children?
Ooh, all 5.
Do you have any kids?
Yeah, I got 2 kids now.
2 kids. How old are your kids?
1 year old, and the girl should be 3 months old now.
You have a baby that's 1 and you have a child that's 3 months?
Yep.
So by 2 different women.
Yeah, 2 different
Do you
women.
have any kids?
Yep, I got 8 kids.
Dushan, you really have 8 children?
Yeah, I got 8 children. Yeah.
You're 32. How old are your 8 kids?
I got 1 11-year-old, 14-year-olds.
14-year-old plural? You have more than 1 14-year-olds?
Yeah, I have 14-year-olds.
You have 4. You have, hold on.
4 different children. That's 10. Yes.
Hold on. Hold on. You're being serious right now?
You
right?
gonna do me like that?
Huh?
I mean, yeah, I'm telling you this. I mean, it ain't no made up story. I'm telling you what it is.
Okay, how many 10-year-olds do you have?
I have 4.
4 10-year-olds, okay.
And I have a 9-year-old. And I have a son that's 4. And I have a son that's 1.
How many women, Deshaun?
I got 6 different baby
Do
mamas.
you have any kids?
I got 5.
You have 5 kids. How old are your kids?
So boom, I got she's 4 months. I got 4-month-year-old. I got a 13-year-old, 11-year-old, and a 9-year-old.
That's 4.
That's 4. Oh damn, my fault. I forgot about the 5-year-old. My fault.
So how many women?
Just 2.
Marcus, how many kids do you have?
I got 3 daughters.
3 daughters. How old are your girls?
I got they're 10.
They're all 10?
Well, the oldest will be 11 in 2 months. So
And and then the other 2 are 10?
yeah.
Are they triplets or twins and
I got 2 twins and another situation, but
okay, so 2 different women. You have any kids?
I got 3 kids.
3 kids. How old are your kids?
I got an 8-year-old, 5-year-old, and a 8-month-old.
I ain't gonna put that on the internet, but it just, you can use contest clues.
Do you have children?
That I know of, 3.
Okay, so
what was that face for?
well, no, because I don't want you to have this attitude like whatever happens, happens. You have 3 people who are counting on you.
Oh, they straight, you know.
Now, according to Umar Johnson, this is our fault, you know.
But yeah, but most of this is not as his interview. But I mean, you can definitely talk.
I'm glad we played that.
Let me find another video while you talk.
That sets up what he's going to say next, right? Because they set him over good. He's going to basically say, after watching all that, right, when they get to the interview, they're going to basically, he's like, oh, I blame this. He's like a hold the idiots that did this, right? He's going to hold the guys that do the right thing and don't have the kids responsible. Watch when they get to the interview.
And that's what I'm saying to you. This is not the interview. This is
it is the interview. It's the interview. It's there. It's in there. So I watched the whole thing. I watched the whole thing. Trust me.
Let me get right to him.
Monzo.com makes GANs great again. Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to say again because they never were. And
Black fathers are more likely to.
One conclusion now gives them Black women and white men. Budget, Nick, brother, please. And what's crazy is that Dr. Umar, he knows this firsthand.
When you hear Sister Cynthia speak, you can hear a hurt and a pain and a hatred towards Black men. We cannot find an effective solution to Black male-female relationship issues or the oppression of Black men or Black women when the people at the table having the conversation have negative, emotional, and pathological interests in the conversation that are not.
Umar, the question wasn't about my emotional state. The question was, what did Black men do in response to their disenfranchisement?
That's what I'm saying, Kala. It goes to that.
Okay. It's going to go. You got to go to almost like to the end. That one, the top left corner is a transgender. So he was sitting there calling that transgender up top, flirting with her, my sister. He said, "I did not know. I did not know. I did not know." So what you call it? They're gonna basically show the interview. You know, they're gonna show the interview.
And that's literally what I'm saying to you. This is really it. We played all of the video and then
so let me find the daily rap. So we've got enough of this. So we got enough of this.
Yeah, we didn't hear him talk about what we supposed to talk about. But go ahead and I'll find the video and I'll load it up.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yes, family. Kala is working on this mastermind video so he can analyze it. What you saw earlier was just a small taste of it, but that guy, I guess he was doing his full presentation and something else.
Yeah. Black men are responsible. Hold up.
All right, let me see. Here's a comment. G Star, he simped for Cynthia, and Cynthia got him soon over a transgender. Laughing out loud. Dion, what's up, my brother? Dion, hope you're enjoying a fabulous, a great journey of a lifetime there in Ghana. Keep connecting our people to paradise. Me and Kala breaking some good stuff down, brother.
Okay, here it is right here.
Umar got what he deserved.
Yeah. Umar basically said, "I did not know," and she goes, "I had this little dick.
No,
I did not know." And that dude got taking so many L's. That's what happened when you don't have a.
You can find a YouTube video. These little TikToks are too short. Now we need something.
No, that's a YouTube video I just sent you. It's a YouTube short.
Ah, man, YouTube short. You feel that's the best you can find, brother, for real?
Yeah, but it gets right down to it. But it's pretty long though. It's a short, but it's a couple of minutes. But it's to the point where he was talking about,
Right, let's check this out.
Black men are responsible for her being masculine because we have not helped her raise them children.
I am
and
not.
when I say help them raise them children, I don't mean you as the stepdad.
No, yeah,
I mean you as an active member in the community. She got masculine because she had to become masculine in order to deal with the rape, the abuse, the domestic violence, the disappointments that men had in her life, and also raising those kids and have to take care of herself all at the same time. The Black woman has been the be all in all in our community for half of a century. And now we want to turn around and say because she didn't do it perfectly enough or remain feminine enough when she had to absorb our responsibilities plus her own, that's insensitive and disingenuous. And I'm telling you, Black men are responsible for her being masculine because we have not helped her raise them.
That's it.
And when I say help them raise them children, I don't mean you.
Now, that's a lie. That's a lie.
That's what I'm saying. That is not showing up. They get really deep into this, and we got to find the right video so we can.
Yeah, I'm a verify, but I'm going to talk about that right now.
I'll get it, but go ahead. I'll get it.
So, well, he said it was an absolute lie. He says a Black woman had to raise a community by herself. That's a lie. I came from a two-parent home. Everybody I knew had father and mother in the house and everything. And I knew a lot of people didn't have fathers. They had uncles, they had grandfathers, everything like that. So this idea that the Black woman is raising the kids by themselves and everything like that. And then also the women who have single mothers have the state. It used to be a time where a man was a breadwinner. That's what a man was. He was a provider, right? So therefore he had authority in those homes. But when a woman chooses to basically use the state, right, and now it's to the point where we have people who, when a girl gets pregnant, they'll say, "Oh, we go ahead and get a cat." It's like a natural thing. You go and get on the county, you go get on the city, you get all this the Section 8, your food stamps. It's like a thing, So the men they choose. They don't have any responsibility. They can know they can get pregnant, and they know the state is going to pick up the slack. Umar puts that responsibility on Black men who basically like this. Like he said, if you listen to him carefully, he says, I'm not talking about you in your home. I'm talking about you have to basically go out there, right? Take your time away from your kids, your wife, and your family, right? To go and pick up the slack for people who are doing irresponsible things and irresponsible behavior. That's what Umar's saying. And it's not because Umar is actually serious about this, because he has kids that he didn't raise, It's a responsibility for everybody to pick up people's slack. This idea of it takes a village is bullshit, People they say, yeah, it takes a village. It takes a village. No, it takes 2 adults to raise a child, right? It takes a family to raise a child. It takes extended families to raise a child. Everything is about the family. If you don't build your family structure, right? If you don't build your family structure and basically do that, then that's on you. Now, the problem is those of us who are doing the right thing and everything, instead of us getting together, right? Getting together and building, right? We have to basically come and deal with the gangs. That's what you see right there with these kids out of control, these gangs. That's our responsibility. if you go out there and put your hands on these kids or try to talk, you go try to talk to these kids, right? Don't you talk to my child. Don't you talk to my child. You ain't his daddy. You ain't that. And I hear a lot of stepfathers say that they don't like doing stepfather because as soon as they try to tell the son, well, you ain't his father. You feeding this little nigga, you know, and you put a roof over his head, but the mother will tell you, you ain't his father, so let me discipline him. The kid gets out of line and whatnot. You have no response. So the stepdad don't have any power, and the damn sure the men in the community don't have no power. So what is Umar Johnson talking about? So this is, and also, and I'm gonna make my case tonight. I don't think Umar is serious about what he's saying. What Umar is he sees these guys sitting on the thing. These guys look like they're successful in their business, everything like that, right? And Umar subconsciously, he's pushing 50 years old, and he has not made anything with his meaningful with his life. You know, he doesn't have a place to stay. He doesn't have anything. And he goes around grifting, living off people sending him chats and donations and stuff like this. Who is he? Who is that? Does charity begins at home? Does Umar have a relationship with his children? Does Umar have a wife that he could talk about? You know, he said, "Oh, it's not about having a wife." What is it about then, Umar? You know, if you go out there, have a wife, have a children, and your kids are provided for and everything, that's the thing. If everybody did that, we would not have these problems. But what you want to do is basically say all the bad behavior is because of, and it's just not, it has nothing to do with really solving problems. It has everything to do with attacking the men who are doing the right thing. Umar says, the gang violence and everything, I blame the black men who moved out of the hood and all stuff like this. First of all, the hood, Umar, is not somebody's homeland. You know, when you move to a neighborhood, you got a better job. You move kids to a better environment and everything like that. That's what you do to better yourself and your circumstances. That's what your responsibility are. Now, they always said, man, take care of your family. Take care of your family. Raise your kids and everything. Get married to a woman and raise your kids. And then once you do that, you got Umar Johnson telling you, moving the goalpost, telling you that's not good enough. You moved out. You know, you should be out here helping these kids that don't have fathers and everything like that. So it has nothing to do with trying to solve the problem. It has everything to do with attacking black men that Umar Johnson is jealous of, envious of, and despises, because these type of black men who can make it, and with all the things Umar says is the system and everything, when you go out there and make it and succeed and everything, he tends to resent that, you know, and that's what we have in our community. You cannot build when you are your brother's keeper, right? I'm your brother, whether you are a millionaire or you are a working class brother working at McDonald's. That's what brotherhood is all about. You know, you look at each other, and it's brotherhood is not like, oh, you're black, I got a responsibility to you. Brother is a two-way, love is a two-way street. You know, when you meet brothers and whatnot, you know, and he's out there, he's doing his job, he's doing construction, doing the right thing. You connect on a different level. We got the same problems and whatnot. We could talk. But when you got a dude out there that ain't doing nothing with his life, is out there fucking up everything, you have no obligation to be his brother and everything. And that's what we have. We waste too much time and on people. And also, this is a guy who you can't show me anywhere where Umar has ever worked with anybody else. Why don't he lead by example? Where's his organization? You know, where's his people that he works with on a day-to-day basis? He doesn't have it. He has no organization. He has no people working together. He has none of that stuff like that. But yet he says we should go out there and do all this stuff. How come he's not leading by example? You know, you tell me charging everybody $20 to go see you talk bullshit in a lecture and everything is doing something. You know, and also he says he tax the black churches, right? Black churches don't do nothing. Do he understand that a lot of black churches now run food pantries, you know, for people who are hungry? They also have skilled trade programs, you know, marriage counseling and all the stuff like that in the community. Many churches are deeply involved in the community. In fact, I would gather if you take away some of the programs some of these black churches get federal funding for and stuff like that, the community would collapse. Between the black churches and people just working, that's what's keeping Black America alive right now. You know, it's black women doing. You know, it's black women who basically who want to keep doing their thing. And notice how it's something Omar never talks about, right? Right now, we have an epidemic of black women, right, who are sleeping with white men, who are being hordes of white men, who are having babies by white men, right? You have a lot of black women who got mixed race kids running around in the hood, gang banging and stuff like that. Are we supposed to take care of these white boys' kids, Umar, too? Are we supposed to take care of these half Chinese kids running around the community, these half Puerto Rican kids and everything? Where's the Hispanic man who basically, and the white man who's leaving these half black babies around and everything, like doing nothing? I know a lot of them. A girl 2 years ago, I don't know if you remember this, 4 years ago in North Carolina, right, where this guy was a so-called neo-Nazi, had a baby with a black woman, pretty black girl, right? He raped and killed his 15-year-old daughter. He got the death penalty just like a year ago. You know, that's in North Carolina. And so therefore I'm saying, why are black women even having kids with neo-Nazis? Not just thugs, but neo-Nazis. That's another problem that's going on. Is Umar talking about that? So in other words, basically, we're supposed to take care of neo-Nazis' children and stuff like that. So why is the onus on black men to take care of all this irresponsible? Where's the white men who are making these babies in the black community and leaving them behind? Omar never talks about that. Yeah.
Yes, brother. Yes, brother. Absolutely, man. Get him, brother. Break it down. So appreciate you breaking down the science of it. Now, let me know if you want me to play the video where you can hear more of his content.
Yeah. You play the video.
Got my good brother right here, you know, who's an advocate, and he says that you can be pro-black and did outside. Impossible. You cannot. Marriage is a business. When you get married, you commit your mind, your body, your heart, your soul, and your pocketbook, your savings, your estate, your wealth. You commit that to that person you're married to. See, when you marry, you don't marry an individual. You marry into a race. You marry into a community. So I didn't marry a Jewish woman. I married into Jewish society. I didn't marry an Asian woman. I married into an Asian family. There's no way you can claim to love black people, especially as a black man, knowing that only 1 out of every 4 black women will get married in her lifetime. We have the lowest female marriage rate in the country, 25%. That means 75% of black women will never, ever know what it feels like to be proposed to.
All right, stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. Now, there's a trend going on now in black society where they ask women, why don't you like this guy? Well, he's ugly. He's lame. He works a 9 to 5. I'm not worried about no 9 to 5 brothers. Women basically are rejecting dudes that work 9 to 5 jobs and everything because they're boring and they're lame and everything. Did Umar address that? Yeah. Did Umar address the fact that there's a lot of women who choose to be single, that choose to have babies with different dudes? A woman can always keep her legs closed, you know? And he said, everybody wants to marry somebody with a fresh start. If you have no kids, you want to marry somebody with no kids. That's as simple as that. That's just rule number 1. And so therefore, he says a lot of black women will never get married because they give away the goods. You know, your marriage age is between the ages of 18 and I would say 30. White women know that. They say, I got to get married before I'm 30. Why? Because after 30, my value goes down. But you got women out here, what Umar does talk about, who are freezing their embryos, their eggs, till they're 50 years old. So then when they get an impregnated embryo and freeze it. So therefore, when they turn 50, they want to have the baby. Just recently, a woman just did that. She said she had a career and all the stuff like this. And then she says she's 51 years old. She said, I missed out on having a kid. She went around the world and went around the world and everything. Now she basically had an embryo frozen and she had a sperm donor. That's going on big time. And also, black women are the biggest number of abortions, like 10 million black babies aborted. So Umar doesn't talk about that stuff like this, abortion, you know, the high numbers is. So, but he puts all the onus on black men, right? Now, I agree that black men should marry black women. There's no doubt about that. But 88% of black men are married to black women, you know? And also the number of black men that are married to white women and like that are very, very small, you know? And so therefore, again, Umar does not take any onus with what black women are doing. He puts it all on black men. And what gets me is he's not one time in this interview, you're going to see, he talks about the dudes that are out here making babies, like the video we heard a little while ago. I got 10 kids not taking care. Umar will never address that, right? Umar's attack is always on the black man who did the right thing, married somebody, and or taking care of his responsibility and everything. He basically says that's not enough. You got to go in there and take care of a woman who chooses to lay up with any man and everything. He never talks about the dudes that are out here abandoning their kids and everything. He never talks about that. So why is Umar doing this? Because Umar is on the attack against black men in this country. That's all this is all about. You know, he does not like the fact that for the most part, black men don't really respect him. You know, no one's really contribute. No credible person with all these celebrities and everything like that he's out there. Nobody's ever contributing a large thing because everyone sees this guy as what he is, a con man, a grifter and everything. He's worse than Tariq, if you ask me. You know, at least Tariq, you know what Tariq is. You know, but Umar is the same thing. He lives off the community, right? He lives off the community. And then when people, Umar has never, ever supported any black. Have you ever seen Umar show up at a black business saying, we're going to buy from this black business and everything? No, he never did. Show me one video where Umar was in a black restaurant or a showcase of black businesses. Has Umar ever get on a podcast or anybody that support him and everything and says, I'm going to use my name to boost your podcast or boost your name or boost your show? No, you have to pay him to get on the show. He makes his money of it. So this is a business for him. And what he gets on there and says a bunch of stuff like that to cause controversy. That's what Umar Johnson is.
Absolutely, brother. Breaking it down. Kala breaking it down. Let's continue more of this, man. So we can get you a great feedback and great breakdown and analysis.
Diaspora, and that is the psychologist, doctor of clinical psychology,
Africanism, King Kong consciousness. So y'all know the man. Dr. Umar Johnson.
Glad to be here, fellas. Thanks for inviting me.
And real quick, can you let the folks know that sleeping under a rock that might not know who you are?
Absolutely. Dr. Umar Ifatunde, certified school psychologist, doctor of clinical psychology, founder of the National Independent Black Parent Association, Team Pan-African, the international movement for the independence and protection of African people. I'm probably most known for helping Black parents learn how to protect their children from the special education crisis in the ADHD to prison pipeline, author of 2 books, Psychoacademic Holocaust, the Special Education and ADHD Wars Against Black Boys, as well as Black Parent Advocate, The Art of War, for dealing with America's public and charter schools. I'm also a Pan-Africanist, a Garveyite, and I'm currently putting the finishing touches on the first school in American history to be funded exclusively by the African Diaspora, and that is the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy. If all goes well, we'll probably be having our community grand opening during Kwanzaa 2023.
Listen, before.
Yeah, that's another thing, right? We've been looking for.
Kyle Genesis, this man is a legend, man. How are you going to come against him?
Yeah, the problem that I have with this is, right, he has a building, right? A building don't mean that you have a school. Your school means you have a faculty. You have a curriculum. You have students, right? You have enrollment. You have all the stuff like this, right? He has none of that, right? So, but he knows he could keep saying that and nobody's going to, oh yeah, the school is at least Tariq delivered. He said he would build some bullshit museum, but at least he delivered something, you know? So he's going to keep milking this thing out. And then when the deadline comes, he'll have another setback. Oh, this happened. We like this. The white man did this, or Negroes didn't support me enough, and all this kind of nonsense, everything. While he gets to sit there, gets a free ride. The problem is when he goes on shows like this, and he doesn't have anybody like me that's going to actually challenge him, when he says this idea that black women are holding the community down, that is a friggin' bold-faced lie. That is a bold-faced lie. The black woman is holding the community down and everything. Did you understand what the child support is? Does he understand what welfare is? Does he understand what Section 8 is? Does he understand what free public education is? Does he understand what school lunch is? Does he understand what food stamps is? How are you going to, is a black woman providing all that? No, the state is providing for it. And in these states like Virginia, they go after people hard for child support. You have I know guys that are have kids with women and everything like that. And they basically, they go look at their paycheck and it's zero because it's all with a woman. And there's no incentive for the woman to be with that dude. And I've seen it firsthand, right? I've seen women tell other women right there. So a Hispanic lady tell this one Hispanic woman, right? Look, man, you just you don't have to be with him right now. If you move out one night, stay with me and whatnot, you can get him for child support. I've seen that conversation. I heard that conversation with my own ears and many different times. And I know several women who said they got several different baby fathers. Why they got to do it? Because they can get $300, $350 a month from each one of them, right? And they say if they got 4 kids by 4 different baby fathers, and they get $400 a month each from them, right? That's $1,600, right? That's their rent, everything like that paid for, plus Section 8, plus everything. So it's become a way of life now. There's no incentive for a woman to be with a man because of the state, right? And Umar won't attack that because the state is the lifeblood of many black women, of this new black woman, this single black motherhood. So it looks like the women are holding everything down. No, the state is holding everything down. The state is holding black families hostage and apart because there's no incentive for women to get with. They'll reject the dude that will do the right thing, or the dude that have money that want to be with a woman and everything. And also, there's another thing that's going on: paternity fraud. There's a lot of guys paying for children that's not even theirs. And they go for you. This has happened all the time. You see it online, right? The guy he went to go get a DNA test, find out that 3 of his kids are not his. 3 different times with a woman. 3 different times he went to the hospital and said, oh, I got a new baby, and find out that all 3 kids are not his. And he's like, I just want out and everything. How can you do that? That's your son. You raise him. And she doesn't have to take any responsibility and say, yeah, I cheated on you, this and that. I never loved you and everything like that. But let's try to make it with that. She, according to Umar Johnson, he got to stay in that house and raise kids that's not his after she betrayed him. So is this your brother's keeper? No black man will ever say that about another man. You are your brother's keeper. You're your brother's keeper. You are first a black man before you are a husband, before you are a father, before you are a son. You are a black man first, and you see the world as a black man first. And then I'm your son, right? I'm your husband, right? I'm your brother. You know what I'm saying? I'm your cousin. I'm your nephew, everything. But first and foremost, I'm a black man. I see the world as a black man, right? And I see other black men as black men because we got the same similar struggle, right? So I'm not going to sit there and never take what was that? Now, if a brother's doing the wrong thing to a woman, if he's abusing a woman, neglecting her, I'll be the first to say, brother, you do the right thing by that woman. I always do that. You do the right thing. Take care of your kids, everything like that. And that happens all over the country. That happens every day with fathers, brothers, cousins, co-workers, and everything. Brother, you got to go home to the wife. You got to take care of your kids and everything. So the idea that we don't have a support system like that. We have pastors, right, that go to young couples' house and whatnot and minister to the families how to work it out. Marriage counselors, right? The Nation of Islam is really good in that and keeping black families together and everything like that. But the idea of when you do that and you have nice communities and everything like that, that's one thing. But when you have a culture, right, that think it's okay to just do all kinds of degenerate behavior and all kinds of stuff. I've seen women out here twerking, right, with their bellies hanging out, pregnant and stuff like this in front of their kids and everything. But that's okay. You cannot have a degenerate culture and call that your culture. Why not focus on the black community that's doing the right thing, Umar? Why don't you basically talk about I saw a video where a black Muslim sister was talking about getting back to the virtuous woman, saving yourself for marriage and stuff like that. Aren't you supposed to be Ifandu, a Tunde, Umar, a Muslim, whatever like that? How come you don't get with those Nation of Islam sisters and everything? Like the sister that's in the Nation of Islam, sister Ava Muhammad, whatever. How come you're not talking to people like that? You don't see Upa or why? Because they know what's the answer. Tell men that if you want a wife and everything, you get back to the basics. Marry that woman, have a kid, and get out there. If you got to work 3 jobs to take care of the household, don't worry. No real man is going to let the state or somebody raise that, or another man raise their children. You get that woman. If the man and woman agree that, you know, we're going to do this thing, and we're going to raise that kid and everything, we're going to do stuff like that, you will see the problems in Black America disappear overnight. But Umar's not offering that, right? He wants the same old dysfunction, same old foolishness, everything. And they begin pointing the finger at a Black men who have absolutely nothing to do with this situation. But go ahead with that video, brother.
Before we get into these topics, you got to make sure we get an invite, man, so we can pull up.
Oh, for sure.
Before we get into these topics, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe if you're not already subscribed, join the YouTube membership, man. We got some exclusive behind-the-scenes footage, access to early episodes, and then cop the merch, man. DailyRapperCrew.co, man. Make sure I go support. Listen, let me get to this first.
I ain't got no shirt for me. Oh, definitely do.
Definitely
do.
You know
2XL. Don't give me no bra. I told you. See,
yeah, you did.
I did. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate it.
Listen, get into this first topic, right? I know you're very big with the Pan-African community. What is your ultimate goal that you have in mind for the overall Pan-African community?
Yo, brother,
Great question.
When is he
vision,
with the Pan-African community? Yo, when is he big with the Pan-African community? You know, where am I? Where are we at? We're trying to put this stuff together and everything, real Pan-African stuff and everything. Where is he at? You know? On there freaking talking to hood rats and everything, soliciting money from hood rats and everything. Where's he with the Pan? People just label somebody a Pan-Africanist and everything. And he has never had counsel with me. He never had counsel with Brother Bomani and everybody else that's in this real Pan-African sphere. You know, where is this at? You know, he has no basis on the African continent. Nobody on the African continent know who the hell Umar Johnson is. Nobody gives a damn who he is. You go to Africa, nobody gives a fuck what you got to say. They're trying to eat. They're trying to survive. Nobody want to hear your big grand ass conspiracies and your what you think about what's going on. You have no clue about the Africans, the reality of the African continent and everything, like what everybody's going through. So what Pan-Africans? Hey, the white man's in Europe controlled everything, and the Black man ain't got shit. When he says Africans have no control over the economy, does he even know what the economy is? You know, nobody has no control over the economy. Oh, really, Omar? You know, so Africans don't set their currency rates and stuff like that. They don't have taxes on imports that come into the country. You can go inside African country and just set up shop without paying or getting licensed and everything. Omar, is that what you're saying? So a white person, anybody can just go to Nigeria and tomorrow and just open up a business and don't have to ask the government or don't have to get a license or anything. That's what you're saying? Africa has no control over anything. Black people are just stupid all over the world, and you're the only smart guy in the room. And this is what happens when you have somebody sitting there. These guys, younger guys, sitting there like they're intimidated by this guy, like he's like this. They would never have me on that panel, you know. They'll never have me because I'll shut this dude down in a freaking minute.
Absolutely, Kala. Break it down. Break it down. That family, Kala Genesis is breaking it down tonight. What's real and what's not.
The goal of Pan-Africanism is to unite all African people globally into one unified and organized system through which we can protect ourselves politically, economically, socially, culturally, spiritually, academically, so forth and so on. So unity is the foundation and independence is the elevation. That's the goal of Pan-Africanism, to make sure African people are not dependent upon members of other races in order to protect our lifestyle, our culture, and most of all, the destiny of our children. Do for self is the heart and soul of Pan-Africanism. So when we win, we will be in charge of our lives. We will control the banks. We will control the hospitals. We will control the criminal justice system. We will control the economy. We basically want a parallel world that is under our authority, because whoever controls your institutions controls your life.
Got you. So the big word that I heard was, unity, right? So what is your overall thoughts? Obviously, you can see that we have this gender war going on, this diaspora war going on. What's your thoughts on those overall wars that's going on within the Pan-African community?
I would not be surprised if we learned 20, 30 years from now that the domestic gender war was inspired by the FBI, just as the FBI gave birth to COINTELPRO back in the 70s and 60s to disrupt and destroy the credibility and success of Black liberation movements. I could very well see where COINTELPRO or something similar to it could have also been invented to turn the Black woman against the Black man and the Black man against the Black woman. If you look at this, it looks just like COINTELPRO, except it's not Stokely Carmichael fighting Huey P. Newton. It's not Dr. King, and Malcolm having differences. You understand? It's you and your baby's mother having differences. It's you and your fiance having differences. It's you and your wife having differences. And the family is an institution, no different than SNCC, no different than CORE, no different than the Panthers, no different than the Garvey movement, no different than the Freedom Riders. So I'm keeping an eye on it, but I really do believe that at some point we're going to find out that the U.S. government had a hand in the gender wars and the promotion of it, because I don't think it's a coincidence that this Black male versus Black female gender war is being initiated at the very same time that the U.S. government is pushing transgenderism on elementary Black public school children. So is that a coincidence that while you're trying to disintegrate the Black family through non-traditional forms of life, through Black on Black crime, through police genocide, through poor nutrition, poor healthcare, all these weapons, the Snow Bunny crisis, along with that, you see so many commercials now where it's the Black man with the white woman or the Black woman with the white man. Clearly, there's an agenda to brainwash our children into either being with someone of the same sex or someone of another race. And I think the gender wars coming at this time plays into the hand of the government's agenda to destroy the Black community. On the other side, when we look at the diaspora wars.
Stop right there. Now, check this out, right? If you really look at what we said.
All right, welcome back to another episode of the Daily Wrap Up Crew. No Booker, but go by.
If you really look at what's going on, right? It's Black Hollywood, right? Black Hollywood, who's promoting a lot of this stuff with homosexuality and the race mixing and everything. And so therefore, if somebody basically is like when Serena Williams was married to that white guy, right? Every last single Black woman, right? Oh my God, this guy doesn't have 10% of her wealth, right? If Serena Williams dies, this guy's going to walk off with all that money. Umar Johnson has never addressed that, right? Address that. And also what you don't see in the commercial, right? You never see Black men with a white woman. It's always a Black woman with a white man in the thing. Because for the most part, right, that's okay in America. It's okay in America for a white man, as far as his sexual conquest, to be with an Asian woman. Have you ever seen a commercial with an Asian man with a white woman? Never. Have you ever seen a Hispanic man with a white woman? Never. You never see a Black man. It's always a white man with an Asian woman, everything, So this idea that they're pushing Black and white commercials, that doesn't even sell. That doesn't even make any sense. It's always a Black. And also when you ask the average Black woman, when they see that, oh yes, that makes such a cute couple and all this kind of stuff like this. Most Black women, when you ask these questions about interracial marriage between a Black a woman, like the guy, George Lucas, right? His wife is a Black woman, right? She's on Oprah. She's on these shows. Oh man, he said only a real man could handle a real Black woman, a Black queen, whatever. And all the Black womanhood is celebrating this Black woman with George Lucas as as some sort of victory, Serena Williams with a white boy and everything. All that sort of victory, right? Same time, right? When it's a Black man with a white woman, right? The Black woman, like, oh, he's a sellout and everything. So it's not the same thing, Umar. It's not the same thing. Black men and white women are never going to be accepted because that's a threat to the power structure, right? black women being conquered by white. When I first moved to Virginia, right? And one of the things I did not like when I moved here, right? Well, I'm in New York, right? Black people and white people didn't date. We didn't do get down like that, right? I come down to Virginia, right? And I'm liking black girls. I date a black girl and a sister, whatever like that. And I gotta freaking compete with white boys. I got women like said, "What are you doing?" Well, he's my roommate. Why are you living with this white man? He let me stay with him and everything like that. And he has and so white men do not respect. Well, you say when Umar says our women, we don't have a woman, right? And one of the biggest problems in the black male relationship is the interference by the white man. White men are, if they find a black woman attractive, right? Particularly where I'm at, right? She's on the menu. She's in his crosshairs. And so therefore, as a black man, you have no right to say anything about it. If you say something about it or whatnot, you're an angry black man or you're bitter and stuff like this, right? But it's same time, it's okay for black women to say, "Oh, why is he with that white woman?" and everything like that in public. So therefore, what I'm saying, my brother's keeper is black men have never really publicly expressed how they feel when the best of their women always end up with a white man. That's why in many ways, I'm kind of glad Whitney Houston got with Bobby Brown. They tried to basically tell Whitney Houston she needs to get with a white man like Diana Ross. She never did. She went with Bobby Brown, and the America persecuted her and made it seem like she was too good for Bobby Brown and everything because she was Whitney Houston. She was a world singer and everything. She said, "Yo, they clicked and they're together, they're in love and everything like that." The media did not accept Bobby Brown, and come to find out that the whole time she was the one that had drug problems. She was the one that had problems that go back to her childhood and everything like that. He was the one that was holding that together. But the media made it seem like, oh, Bobby Brown, he's a hood, he's a thug, and all the stuff like this. They always attacking black men in this country, right? And so I want to say, where's the black men that friggin' have our back? You know, when we see, we're not allowed to say what we think when we see movies like Monster Ball. Disgusting. You know, Halle Berry's only raw sex scene in a movie was with goddamn Billy Bob Thornton and Monster Ball with that freaking creep. What's his name? That did Precious, whatever his name is, Ron Daniels, whatever the fuck his name is, and everything. I'm freaking listen. See, I refuse to watch movies where I see white men with black women. You know, I never seen The Bodyguard. I will not watch any interracial stuff. As far as like, I don't like interracial stuff like that at all, right? But I definitely don't like seeing white men with black women in any sort of romance. There was a TV show called Hawthorne that got canceled, thank God, with that bitch Jada Pinkett, right? And also I said she's in love with staring at some fucking white, goofy ass looking, nerd looking doctor like this. And this all happens all the time. Every time you watch a television show, right? If a black girl's cute and whatnot, her love interest is always going to be a white man. Their love interest is always going to be a white man. And that's emasculating the black man. And so therefore, as men, we should be like, we have no agency to say, yo, I don't like that. You know, I don't like that. Let's boycott this show. We don't have nobody on our side, right? We don't have nobody on our side that in the media that says, you know something, we're not rocking with that, everything. Now you would think a guy who calls himself the Pan-African would be on the forefront of defending our point of view. A lot of us can't say these things in public, but we can't say these in public. But the only time Umar talks about stuff is when he talks about black men. That's the white man's problem, right? The Snow Bunny crisis is not our problem, right? It's the white man's problem, right? Our problem is the number of white men who are pursuing black women, which is a real threat to the black family in America. There's so many kids that are being born by black women that are half white and half Asian, half this, that, and the other thing, because there's no loyalty to race. I see families right now where they got nerve to put this on TikTok. You have one kid that's dark, one kid's light, and one kid that clearly got freckles and red hair. What the hell did that come from? You know, and it goes on. So therefore, you got not only that you have kids that, you know, because I got 5 different kids. The kids look like the United Nations and shit. One's half Chinese, one's half white, one half this and everything. All this foolishness go on. And if you say anything about it, you're some sort of black supremacist. You're some sort of racist. That's the biggest thing right now is a thing. Now, if you say that, right, what you're doing is taking ownership over black women. Let me listen to this. Listen to this very carefully, right? If you start talking about interracial marriage between black, white, black, it's not even marriage, right? If you're married, that's one thing. But the number of black women who are opting out of marriage and everything to pursue their so-called options and everything, as these bitches, these divestors are pushing everything, Omar has never addressed the divestor problem. And now the divestor problem, if a black woman says, I want a white man and they married kids, hey, that's fine, right? But these white men are not have no intentions of marrying these black women. And also a large percentage of the women who are getting abortions, black women getting abortions, are getting aborted because the white man paid for an abortion because they don't want to shame his family. That goes on a whole lot, damaging the black woman's body to produce other children, right? Because this is what's going on. There's white guys out there knows that black women are easy laid. I had white guys tell me that, right? They tell me that, I never had that when I was living in New York. I come down here, almost every white guy said they've had a black girl. You know, it was always a black girl that took their, had their first lay with and stuff like that. And I said, what the fuck is going on? Do we have a community? You know, do we have a community? It used to be a time where black men and black women, that's all we had with each other. Now someone's telling it's okay for a black woman to divest, go pursue white men and everything. And just recently, and this is what happens. These women are going overseas, right? This black woman went overseas, right? And she went to a Muslim country to meet somebody, right? The guy, the family rejected her. And she was sitting there so hurt. She go like, I can't believe what happened to her. She thought she was going to find her Prince Charming somewhere in the Middle East, somewhere. And the family said, absolutely, 100% no. So therefore, what we don't have is any sort of agency over our women. If we say that our women belong with us and they don't belong with white men, and we're going to stop that, all hell will break loose. We don't have the laws behind us. We don't have the police. Because let me tell you something right now. It's dangerous. A lot of black. I talked to a lot of young brothers one night. Why don't you date white girls? Because it's dangerous. They know it's dangerous. So I don't know what Omar's talking about, this snowboarding crash. Most young black guys stay away from white girls. They know even to this day, 2023, you going out with a white girl is dangerous. So now if Omar's sitting there watching a lot of porn all the time, and Omar, those women that do that stuff in porn are getting paid big money to be with black men. That's not real life. Real life is the average white woman have nothing to do with black men. It's not happening. There's no snow bunny crisis in the black community. 99% of black men you see with black women, you know, if they have any women, and the rest are trying to get their passport to go overseas, to go to black countries to hook up with other black women around the world. But most of the passport bros go to the black parts of Colombia, DR, Africa, and places like that. They're not going to Europe. You know, the guys that are going to Europe also are African brothers, you know. Now, the African brother is a different case, right? I talk to African brothers. They do not see race the way we do. They'll say, I don't see color and all stuff like this because they haven't lived in this thing. This thing where we talk about race and everything is something unique to African Americans, right? And the thing is, when people, now, let me give you a perfect example. Like Iman, right? I love Molly Iman. She married David Bowie, right? To me, that's different. She comes from a different culture, and he's British. She's Somali. That's a totally different situation, right? But if you have somebody like Whitney Houston, right? African-American woman, right? I want to see her with a black man. As simple as that. Because why? Because we are basically in this race war paradigm, right? That's something unique to us. When you see people like these clowns like Fresh and Fit and everything, these guys are immigrants. They don't see color and everything. They'll date white girls and everything. So you have to understand who you're talking about. If you see a person from Africa, they're not going to see color and race the way you and I do. I don't expect them to. But African-American men and women, for the most part, right, are race conscious. So when you see a black woman with a white man, that's a real statement. That's saying that you know that these people raped your ancestors and everything, and you choose to fall in love and open your legs to a white man. I had a woman that joined the BAIO years ago and whatnot, and then and she was on a conference call saying, "Yeah, I'm back in my culture," but she ended up having she used to date white guys, and everything, and didn't work out, whatever like that. And I said, and she ended up with a baby with one of the white guys. I'm like, how do you deal with that? Now she wants to be pro-black and blinky black. And there was other chick that was on YouTube for a long time, forgot her name, right? She used to wear all this, look real dusty and whatnot. She had dreadlocks and whatnot. And she used to be a former swirler herself and whatnot. You got all these swirler sites out there that is pushing black women to seek white men and divest. You got the Paris Milans, the Cynthia G's, and all these other people like that. And this guy's called, he has so much sympathy for Cynthia G, but yet he throws other black men under the bus. Cynthia G says black men should be exterminated. The black male see, and there's a growing number of black women who are on YouTube and on the internet saying black males should be aborted. You find out it's going to be a black male baby, it should be aborted. What did that little innocent baby do? Yeah. The nation was filled. Yeah, a lot of these people, you'd be surprised. I just got word from my brother Steve Coakley. He says, yeah, there's a lot of swirlers, LGBTQ, who are trying to infiltrate black power and black nationalist movements, and how they do it. They make you, they take the focus on them and start attacking black men. If a black man marries a black woman, right, and he's raised his kid, that man should be exalted. He should be exalted. The rest of the community need to find their way. It used to be a time where when you see a man, a family, the whole community would gather around and make sure that family succeeds. That family with those beautiful black children, that black couple, the whole community will try to do everything they can to make sure that marriage stays on board because they know that's the future. But now Omar's telling us that single motherhood is a thing, that we don't have to basically build families anymore. He talks about we got to build a black family. He just contradicted himself. He talking about the black family. How you talk about the black family when all these single mothers and whatnot that have no intention of getting married, because they got child support, because they got welfare, they got the state, they got white zaddy and everything. They don't need to. But he doesn't talk about that culture, So
yes, Color. Keep dropping the signs. I can play some more for this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's keep on analyzing and breaking it down.
Are simply tools that are being used that have an expiration date. And when your utility to the white power structure expires, you will too, and they will send you back home. And this is why they hate blacks in America so much, the white power structure. We're the only non-white people in the country who cannot be sent home.
Right.
You cannot be deported. Slavery destroyed your cultural, psychological, and intellectual connection to your ancestral homeland. If the Ghanaian get on your nerve, he go back to Ghana. If the Puerto Rican gets on your nerves, he go back to Puerto Rico. If the Afro-Cuban gets on your nerves, he or she go back to Cuba, right? If the Chinese get on your nerves, send them back to China. If the East Indian gets on your nerves, send them back to India. If the Arab gets on your nerve, send them back to one of the Middle Eastern states. But when American Africans get on your nerves, where do you deport us to? You can't deport us.
Yeah.
Slavery destroyed that connection that they needed in order to remove us. Most American Africans are so brainwashed, they think they're American. So you cannot deport them because this is what they identify with most. So in other words, the white man created his own problem, which makes it almost impossible to deport us. So the only way to get rid of us is a systemic system of racial genocide, and that's what they're using.
So what do you think about people, because a conversation or argument that I have is with some Africans or Caribbeans is that they would say that Black Americans don't have any culture, right? Or they'll say that racism doesn't exist because I was able to come from my country and I made I was able to be successful and provide for my family. Y'all just using racism as an excuse, to hold y'all back or whatever the case is. What's your thoughts on?
Well, number one, they're politically ignorant, socially inexperienced. They know very little about the experience of the American African. And they also don't understand racism. In order for racism to succeed, some blacks must be successful. You need a LeBron. You need an Oprah. You need a Tyler Perry. You need a Sean Carter. You need a Beyonce Knowles. You need a Sean Puffy Combs. You need a Robert Johnson. You follow? Why do you need successful black people if you want to destroy our black people? Because in order to brainwash the other ones into believing that your failure is not due to systemic discrimination, it's due to the fact that you're not intelligent enough or you're not working hard enough. Do you see that?
Right.
So if Dr. Umar is a billionaire, and you've been trying to get your business off the ground, it ain't popped yet. You've been trying to get your corporation off the ground, it ain't popped yet. You didn't open up 10 business, they all didn't flop. You need me as the billionaire to come and say, fellas, it's not your fault. They designed the system to not work in your behalf. But because I love being rich and I love my proximity to white culture and
now what he just did was he said that all the people that's successful, right? They didn't put any hard. He just basically took all the agency and hard work out of all these people that's successful, right? And said basically what he's saying is the white man is Thanos. He just basically snapped his finger and let some people succeed. He let the people succeed, right? Not that the fact that the people work hard and everything like that. And for every Tyler Perry, there's like 20 people that failed because maybe they weren't as good, whatever like that. Or sometimes it's just luck. It's just luck of the draw and you're successful, right? So in other words, basically me, I'm building a nice insurance agency, right? According to him, Umar, some white man is giving me a break and everything, not my hard work, not my getting up and going overnight to seminars and stuff like that and busting my ass working hard and everything like that. It's because some white man sit there and let me be successful. This is what happens when people believe this kind of nonsense and everything. He can't just say, you know something, some black people, and not everybody's going to be successful. There's going to be winners and losers in any part of life. Not every black person is going to be a millionaire. Not every person is going to rise to the top and everything. The cream rises to the top. There's going to be, and this is another thing we've never accepted in Black America, right? We never accepted that there are black people in America that are smarter than the rest of us, more driven, more connected, and more everything. For example, right? When you look at a lot of people that's successful and everything, they have parents. Also, they say, what is success? They'll go back to, my parents used to have me, instead of watching TV, they used to have us read books every night and everything. They used to put me in these special programs and everything. And they sent me to these schools. They scraped and saved. They sent me to these schools and everything. I learned about this. I learned about that. I studied hard in college. And then next thing you know, I got my break. But according to Umar, right, all the hard work of these people did not happen. White people did that. This is what I'm talking about. When you got somebody, Umar, who basically says he's not being a keeper of your brothers. If black people are successful, right, I'm going to rally around my black people that's successful, and say, look, this is what the difference between Umar and other races of people, right? The Asian person or Hispanic person who sees their people who are millionaires and everything, they don't get back and say, you know something, you're only made it because the white man made you successful, and they turn on them. What Umar is basically saying is, okay, if somebody like Robert Smith is a billionaire, we should not support him because the white man, COINTELPRO, put him there and everything like that. So we have this is what I'm talking about. What people talk pan out, but they're really talking nigga shit. They're really talking nigga shit. Somebody has a product out there that they're marketing and everything. They came up with a product or an invention, and everything. We shouldn't get behind it and buy it, right? We shouldn't do the download the Buy Black app and everything, because if that black business is successful, that's only because the white man allowed it to be successful, because they want to make it seem like racism and all this stuff don't exist. Now, I'm not saying that there's no system, but like I said, any sort of system, there's what Umar has never figured out, right? And he doesn't want to figure out, right? Our people were successful. We built Black Wall Street when we had segregation on the books. We had black banks in the 1920s. We had black insurance firms and everything like that. Madam C.J. Walker was the first female millionaire in America history. Was she basically, was there COINTELPRO back then? or for the fact of the matter is she did hard work and she did what she had to do to make it. This is what we're talking about tonight, folks, right? We are not our brother's keeper. We want to be dismissive. We want to attack Black people who make it or are successful and everything and be dismissive. So Umar Johnson basically was like, so we got to have this Pan-African thing. But it's the revolution starts with each one teach one and basically supporting us when we are successful. When John Johnson created Ebony magazine, every last single Black person knew they had an obligation to purchase that magazine and make it work, and it succeeded. Now, the Black community, right? You vote for the Democratic Party. They don't do shit for you. You still give them your vote. But that's okay. But when somebody is a Black person, like I said, I don't really like Tyler Perry, right? But I'm glad he bought DBT. What comes out of that, I have no idea. But I'm not going to be sitting there talking about, Tyler Perry, because making up all stuff. That's what niggas do. Niggas sit back and they'll find a way. Now, if BET and VH1 was owned by white people, they had nothing to say. As soon as Tyler Perry takes it over, now everybody got so concerned about, we should have this, we should have that and everything. But they sat there flapping their lips, saying absolutely nothing when BET was run by Viacom and everything like that. And it ran the thing into the ground. This is what we're talking about. We gotta have a Kobe Bryant. We have to have LeBron James. Do you understand what LeBron James did to get where he has? How many NBA championships he did? So you think they just gave him the NBA championship, Omar? They just handed it.
I mean, that's what he's making it seem like. But let's play some more what he's talking about.
Yeah, he talks bullshit.
I lost my point on here, man. Let me try to find this thing. All right, it's titled. So the good thing about it is all titles. So let's go.
And because they're at the top of Black society, they know how powerful white folks really are. Mm-hmm. They know how unfair the game really is. Mm-hmm. They know me being here is a privilege that white people gave me. Yes, I worked hard to get here, but I would never be here without their help. Right. At the end of the day, all of our Black millionaires and billionaires are owned by the white power structure. I don't say that to be disrespectful because I respect LeBron James, right? I appreciate the image of a Black man with a Black woman with Black children who's never been in any trouble, right. Entered the league at 17, 18 years old and never had a single scandal. He's a good example of a responsible Black man. Right. I like how Jay-Z came from Marcy Projects and now you're a billionaire the legal way. I like what Oprah did coming from nothing at Tennessee State. I like what Tyler Perry did coming from sleeping in his car to being a billionaire to owning the first all Black music studio, one of the largest in the country. Even white folk go to Tyler Perry Studios to film their movies. Part of Black Panther 2 was filmed at Tyler Perry Studios. Mm-hmm. So I appreciate their rags to riches story. The problem is they can't top it off with a cherry on top. Mm-hmm. And the cherry on top is to look the camera in the eye and say, I made it, but most of my people will never will because the system is not designed for Black people to succeed. And this is how they get us. They'll promote a few Blacks. Everybody else struggling, everybody else in poverty, everybody else coming out of prison, but they'll promote a few Blacks. And because a few Blacks made it, they're automatically supposed to mean that we are doing better. No other group you could push that on because every other group is based on collective group progress. Right. Black people, we are totally rooted in selfishness and meism. We don't have weism like the Latinos or weism like the Asians or weism like the Anglo-Saxons or weism like the European Jews. We have meism. And as long as we have meism, a few successful Blacks automatically means y'all all must do better. Like I think I saw Jay-Z do an interview one time and they said, well, what have you done for Black people? And he said something to the effect, and I don't want to misquote him, I'm paraphrasing. He said something like, me just being who I am
is enough for Black people.
Is enough for Black people. Okay. Most ridiculous, arrogant, ignorant statement I ever heard.
Yeah, let me just stop right there. Stop right there. Now, basically what he's saying is that if you're not a millionaire or billionaire, you're nothing. Right? What about all the Black people out there who own trucks, who own businesses, small businesses and everything like that, making it the fastest growing segment of small businesses, Black people who are making it and stuff like this, We're not sitting back. People, and also the biggest thing you could do as far as like a business, right, is have a good family structure, right? My business is a family-owned business. Okay, that's not easy. Sometimes me and my brother and sisters fight over stuff. We almost call it quits and everything like that. But we have a family. That family is love, and that's because our parents instilled that in us to work together, right? So when you have people that have families, you know, they're going to put businesses together and they're going to make it. Now he says about the Hispanics and the whites, right? Does he understand the poorest counties in America are mostly white and Republican? You know, you have white people who are billionaires, right? But you got white people in the Appalachian, millions of them, right, that are poorer than most black people. You go to the Rust Belt, people are getting dying on fentanyl and opioid and everything. So he makes it seem like that so by his logic, right, every white person should be rich because they got Donald Trump and so many billionaires out there that are white. Does it work like that? No. They have white billionaires and there's white poor people. You're going to have black millionaires and billionaires, and you're going to have black poor people. That's just the way it is. So what he's doing is trying to extort or pocket watch the black people who are up there. He's like, they don't owe the black community anything. Now, if you go and get your education, you work hard, right? It's supposed like this. You could basically, I know people that, that work Amazon Prime and can work Uber and make $60,000 a year. And say $60,000 a year. Do you know how much that is? Less than 0.5% of the world global population makes $60,000 a year. Let me say that again. In the world stage, right, from China to Russia and everything, less than 5% of the world's population makes over $30,000 USD a year. You got black people out there who are working jobs and everything like that. Yeah, rent's high. Yes, there's not a lot of money and everything like that. Yes, it seems like it's tough, but you still are in a better position than 99% of the rest of the world. So therefore, the argument is not about poverty. It's about who we are as a people, right? Who we are as a people. And so therefore, you say, Kala, are you protecting the black? No, I'm just being fair about it, right? If somebody becomes a billionaire, now if you could say, I don't like Jay-Z, right? I'm not gonna buy his product. That's fine. I don't like 50 Cent. I'm not gonna watch his series and everything. Fuck him. I don't like LeBron James. I'm not gonna buy with. That's fine, you know. But 50 Cent, Jay-Z, and LeBron, right, created a brand and name for themselves, right? And they basically made money, and they got rich. That's no reflection on. Nobody ever said that there's not systemic problems in the world that tears black people down. He asked this question: why did Black America give up on the idea of the Green Book? Right? How come? When's the last time? Asked a black person. When's the last time you walked into a black restaurant, spent your money on a black business? You go to Red Lobster, it's packed with black folks. You go to Olive Garden, who's in there? All black folks. You know. You go to Golden Corral, who's in there? All black folks. You know. When's the last time you went shopping in a black-owned grocery store in the black part of town? It does not happen. But yet, these same people want to sit back and talk about what LeBron and all these other people are doing. You don't want to support, like you go into a black business and everything. What do you want? You want a discount. You want a hookup. You want to. There's one guy that had the turkey leg business out thing. He had to kick people out because women went in there and his business to start twerking. No kind of respect. Also, if we talk about black our people, right? Do you know the most dangerous thing is working in the service sector in the black area? People at Walmart get assaulted by black people, berated. Oh, you just working at Walmart and everything like that. Oh, you working at Waffle House, you like that. So we look down on people who are making it, but yet we want to complain about, oh, wow, we don't have anything. So it's Black America is full of hypocrisy, you know. So therefore, we want to sit back all high and mighty about we ain't making it because the broad and all this like this. Well, how do you treat the black people who that you come in contact every day? Do you respect that person when you walk into their store? You know, are you trying to make that person, a fellow black person, a better day? No. We only care about me, I. It's all mine. If I don't have this and whatnot, I don't have that and everything. It's LeBron James' fault. It's the sister's fault and everything. When we do have something and everything, this goes back to what we talked about tonight, right? When somebody's out there taking care of his family and everything like that, he's putting his nickels and dimes together, making sure he's out there taking care of. So I see guys out there all the time. They're taking his sons to the park and throwing the football at them and everything. And he's doing fatherly things and everything, taking his boys, making sure his boys stay out of the gangs. Do you know that they said that how to keep kids out of trouble is having a father in the home or a single father? They said single fathers or father in the home, right? They said it's almost night and day as far as how that kid turns out as far as the criminal justice system. A father in the home, right? Umar's not going to say that, right? He's not going to talk about father in the home. He's like, oh, you don't have to marry them. You just have to be there. No, you need a father in the home. But until we get back to that, that's the hard part about everything. Until you have a father in the home and everything, until you start making real families again and everything, the problem's going to happen. So therefore, and also, when you have these dysfunctional and broken families, you ain't going to start no business. Because the people that you're going to rely on to start business, most likely your family. You know why? When you see Indians and everything, you know something, you know how they work at it. And I know the Indians, right? They'll have their sons or somebody, they'll come in and do bookkeeping for them. They'll come in and do some repairs, do this, work the cash register. You ever see the Indian guy? You know he's a college student and everything, but he's working at his family's Getty Mart store, working the cash register and everything like that while he's home or not. Probably not making no money, you know, but he's helping his family out. How many black people are willing to do that? Do you have family structure where if you opened up a gas station over there, you got cousins and everybody that'll come in and help do things, everything to keep the business while you try to get to that next level? No, we don't, because we don't have family structures anymore. So you cannot get away from building real families, and build families are built on love. It's not something you can fake. You can't have fake families and fake love and build anything. And that's what Umar's promoting, fake love. You know, fake love and fake families are not going to get you any place. Real families, real love, and real building. And it's not easy. It's not easy. You know, it's not easy. None of the females in my family you'll never see doing that stupid stuff. I had a cousin of mine that was doing that stupid. We all family came together. You better stop doing stupid videos and putting them online. And we checked her. You know, we checked her, and she took the videos down. That's not acceptable. You know, and that's me as a man in my family checking my younger cousins and everything like that, saying, look, don't let me come up to New York. You know, that's what we need. So therefore, the men in our families and everything like that, we have a responsibility. You know, my younger cousins and my nieces and nephews and everything, I'm in their life. But I don't expect no stranger to come up and take care of what my responsibility as an uncle or whoever in the family. So therefore, what's happening is the onus is off the family to do the right thing. You know, instead of being an uncle that runs around the streets and messing people's lives up, I was always in my nieces and nephews' lives. You know, as a counterbalance of my brother and my other cousins and everything like that. I'm always that person they can look to, they can come to. That's how you build a community. That's how you build families. But Umar's not talking about that. You know, it's like, the girls have 3 kids like this. She's raising the kids and everything. Okay, where's the man she made the kids with? That's not a problem. Your job is to step in, and you're gonna see that as we go on. You know, he said all about building a path. How are you gonna build an organization and liberate people, and you're doing all this stuff? Everything is about a family structure, right? A community is families. Without families, you have no community. Without functioning families, you have no community. Because everybody, what we call a social contract. You have your house, I have my house, right? My job is to keep my family, my house in order and everything. Your job is to keep your house and family in order and everything like that. And then we have cohesion. But when all hell's breaking loose in your house and everything, right? And it's spilling over into everybody's head, you're disrupting the whole entire community. And also, I don't believe this gentrification stuff. The gentrification happens where people just give up and say, you know something, my property value's down, right? My car's broken into every night and everything because this lady over here, her sons are out there shooting everything, and I come out here and my windows all smashed out, you know, my stuff stolen out of my car and everything. You know something? I had enough. I'm moving my family out of this. I'm getting the hell out of this situation. And there's a lot of black people that's doing that. They're just giving up, saying, forget about it. And then when the property, like, let me give you an example. Jefferson Avenue in Newport News, right? I drove by there the other day, right? I couldn't believe what I saw. The whole entire community has changed. It used to be a rundown old section where black people congregate from the 1920s and 30s and everything. Old buildings, old churches and everything. Now, brand new streets, brand new buildings and everything because it's by the water. And all you see is white folks walking around and stuff. Not because black people were pushed out, because black people left. Black people fled. They were tired of murder. They were tired of crime. They were tired of all this dysfunction. So this is what we have, you know. You cannot talk about building a community, right? If everybody does not want to pull their weight and say, well, you have to get with black people that want to do better, and you want to do better, we could build something. You ain't going to build no nation with a bunch of crazy, dysfunctional people that don't want to take any responsibility. It don't work like that. Okay, brother.
Yes, brothers. Break down some more of it.
So.
But that's what black millionaires and billionaires feel. Because I've made it, I'm a benefit to my race. And it's that same ridiculous black bourgeoisie illogical thinking that ushered Barack Obama into the White House, who did nothing for black people but steal everything he worked for and give it to the gays, the immigrants, the Latinos, and white women.
A lot of people don't. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Joe.
No, so what do you say about like selective people that selectively black, or they want to seem like they support black people? And, you know, black people are like, we're forgiving to everybody, right? We always give opportunity.
Except each other.
Yeah, exactly. So how do we handle that? Or should we still be supportive? Or because give
me an example of someone who's selectively black. Give me an example of.
Right.
Like people that like kind of pick and choose.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was saying that as far as like groups, different people. Okay, so like, let's bring even the reparation situation. So there's a lot of groups of people, like people from Jamaica or people from the Caribbean. They're not black, but now they're hearing that reparations is a possibility. They want to be black now.
I would argue they are black. I would argue they are African.
But they're not. Prior to that, they say, I'm not black. You get what I'm saying?
I understand. Okay. I don't identify with y'all, but when there's a benefit to be obtained, I will.
Yes.
Temporarily.
Yes.
Until I get what I need and just roll off the boat.
Exactly.
Okay. Anyone who is disingenuous about their membership in the African race should be rejected from it. I don't believe in part-time Africans, Half-Africans. I don't believe in opportunistically Africans, right?
Definitely.
Like what you're speaking of, you know, selective Africans. If there's something that I can select that will be a benefit for me, I'll be African for a week, for a day, for a year until I get it. And then I'm not African no more. I reject all of them.
Okay.
Whether that's a Jamaican African or an American African.
Definitely.
Because you got black folks right here who are the offspring of our enslaved ancestors who don't identify as being black. For me, blackness is a two-pronged test. First of all, are you biologically African? And are you psychologically African? So if I look at some of my Puerto Rican African brothers and sisters, or some of my Dominican African brothers and sisters, many of them are biologically black, but they do not psychologically identify with the race at all. Many do, but more often than not, they don't. And so for the ones who do not identify, I don't accept. I don't believe in begging, pleading, or forcing people to be African. You follow what I'm saying?
Definitely.
It's an honor to be God's original people. It's an honor to have the strongest DNA. It's an honor to be the oldest people, the most creative people. It's an honor to be who we are. We're God's first children. We are the chosen people. So I'm not forcing nobody. If you think being ultra light skinned is a benefit, run with it. You understand? If you think speaking Spanish makes you better than black people speak English, you run with it. Or if you're an American Negro like Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, who goes out of your way to support the white power structure at the expense of African people, You run with that. You follow me? Anybody who wants out, I'm letting them out. Because the worst thing you can do is force a black person to be black when they don't want to be. Because the minute they get a chance to stab you in the back, they're going to do it 2 times. You follow me? So anybody who don't want to be, you're free to leave. And let's deal with the people who are 100%, 24 hours a day, unapologetic.
And if you say this to our aunties, our grandmas, they're going to forgive them. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, let them back in. You get what I'm saying?
But the issue...
But don't you think
let me go back. Let me take a step back. For me, this should only be one reparations movement anyway. I don't support the tribalistic approach to reparations where the American Africans got their own fight, the Caribbean Africans got their own fight, the continental Africans got their own fight, the Australian Africans got their own fight, the Brazilians got their own fight, Central American Africans, We all came from one place. One place. And it should be one organized system for reparations. The reason we don't have a global approach to reparations is because everybody favors the tribe over the race. And that is why Pan-Africanism is so revolutionary, because we're the only ones to say that being African is more important than being a Jamaican. Being African is more important than being an American African, a descendant of a slave. Being African is more important than being a Brazilian. Until you elevate the family above your nationality, then we'll never get what we need. You have to have a unified approach for something as important as reparations. And I'm going to be honest with you, and this is something that a lot of us are not looking at globally or locally, and that is what we are demanding for reparations, you normally only get through an act of war. If we get all that we are entitled to, it'll be the first time in human history that one group of people received from their oppressors that type of a settlement, that type of a resolution without no bloodshed. People go to war for less than what we're owed in reparations. And I'm going to be honest with you. I believe it's going to take war for us to get it.
So what about...
They will give you reparations, but it will not be anything near what you were entitled to.
Because I'm familiar with the U.S. paying, obviously, the Native Americans,
the Japanese,
the
European Jews.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, of those
and they give reparations to people who they haven't even harmed, like the Afghanis, the Ukrainians, and everybody else.
Right. So, you know, how should reparations be paid? And, you know, why do you think that, you know, because there was a poll recently where they asked, you know, non-Black, you know, Americans or non-Black people if Black people deserve reparations, and overwhelmingly they said no. So why do you think that non-Black people said these are non-Black people? You know,
non-Black people.
You know, why do you think they don't think that Black Americans deserve reparations? And how would you go about giving reparations to Black Americans?
Good question. First of all, why does the opinion of an Asian matter at all? You are not an enslaver. You are not an enslaved. You understand me? Why? What does the opinion of someone who had nothing to do with my tragedy, why does their opinion even matter? I'll tell you why it matters. America wants to create this illusion of a multicultural society where race don't matter. And America knows, because everybody wants to be here so badly, they don't have a problem shitting on Black people to improve their relationship with the white power structure. So if you ask the Asian, do Black people deserve reparations? Of course not. You ask the Arab, do Black people deserve reparations? Of course not. You ask the European Jew, who got reparations? Do Black people deserve reparations? Of course not. But we should not be surprised. If I don't value Black life, why the hell would I care about you receiving compensation for unpaid labor, damages, and harm? They don't value African life. So of course they don't give a damn about you getting no reparations. You understand me? Because they're not approaching this question from an issue of justice or perspective of justice or equality. They're approaching this question from a perspective of racism, bigotry, bias, and discrimination. Nobody wants Black people to get anything because they want to take your place. You understand me? The Asian don't want you doing better than them in America. You understand? The Arab don't want you doing better than them in America. The European Jew don't want you doing better than them in America. The Latinos don't want you speak our oppressor's language, wear his clothes, worship through his religion, and identify with his flag. So we all had, and many of us still have, an identity crisis. Now, as far as all the different ideologies and political ideologies, here's what I say to that. I don't give it a lot of attention because I think most black people know they're from Africa.
Right.
So when people lie and say you're not from Africa, you're a Cherokee or a Choctaw, this or that, most black people have enough common sense and command of the history to know where they came from. I mean, you have DNA analysis now. We don't even have to debate this philosophically. We can find out genetically. Give some blood and let's see if the Cherokee Nation comes up on the damn paperwork. You understand me? It's not going to come up because you're an African.
Right.
But again, nobody wants to be on a losing team. So look at the contradiction. We'll get mad at a Jamaican African brother or sister who doesn't identify with us. We'll get mad at an immigrant Nigerian African brother or sister who don't want to identify with us. But you got American Africans right here who will tell you they're not African. I'm a Cherokee. Crazy. I'm a Native American. I'm an alien. I'm a this, I'm a that. And we don't say nothing to them. You see? So how is them not wanting to be an American African any different than a homegrown American African telling you I ain't African? You see what I'm saying? The harm is equal. So why separate it? See, as Pan-Africanists, we don't see, there's really no differences. The same isms and schisms and self-hate that we have in America, they have it in Africa. They have it in the Caribbean. There's Jamaicans who tell you they're not from Africa.
They got over in there, they have racism, obviously, but since the majority of the continent is black people, they have a whole thing called xenophobia now, like, where you discriminate from another African because they live in a different country. Like, you get what I'm saying? So
they do, but a lot of the xenophobia, and it's not justifiable, but a lot of the xenophobia is economically related because what happens is you live in South Africa.
Right.
He lives in Namibia, hypothetically.
Right.
It's the classes you mean?
No, stay with me.
Yeah.
So you are boycotting your job because y'all want higher pay. So they come to Namibia and tell you, get me 100 Namibians, come to South Africa. We need y'all to break this protest. You hungry. You got kids to feed. So guess what you do? You come across national lines and you break the South African protest. Now you just gave birth to that xenophobia. Why would you bring your black ass to my country and sabotage my fight for better pay? You see that? Okay. So a lot of the xenophobia in Africa is economically related. It's the white man, again, putting black people against black people. It's the same thing they do over here with us. It's no different.
Right.
So which division you think is more important to fix first? The division here in the US or the division in Africa?
It's always global because we do not live in a isolated box. And that's the problem when people say you got to take care of the African-American thing first. That's ridiculous because you may never take care of the African-American thing. So the whole African world goes to hell because we didn't fix this first. And you'll find that you can actually do a better job of fixing local issues when you tap into the global issues because you're cutting yourself off from ideas. You're cutting yourself off from strategies. You're cutting yourself off for resources that can be put in play locally. And the thing that I always get with people, why can't you do two things at once? Can't you carry water over here and still carry a cake over here? When you drive in your car, ain't you staying with your arms and using the gas and the brake with your foot?
Right.
Why? Only when we deal with politics and black solutions do people say you can only do one thing at a time. You can do both. Every Pan-Africanist in history has done both. We focus on the global unity of the race while we attack our domestic problem. The most honorable Marcus Garvey from right here in New York City was more instrumental in a lot of the changes that came to black people in New York City than local black elected officials. And he was a Pan-Africanist. So people have this perception that Pan-Africanists only care about the global agenda. Yes, the global agenda is king. You damn right. But my local issues matter just as much. Because if I'm trying to organize people to join the global fight, what better way to do that than to show and prove where I am? You understand?
Right.
I'm a Pan-Africanist, but name me a school psychologist who put some more work for our kids than me right here in America. Nobody.
Right.
Historically, there's no psychologist who's ever done for black people what I've done for black people.
There you go, Colin. No one has done anything else.
Yeah. It was too bad we can't see it. And like I said, the whole thing is he said something about I don't want people that don't want to be African and everything. And I agree with that, right? At the same time, right? If somebody don't want to take care of somebody else's children, that's what we're really talking about tonight, they shouldn't be forced to. So it goes about the same thing. It's all about what you want to do. Now, if somebody wants to basically get out there, right, and be a mentor. And there's one brother at his video, he broke it down, man. I can't find his video, right? He said, we had the Nation of Islam. We had black people that have been doing this stuff Umar's talking about for 75 years, right? And nothing's changed. And I said this, right, on my radio show, and I'm gonna say it tonight, right? The difference, I think Malcolm X was the greatest leader we ever had, but I don't really think Malcolm X, what he complained about, Malcolm X talked about the leaders being people like Lena Horne, Dick Gregory, clowns, or whatever, right? Like that, right? That's what he had to deal with, right? As far as like distracting black people. Malcolm X didn't have to deal with a 50 Cent. He didn't have to deal with a Young Jeezy. He didn't have to deal with a Cardi B. He didn't have to deal with people who are actually putting records out, telling our kids to gang and stuff like this. You know, this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with something that has never been done before. Marcus Garvey did not have to deal with the degenerate culture that we have right now. Now, he said something about people who are making it millionaires and everything like that. They made it, right? But if you look at these rap labels, everything like this guy, Poncho, whatever, like this got arrested in this Bootsy Badass, right? These guys got millions of dollars, right? You got all these guys facing jail time for 30 years, you know, and everything. These guys became millionaires, right? Millionaires. And so if money was the issue, why didn't the money that these guys take them out of the stuff? So it can't be money. So therefore, this idea that that it's all about disparaging black people who are millionaires, we'll let a few make it and everything, and the rest of us, you got people coming up here, rappers streaming, making millions of dollars and everything, and they're still involved with drugs, they're still involved with gangs, they're still involved with crime. So making money is not the answer. The answer. So he basically said, when you talk about black people being oppressed in America, right? And he said, these people are rich and the rest of us have nothing. Well, what about all these rappers that are coming up making millions of dollars and whatnot, and they're still involved with crime, drugs, and everything like this? They're making millions of dollars. So what it tells me is Umar is judging people based on how much money they could possibly make. Black people could start making money, millions of dollars tomorrow, and the real problems in Black America will not go away. In fact, it's getting worse. Look at these females, these city girls, these stuff like this, making all this money and whatnot, and they're still acting just as ratchet and ghetto and all this nonsense. That's what he's really talking about. So making money is not the answer to our problems. You know, and so therefore, why don't he just say, look, why don't we people who are Pan-Africans and everything, why don't we work together to build something, build an institute of Pan-Africans where we could all sit down, work and try to solve some problems. Never happens, you know. We have I've been fighting for years for people to say, you know, so let's put our differences aside and let's create a Pan-African Institute which we could work together with resources that we have here and resources that we have over in the continent, and let's put ourselves together. It's not going to happen overnight. And Umar talked about, he mentioned something that he got from me called delayed gratification, right? If you were on a track for Pan-Africanism, right? Pan-Africanism, you guys say, what don't we have in the Black world? It's Black African infrastructure. You know, he talked about the banks. We have our banks and everything. Well, it starts with Black people putting money in the Black banks. We have Black banks now. How many of us have opened up a bank account in a Black-owned bank? Nobody. We could start right there tomorrow. Do we have Black-owned banks? I remember a couple of months ago, Umar said that he had some white guys that finished a job with his HVAC system or not because the Negroes wouldn't give him a break on the deal. He threw those black contractors under the bus. Why was that? Did you give them the money? I bet you any amount of money. Umar came up with the right amount of money those white contractors were charging. And he probably wanted to lowball the Black contractors. This guy's in a business, right? And since Umar doesn't respect Black business and everything, he expects these guys to work for almost free. And he said, no, this is what it's going to cost. It's going to cost you $40,000 for HVAC, whatever like that. That's what that's the best I could do, right? So he expected the Black people to give him a discount on the HVAC system. So when they didn't do that, right, he boasts that he had to get a white contractor to come in there and do it. So is Umar really committed to black businesses and everything? Is he really committed to all this stuff like that, like he says it is? So it's easy to talk about what we're doing, but when you basically are not acting on it or not doing stuff like that, that's a totally different thing. So, like I said, this idea that we have to, there's some conspiracy to make LeBron James super rich. Look, LeBron James got all these endorsements because he's a fabulous basketball player. He was out there. He's in tip-top shape. And I saw him won like 4 NBA titles. Steph Curry, I got 3 NBA titles. How much Steph Curry got? Like 3 or 4? The best basketball player I've ever seen in my life, besides Dr. J.
4.
He has like 4, Steph Curry's worth $1 billion almost. Why? Because he has talent. His talent made him money. He could endorse stuff and everything like that. That's not no white man giving him anything. That's something that he has. So what Umar does that, and the white man does things because it makes money. They don't just say, something, Steph Curry, we're going to give you $1 billion because we like you. We're going to use you to say that we're not racist. It doesn't work like that in the real world. You use Steph Curry and LeBron James and all these other people because people will, when they put your product on there, they're going to buy it and they're going to make billions and billions of dollars off your name and your endorsement. And that just doesn't come by them liking you. That can come by you had to do something extraordinary to get to that point where they confide in you with that money. Shaquille O'Neal, Shaq, he has a brand. He goes everything. Every time I look at it, he has an icy hot patch and everything. He has a restaurants and all like that. He puts it's like the Midas. He puts his hands on it, turns to gold. And so therefore Umar doesn't give them any agency. Michael Jordan, the Jordan. I got to see that movie with Michael Jordan. His name, Air Jordan. Nike was an unknown company. Nobody knew what Nike was. The Air Jordan thing made Nike a multi-billion-dollar global entity. That wasn't something somebody gave to them. That was Michael Jordan, his name, his image, and everything like that. He had to work for that. What if Michael Jordan was a failure in basketball? Would Air Jordan be successful? No. Once again, we give the white man too much power and too much credit. How are you going to fight white supremacy when you believe white supremacy is your Lord and Savior? See, our ancestors never thought like that. Our ancestors went out there and fought these people. They didn't believe that there's some big credit. That's the worst thing that ever happened to our people, right? We start believing there's some thing. We don't look at people like we played the 20 top black businesses in America, right? And people are like, wow, And I would love to see Umar's reaction to 20 top black businesses, multi-billion-dollar corporations owned by black people. He doesn't acknowledge that. He'll say, oh, these people are there because the white people allowed him, everything. He always wanted to discredit black success. And you don't have to be a Pan-Africanist. Look, let me tell you something, folks. Let me tell you something. You don't listen to anything I say, right? I don't care whether you're a black Republican, black liberal, black anything, right? And when you put your mouth against black people that's successful, then you have no credibility. And I'm sick and tired of people using Pan-Africanism, right, to attack black people who are successful. What you want to do is get those people that are successful to buy into what you're saying. If you really have a real Pan-African plan and that's something that could go over and build and everything, then all those people, and I said to myself, when we talk about the black African infrastructure and building infrastructure and investing and do all stuff like this, right? That's Pan-Africanism, right? The peoples will look at that and say, something, I could make a fortune if we had real trade with Africa and stuff like that. I was just talking to, I was talking to you the other day about cruise ships, along the coast of Africa, right? And I said to myself, if we did that, man, there'd be so many, that could create so many millionaires and billionaires in the tourism industry and stuff like this, And when you're making money and you're employing people And your comes out, and I have every doubt, I have no doubt in my mind, Bomani is going to make it really big and become a multi-millionaire in the tourism industry one day, right? And that's Pan-Africanism. He's spending money with Black people, and he's giving people what they want, a service and everything, helping people get land in Africa and stuff like this. And this is what we're talking about, right? If it does not, then when people see that you have a plan, they see that you could build and everything, they will come to you. But the so-called Pan-African, people put themselves a Pan-African, right, have no real business plan. You know, they have no anything. You know, the Pan-African movement should be making billions of dollars, legitimately making billions of dollars with the sort of connections that we have with the African continent and everything. We should be investing in mining. We should be investing in businesses, ocean trade and everything like that. We should be sitting down with African-led leaders and everything, talk about how can we link our schools together, our educational system together, how can we put our brain trust together and everything. That's Pan-Africanism and everything. But you can't do that if you basically, when somebody is successful, right? Because it's going to take leadership. And the bottom line is this: we have Black people who are actual leaders in business in the world. So therefore, when you make a disparaging statement about Robert Smith could basically look at us one day and say, you know something, I like what Bomani Call's doing. I like to give you guys $500 million to what you guys are doing because I like this. I would like to give Umar Johnson this much money. But if you basically throw these people under the bus and everything because you're trying to prove a point that, oh, the white man let him there and he doesn't have any real power and everything like that, then you're losing. You don't see Asians doing that, right? The Asians work together. He talks about working together. How you gonna work together? Would you ever see anybody in the Asian community disparage anybody that made it in business? No. Do you ever hear Japanese talking bad about Mitsubishi, Sumitomo, and everything, even though they probably say some things under their breath? But do you ever see them publicly say, oh, the reason why Sumitomo is big because of white supremacy and blah, 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 and everything like that, you know? Oh, because they sell a lot of cars in America, they support. We're the only group of people that self-sabotage our own people and try to discredit our own people that put in the work, you know? A lot to invest in the cruise industry. First thing to do is invest in the cruise industry, right? Is you have to show interest. Black people are the biggest consumers of cruise ships. You know, we Black people spend over $100 billion a year on cruise ships, hotels, travel, and stuff like that. We spend more money on travel than any other group, you know? We travel more than anybody else, you know, than anybody. We love to travel. We love to stay in hotels and everything. We love doing that, you know? So therefore, yes, but nobody's ever said, you know, something, let's put there's people that are really getting into the travel and stuff like that every day. The cruise ship and everything like that, it would have to take people on both sides of the cruise ship to Africa. I don't understand why cruise ships stop on every port in the world, major cruise lines, but except for, I think, Cape Town, South Africa, or maybe Durban, cruise ships don't just basically pass by the African continent. When are we going to basically make Accra or something like that a place where cruise ships dock and everything? When cruise ships dock, they refuel, they resupply and everything. That would create millions and millions of dollars of revenue for the country and also create jobs for the local people. That's Pan-Africanism. And why is that important, right? Because if we have an interest in Ghana, right? Like I commend all those Black people that, despite all the setbacks that are in Ghana right now, trying to make a real difference on the continent and everything like that. I applaud all those brothers and sisters that's on the continent, making it happen on the continent for us and everything like that. And I give them my sincerest respect. The day will come where when we start doing those things and we can get major investors to invest in what we're talking about in Africa, creating jobs and everything, make it easy for people to leave America and live on the continent and everything. Isn't that Pan-Africanism? You're creating wealth, you're creating opportunity, you're creating business and everything like that, you know? Isn't that Pan-Africanism? Who's going to do this besides the Black people in America who have the success already, right? And we could basically put a face on Pan-Africanism. But when your face of Pan-Africanism is antagonism towards everybody who don't believe like you believe and everything, that's a problem. I'm sure John Johnson, when he first talked about Pan-African. Oh man, it's like that. But people went to him and said, you know something? Let's open up a Ebony magazine, Nigeria. Somebody put this stuff together and say, you know something? You know, we could do a lot with this. You know, Nigerian companies want to advertise and everything. And Ebony Nigeria was born. Ebony South Africa was born. You know, the real Pan-Africanists are about doing and accomplishing, not talking and not rhetoric. And so is John Johnson a Pan? No, but the bottom line is this: you don't have to be a fire-breathing Pan-Africanist, but if you see opportunity, you know, and I give Tyler Perry credit for basically helping the Black Panther movie being produced with his studio. And also when you look at Black Panther, all the set designers, everything like that, were all Black, you know, from all over different parts of Africa. Were inputting in that movie, making that movie thing. Isn't that Pan-African? But Umar criticized that movie. That was a real Pan-African film, the way it was made, everything. But Umar had a problem with that. You know? So he talks one thing about Pan-Africanism. Then when people actually do stuff that you would say that's Pan, maybe it's not Black to the 20th power Pan-Africanism, but it was real something where people were talking about Africa. They had African costumes, sets and everything. They hired African, it was all African crew, it was a multinational crew on the Black Panther. And they were basically using props and everything like that as much as possible from the continent and everything. And so therefore, why can't that be considered Pan-African? That was just a start. What if we basically, Tyler Perry Studios got with Nollywood and started making films and everything like that, you know? It's not going to happen if people start thinking, oh, Tyler Perry's up there because a white man put him up there and everything like that, you know? We need to start getting behind people that can make a difference. You may not like Tyler Perry, you may like this, but the man is in a position to make something happen. But I'm getting sick and tired of people using Pan-Africanism to piss people the fuck off. And be like, I ain't like this, you know, you guys, all this stuff like this. Look, it's very simple. You're Black in America, right? We all know we're from African descent, right? Every Black person basically want to see Africa come up. Everybody wants to see Black America come up. It's very simple. You know, put your differences aside, right? And work together. It has nothing to do with all this nonsense about, oh, you got to believe this and you got to believe that, you know? It's just simple things. So like I said, I agree with Umar when he says about a lot of stuff, but his whole thing is, oh, you got LeBron. He gets up there and talks about Jay-Z, these people are this. Does he understand that for every, if we had our act together, we could produce 1,000 new Jay-Z's. We could produce 1,000 new Tyler Perry's and everything. You know, it doesn't stop with them. Let's say the white man did that. You tell me the fact of the matter, we can't come together and build something beyond what the white man. You're going to tell me Aliko Dangote is a billionaire because the white man allowed him to do it? I would love to hear that story. You know, Aliko Dangote, a billionaire in Nigeria. You know, is the white man allowed him to become a billionaire? Or the fact of the matter is the Nigerian political, social, and economic system produced Aliko Dangote. We have to stop with these crass conspiracy theories and everything by losers and people that basically don't have any real common sense and everything like that. That's still stuck in the past. You know, if you still believe that there's some grand global conspiracy to keep you down and everything like that, I see like this, like in Africa, I'm watching. And countries like Liberia and countries like Zambia and South Africa, there are millionaires being created all the time. Black people, are they all by the white man letting them do that so he could basically say there's no racism and everything? No, those people are just smart business people, and not everybody is a business person. You know, not everybody's going to be, you know, the next Tyler Perry. Not everybody's going to have the business skills of a Sean Combs or a Jay-Z. But those who do, we want them to succeed, right? I don't have what it takes to be Aliko Dangote, but I would like to see somebody who have what it takes to be Aliko Dangote become another Aliko Dangote. I don't have what it takes to be a Robert Smith, but I would like to see somebody come up and have a without being told that his hard work and everything. If you believe that Robert Smith was there, then what happens is people don't even try. Oh, the white man's holding me down, and I don't want to be no sellout and everything. So I don't even want to try. I don't want to do nothing, because if I do something, then they're gonna say that I'm just put there by a white man to make other black people look bad. That's basically what he's saying. So that's a sad situation, you know. Is he talking about that thing with the women? The thing, we want to get to that.
You want to get to what?
When he talk about it's your responsibility. Is that on this thing right here?
It's a different video.
All right.
A whole different video. You'd have to find that one and load it up. But
Now,
while you doing that, let me play this one.
I want to play you. I want you to play that a rebuttal by this guy I found on TikTok. He was freaking hilarious, you know.
Yeah, just go ahead and load it up. Let me just play this last segment.
Okay.
You commit your mind, your body, your heart, your soul, and your pocketbook, your savings, your estate, your wealth. You commit that to that person you're married to. See, when you marry, you don't marry an individual. You marry into a race. You marry into a community. So I didn't marry a Jewish woman. I married into Jewish society. I didn't marry an Asian woman. I married into an Asian family. There's no way you can claim to love black people, especially as a black man, knowing that only 1 out of every 4 black women will get married in her lifetime. We have the lowest female marriage rate in the country, 25%. That means 75% of black women will never, ever know what it feels like to be proposed to. And if you care about the black community, you got to care about saving the black family, because the family is the essential institution of a community. And the only way you can save a family is to build a family. You can only build a family with a black woman. Absolutely not. You cannot talk black and sleep white. And why would the original man want a member of the race that enslaved and dehumanized you to carry your seed? Why would I, after the rape and the lynching and the slavery and the Willie Lynch and the Jim Crow and the police brutality and the economic apartheid and the gentrification and the AIDS and the Ebola, the West Nile, the COVID, the genetics, the eugenics, why would I want to take my original seed, God's seed, and put it in a cave-dwelling organism? Why would I want to do that?
Yeah, we need to hear you, brother.
The mic is yours, Ace.
Yeah.
I want to incubate my son, my daughter, in the womb of the people who have destroyed my people in this world.
Now, let me say first, when I made this argument, I wasn't necessarily talking about white women, obviously. I mean, there's other races out there, but
and they hate you just as much.
But what I'm saying, all right. So you said yourself earlier that there are black people among us that are not for us.
True.
So with that being said, there are people of other races that are more for us than there are our people.
Describe for us, please.
When you go to protests for black rights and police brutality and stuff, and you see other races that are out there and there are black people that would never be caught out there. You know what I mean,
okay. So because an
I'm just all right, go ahead.
Or a Caucasian showed up for a George Floyd march,
right?
That means they give a shit about black people.
I'm just saying.
Let me ask you this: according to the Pew Research. They said 1 in 5 protesters during the George Floyd protest was black.
Okay.
4 out of 5 were non-black.
Right.
At least 3 out of the 4 were white. So the George Floyd protests were mostly white people. Okay. If white people care that much about black folks,
no changes.
Why didn't that woman who got Emmett Till murdered, why was she never arrested? If white people care that much about black life, why all these police that's going around killing black folks are not being held accountable? If white people care that much about black life, why don't we see it in the political and economic realities of black people?
Facts.
You know why they showed up to the George Floyd march?
Why?
to dissipate the power of black people and to redirect the focus of those marches. White people outnumber black people 5-1. So if you let them in, they automatically take control by virtue of their numbers and redirect it. And so Nancy Pelosi, the Democratic Party, turned the George Floyd March into a damn celebration for Joe Biden. Joe Biden votes in the Democratic Party. We got nothing out the march whatsoever because we let it get diluted.
Right.
You have to keep it all black. The minute you let white people in, because you can't control how many join. There's more of them than us here. You can't control how many join. So the minute you let them in, they now have the power to remake this into whatever they want. And because most Negroes who participated in the George Floyd March made it multicultural, every time we get on the microphone, this is not just about black people. I'm so tired of hearing that shit.
It is, though.
Everywhere you
about
go,
us.
it is about us.
Yes.
But if you notice, when it's about us, it can't be about us.
Yeah.
Can't just
See, when the Mexicans shut down the highways in California, nobody tried to multiculturalize that. You understand me?
You're not welcome here.
Absolutely. This is our thing. When the European Jews, this is our thing. But soon when black people do it, we got to multiculturalize to do what? Kill the focus of it.
Holding hands.
Nobody
with
wants
everybody.
black
That
people to
shit
be
crazy.
free, and they damn sure don't want you to be equal, and they definitely don't want you to have more than they do.
So let me help my good brother out, right? So some of the talking points when I do have these conversations with other black men or black women is that, you know, procreating is part of being pro-black, right? Procreating with another black person. So some people will say,
before we get into that,
okay,
what will be your description of a pro-black person?
I hate the term pro-black.
Okay.
Because I never heard of a pro-Mexican or pro-Jew. This is how messed up we are. Not you for saying pro-black, but for you to have to define a black person as pro-black. Do you know what that means?
Right.
That automatically means by contraindication that most black people are anti-black.
That's a fact.
Do you feel me? If I walk in and you say he's pro-black, because this is what people say when they see me, it'll be 1,000 blacks. He's pro-black. Do you know what you're saying about everybody else in here? They're fucking coons. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're the only people, we're the people who are for us are the minority. Think about that.
But I think
you have to describe people who care about black people as pro-black. No other group has to do that. And it speaks to how much most of us are anti ourselves.
I don't necessarily think that means you're anti-black, because usually when I think of the word pro, usually is the most extreme of something, right? This is why when you have pro-life and everything else, when you put pro in front of something, that means the most extreme. I think people confuse being proud to be black with being pro-black. I think people are proud to be black.
I don't see how one could exist without the other.
What?
If I'm proud to be black, I'm pro-black. I'm for my people.
Yeah, but some people might say, like, when you look up the definition, it might.
Yes, Carla. We didn't see some of the other parts of something else. So if you want to load it up and play it, we can do that. You have to unmute yourself. Carla, hopefully you can hear me. Just unmute yourself.
Oh, I was saying that I just sent you another video, right? Where this guy was basically saying, okay, pro-black and everything like that. Why is it that every time it's we're only unified based on problems and everything, but when somebody's winning or something like that, you know, or somebody try to do something and everything, they get no support. You know, we don't support black businesses. We don't. Somebody trying to do a come up or not like this, But when somebody makes it right, and they're like, "Oh man, you know, did people believe in LeBron when he was in high school, trying like that?" You know, but everybody wants everything for LeBron now. You know what I'm saying? You know, everybody remember Biggie Bismarck. He said that song, "The Vapors." Remember that? You caught the Vapors. You remember that song?
Absolutely, brother.
Yeah, you caught the Vapors. So therefore. Why is the onus on people when they make a lot of money to be like almost? I don't believe in pro-black. So if most people aren't pro-black, then why do black celebrities and rich people got to be pro-black? Are they our leaders? And then when you put these people on a pedestal like this, right? Then when we get mad when they talk political, we're like, man, what are you talking about? You know. And then when you wonder why, when this last presidential election, right? None of the presidential candidates talk to any of the people that in the new black media. Who they have up there? Cardi B, They had Jeezy, you know, and all these other people up there talking to him about the elections and Trump. They had 50 Cent up there. They had all these other people up there. And then you say, well, these people are rich and everything like that. So you put these people on a pedestal. I'm saying entertainers and everything are rich and everything, but I don't care about their money. You know, you can have $1 billion. It don't matter to me. If you're a Pan-Africanist and you basically believe in nationhood and land infrastructure, nationhood and everything, if they're not trying to work towards that, it doesn't really matter. So I'm not going to sit there and I know there's people in America, black people that are rich. There's always been rich black people in America, right? Madam C.J. Walker existed at the time with Marcus Garvey. Did people say, well, we got Madam C.J. Walker, we don't need to build with Garvey? No, they both worked at the same time, around the same time. You know, and many rich black people supported Marcus Garvey with money and stuff like that. Garvey movement just wasn't just grassroots. There was a lot of black people who had money who supported Garvey, you know? But now it seems like, oh yeah, you know, you automatically, they quietly support them. Harry Belafonte quietly supported Dr. King, you know, sent them money and stuff like that, you know? When Muhammad Ali was going through a hard time, Bill Cosby supported Muhammad Ali. You know, he was going through and would handle the press for him and a lot of stuff like that, you know? Bill Cosby even went against Johnny Carson on his show, man. Look, you know, don't talk about my brother like that. But on Johnny Carson, Bill Cosby set Johnny Carson straight on his own show, you know? So this is what I'm talking about. You don't have to be, you know, you could talk pro-black, right? You could talk all that stuff like that. But if you don't know how to be your brother's keeper, you know, and it means absolutely nothing. You know, so you got that last video loaded?
Yes. Let me see which one this is. This is it, right?
Yeah, this brother right here.
It takes a village, right? And it takes a community. I got one question to ask. Why do y'all only glorify and promote the worst of the community? Why y'all never praise those people in the community who actually trying to help us, who actually trying to do something? You know who I'm talking about. The person who always coming around trying to talk about economics, talk about religion, talking about pulling stuff together, talking about doing good things. You know what they say when that dude come? Man, he come, man, talking all that Martin Luther King stuff. Oh, man, he think he all that. Oh, man, you think because you learned something new, you better than everybody? End up turning those people away, shunning those people, making them people feel bad about something they achieved or something they accomplished and something that they feel strongly passionate about. And then those people end up making it. And then y'all get mad at those very people who made it because they don't want to come back and get back to the very neighborhood they left. See, in every other community and village, they celebrate their very best of people in society. Put them up on a pedestal, actually. Do we? Nah. It got to be big, some astronomical. It got to be some type of celebrity, some type of sports figure. It can't be the boy in the neighborhood that done came up with something and he's trying to do something now. That ain't cool enough. You know what I'm saying? That ain't drippy enough. You know what I'm saying? That ain't in at the moment. You know what our community called them? Lames. You know what our community called them? Boring. See, when you say that the people that do that and they trying to achieve great things, you end up causing resentment on those people. Because you literally put them down as something they feel passionate about, something that they actually care about. And then you want those very people after they make it to come back and show love? Come on, man. Now, you know that ain't how it go. So, moral of the story, people that is trying to do good, the people that are doing good, make sure to tell them, hey, man, I like what you're doing, man. That's what's up. That's what's happening. You know what I'm saying? Because don't act like y'all ain't got homeboys and homegirls that come over there and starting businesses and trying to start music careers and trying to sell hair and trying to do hair and all of that stuff. Don't act like you just go through and you support them like that either. Come on now. But since everybody want to talk about a community and village, I got a challenge for you. Get with all the people in your community, in your village, that's in close proximity to where you stay. Put y'all money together and go build something. Now we know 9 times out of 10 that won't happen because you're looking for somebody from the outside to come and do it for you. I understand. Man, I got one more analogy, man, before I go, man. You know, I gotta go drop off this food, man. Been out here for 2 months straight. If a farmer waited on the village and the community to help him plant crops when it's time to harvest, won't none of the plants, the fruits, the vegetables, won't none of that get planted. The farmer don't wait on nobody. He get up and he just does it. I say judge a tree by the fruit it bears, right? So I've been looking at this Dr. Umar Johnson video, right? And I feel him, but I don't feel him. Because first of all, it ain't nobody else's responsibility, and should nobody else take accountability for raising and helping out with somebody else's kids. That's the parent's job. You get what I'm saying? And you want to talk about individualism. Individualism is those very parents thinking that they still can have a life after they had their child. Individualism is knowing that your child read at a 4th grade reading level, but you want to go to Miami. Individualism is that you know your child running around in the streets, but you want to go drink. Individualism is not knowing what your child lacking in because you're going to the club every night. See, listen here, there's a lot of women that get with dudes that I already know got felonies, and they already know ain't got no job history. And then they lay down, have a child with them, and then think because they had a child, all of a sudden they're supposed to change and what? They're supposed to become a lawyer and a doctor now? So now it's not even on the women for the responsibility and for the decision as an individual that they made with the person that they laid down with. So now it's every other man to come in and pick up the slack. When those fathers are now gone, I hear you. Now, family, friends, you know what I mean? Whatever, they can help out in times of needs, emergency, but it ain't their responsibility, and they're not accountable for how your kids turn out because they don't stay with your children. So you judge a tree by the fruit it bears. So let's look at the kids. Let me see. The only thing they care about is sex. The only thing they care about is smoking. The only thing they care about is drinking. The only thing they care about is toting guns. So where do those values come from? The first people that they do, their parents. Their parents not watching over them, letting they get around other people influence. You know what I'm saying? And influencing their children, which it should be the parents' responsibility to teach wrong to right, right? Because everybody knows what's wrong and what's right, right? Okay, so that's not to be accountable for. So that ain't the parents should be accountable for that. Everybody else should make up the slack for that. I hear you. And you talking about systemic, right? I hear you. We all know that us as black people do have a lot of stuff to go up against. But at the same time, when you know you up against something, you feel me? Then you do everything in your power to combat that. So you're supposed to raise your child. And you're supposed to get yourself together as an individual. Like possibly go to school, work, learn something, whatever, to combat what's up against you. And then you put those very values in your children. You see what I'm saying? So we can make our own way. Individualism is two people who can't put their differences aside to raise a child that they brought in this.
Just college Genesis, man. That was I saw he had another clip.
That's the one I really originally wanted too. Yeah, that's the one I caught my eye in the both of them, right? Both those clips. But the whole thing is he was absolutely right. We get blamed for no responsibility on the people who brought the kid in the world. Like he said, individualism. So the girl goes out there, doesn't, instead of spending money on nutrition for her children, she's ordering pizza every night. The kid's overweight, she's out there running the clubs and everything like that, right? And her kids don't have any books in the house. You ever go to people's house, some black people's house, right? And there's no books in the house, no books, no magazines. You know what I'm saying? That tells me a lot. If I don't see a set of encyclopedias, I don't see no black books or any books, right? I'm looking at people sideways, and all you see is video games and DVDs and everything like this. That's the parents. That's the parents. And so so when the kids act up, and you don't raising your kids, that's on you. But Umar is saying that's on all of us and everything. No, it does not work like that. And it's like he said, you saw one video where he said, look, The dude, you out here, and I said, when somebody's out here trying to make it, ain't nobody trying to help them. And then when they do make it, then you want those same people to come around and give you stuff and everything, you know? And people are like, yo, fuck it. Why should I help you out? When I was trying to make it, y'all didn't believe in what I was trying to do. You didn't like that. Now I'm making it. Now you want me to come back and just give all my all to the community. Like some guy said the other day on Facebook, right? Well, he got billions of dollars, man. He could. Robert Smith got billions of dollars. He could solve all the black communities. Well, that ain't his fucking responsibility. You know. Like I said, this is nigga shit. You know, how you gonna build a Pan-African movement with nigga shit? You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm happy for Robert Smith, right? Billionaire and everything like that. I hope we can make more Robert Smith. But you know, the bottom line is this: this whole thing. You got black people when they make it, right? Umar seems to resent black people who make it. He'll find a way how to whataboutism and try to discredit them and say, no, they ain't doing enough. They need to be doing this and everything. And he creates this fake ass black community stuff that he doesn't even live by. No, he doesn't even live by. You know, you should be doing this for the so-called community and everything like that. But yet the community, what responsibility does the community have as far as like, you know, with each other? Like he said, why don't you guys get together in your close proximity and find people that's trying to do business and everything and work together to build something, right? Why is everybody always looking at like you said, why is everybody always looking at the stars and the sports stars as the entertainment? When you got people around you in your own community that's trying to do things and build things, why come you not networking together and try to build something? You know, that's how the Pan-African movement is going to work. We can't sit back and wait for a LeBron James to come flying in on a cape. You know, it takes small things, small people doing small things and supporting each other at the grassroots and everything. That's where the movement is. You know, each one teach one. You know, we could do that in our communities, but people don't want to do that, right? People don't want to take the time. You say, okay, Saturday we're gonna have this business conference. Why don't you come over here? I remember this girl Erica that used to be on O'Shea's show, and this is poignant. I don't know if you guys remember her, right? Hey, what's up, Jughead? The girl Erica, you know, I don't know, she disappeared. I miss O'Shea's live stream because there was a lot of good people who used to come on there, right? And they had things where she could help you out with your credit report, get into trucking and everything. And she had her own channel, and I would go to a channel and she would get no views. And she said a lot of she would have men come down there and they like, oh man, I don't want you telling me what to do and everything. She would try to be like this. This is how you get your credit report. This is how you can fill out a resume. This is how, like that. She would say, I offer these services for free. And people didn't want to get involved, you know, oh man, you know, or when they have a job fair or whatever like that, nobody shows up, you know. But the thing is, and you got people out there in the community all over Black America that's doing these things. I know them, you know. But the thing is, though, what people want to do is sit back, don't do nothing, sit on their ass, don't do nothing, don't participate, don't clean themselves up or not, and they want you to clean up all their mess that they make. That's what Umar Johnson's saying. You know, and that's only because he wants to attack the Black people that he's jealous of, the people that make it, and despite all the odds, that can make it. He said, "Oh, we can't make it because of white supremacy." No, you can't make it, Umar, because you're a lazy ass fucking bum. You know, and you haven't made nothing with your life. You're approaching 50 years old, and you got really nothing to show for it and everything like that. You know, if people were talking about white supremacy, right? They want to talk about this, right? First thing you do, if you really believe that, right? Why are you using YouTube, white man's platform, right? Why are you on Twitter? Why are you on Instagram? Why are you on all these white-owned platforms and everything? Where's Umar Johnson on Black-owned platforms? There's Black-owned platforms out there, whatnot, you know, that he could use. Say, I want to build this up. Remember how all the right-wing people, they got kicked off of YouTube and everything? They formed Rumble, you know, and Parlay, you know, and formed their own thing and start doing like that. Say, okay, you know, we keep getting censored and everything. How come Umar hasn't led people to the Black-owned platforms and everything? Because Umar doesn't care about Black-owned business and everything. He just talks the talk, but he doesn't walk the walk. What's up, Jughead? Let's hear what you guys say.
Hello, my brother. Bomani, greetings from London. Take care, Gabby. You guys are fantastic.
Yes, brother. Yes, brother.
Yes, sir.
Let me pop up the subject.
Yeah. What it is, Carla, about Dr. Umar Johnson and people like his ilk. What is this jealousy? What it is? Umar Johnson, I've listened to him before. He has this matriarchal mindset, the black woman is God mindset. When you have that mindset of black woman is God, you worship, you basically, he's a Ghana-centric simp. A man like that will not build. For the last 4 or 5 decades, for the last 4 or 5 decades, Kala and Bomani, we've been infested by this mindset of matriarchy and misleadership. So other groups are patriarchal. That's why they're successful. Patriarchy works. If you're mindset of worshiping females, women love, we love our females, but they're not gods. For 4 decades, this mindset of black women, Dr. Polite.
He worships. Remember the movie the 40-Year-Old Virgin? Remember that movie, The 40-Year-Old Virgin?
Steve Carroll.
Yeah, remember that? Remember that when the one part said, the reason why you think pussy is this thing you can't get and you end up worshiping it and you'll never get it, you know?
Yeah.
That's a little more, you know?
Yeah. No, I'm not what it is, but that's I'm simplifying it because a lot of people don't understand that. Because what is opposite, let's take America for instance, where your language, what you built. From slavery up to reparations, up to from slavery up to what's it called when you
Jim Crow.
When you before Jim Crow, when you put America on the land up until the 1890s, restoration, we're right up to the 1960s. You was actually your patriarchal. Black men built.
Yeah, black men built.
Black men built up from slavery, right through restoration, right up to the 50s, 60s. Black men built. For the last 4 or 5 decades, that's been reversed. This has been systematic. So, and also here in the UK also, it's been contaminated. We got a mass of black men. I don't blame black women. I don't blame black women. Blame us, because black men allow us to become weak and become disorganized. We become also childlike and bitchy. That's why we won't unite. In the UK, we've got organizations that don't want to unite. You made a comment before, Bob Colour, that black men, we got all these systems there in America and the UK. Yeah, we won't unite. We don't really not really accountable to each other. What is black men don't want to be accountable to each other? That's what it is. When you got the BAIO, which I remember 3 years ago. That should be burst. Why isn't it grown? Because we don't be accountable to each other. When they go to a work job on Monday morning, ask the white supervisor, but they then go home and sleep. They don't want to build with each other. Because they don't want to be accountable. When you're part of a black organization, but you're accountable to each other. Black people don't want to be accountable to each other. That's a problem. And cowardly and selfish. We don't want to be accountable to each other. That's a problem. Lack of accountability.
The thing with Umar is he doesn't want to join any black organization because he knows black men will hold him accountable. That's why he goes with black women, and pander to them, because we'll be like, hey, Umar, that ain't right, just like that. And so basically, as long as he got black pandering to black women, that's his power base and everything. And he throws black men under the bus with that because he doesn't want to join the brotherhood. He don't want to be a brother keeper, because that's what the problem is. Umar doesn't have a problem with white supremacy. He has a problem with black power structure. That's why he has a problem with black men who have authority and power. He tries to diminish it and say it doesn't really matter. That's a freaking major problem.
Correct. So, Carla, you're right. If Garvey was alive today, Garvey would criticize Umar. Garvey was not a communist. Garvey was a black elitist. Garvey said we didn't have black Rockefellers, our black Carnegies. That's what Garvey said. Garvey wasn't no communist. We weren't into the charities. We must have our own black families to pull each other up. That's what Europeans do. They start foundations and pull themselves up. That's what we need. We need a black billionaires, millionaires. Don't criticize them. So not telling them, but invest in us so we can move forward. We're not, all this like I said, all this other thing that's held us back. This concept of spirituality. Now, I'm not an atheist, but there's a lot of people say that the war's not physical, it's spiritual. Bullshit. If you hear someone say that, that's a coward. You don't want to say that because nation building is physical. Nation building is necessary.
Yeah.
People that spirituality don't want nation build because they're lazy. Spirituality is easy.
Spirituality you can define at any time and all stuff like that, right? But when it comes down to actually saying we have this, we have auditors, we have accountants, everything like that, and you put something together and everything, this is the money, this is what it is and everything like that. We're all paying to. We have I would love to see the Pan-African investment firm, I would love to see that, but that's going to take the best and brightest among us to run something like that. You know, I wouldn't even be on the board. You know, the best and brightest among the people that's thoroughly vetted and everything like that, that's trusted to manage our wealth and everything like that, that we could invest in everything. Then we could be a help to the African continent. We could pay African debt and we could help build infrastructure. That's why we created the BAIO, you know, Black African Infrastructure, you know, so we could have build these institutions and everything. But people, we have the idea of the BAO. Do you think Umar Johnson, he's been introduced to the BAO? Did he join? No. You know?
Carl, you know what? Carl, you don't feel the best. This is integrity. See what is Carl as well? See, spirituality, I see what people put that forward. People say, oh, because you just pay, at least your chakras, meditate, burn incense, and things will change. Bullshit. The Bible was built by chakras. Singapore was built by chakras. Abu Dhabi, Qatar was built by chakras, built by Arab men, nation building. Decades of sweat, hard work, and focused building. The black men don't want to do that. That's the problem. Sorry, the majority that would. Oh, do you do? Majority that will sit on their ass, wait for someone to come down from the sky and do the work for them. It's not happening. Look at the ghost dance. Look at the Wounded Knee. The Indians that thought they could take a custer with their ghost dance. It didn't work. The Chinese Kung Fu, the boxer Berlin, 1908. I thought the Chinese come back with Iron Strike Kung Fu. They stop the bullets. Spirituality doesn't work. It works to a point. I thought you have to get your backside and get to the work. Build your brothers and capable sisters and start building.
Yeah. The Chinese didn't modernize, and then when they got defeated by the Japanese and everything like that. And I studied that history very, very carefully, right? The Chinese realized that we have to basically modernize ourselves. Dr. Sun Yat-sen, one of my heroes, right? He said, we have to have men of ideas. You know, you have men like Chiang Kai-shek was a man of valor and war, but he wasn't a man of ideas, you know? Sun Yat-sen, he died too early. He was a man of ideas. This is how we're going to transfer China. This is what we're going to do to build. This is how we're going to do to get rid of the imperialists in our country and everything like that. We're going to build a modern China, you know? And that was Dr. Sun Yat-sen, you know? And he basically said, you know, he said the biggest enemy to China was the British, you know, the British Empire, you know? And he said, you know, we have to overthrow the Manchus and then get rid of the Europeans and everything and build a modern China. And then Mao Zedong sort of inherited those ideas, you know? The communists sort of inherited those ideas, you know, after Chiang Kai-shek was defeated, you know? But the thing is, where our community is, we don't have men of ideas, you know? What is your idea for building? You know, we're building. It's going to take hard work, right? You're going to need those black men who work at the shipyards, who work in the industrial trades. You're going to need those black men who in corporate America. Why demonize those black men on Wall Street? Do you understand that those men those black men that you hate so much, that's on Wall Street and everything, they're facing racism and they're getting nooses at their desks and everything. They're black men just like you are, you know? They have to go through the same hurdles and everything like that. Why demonize them? Why say that the white man put them up there? Why vilify them? You know what I'm saying? And this is what we have.
It's jealousy, pure, unadulterated, it was unfettered jealousy, because those men, those billionaires, we must know who they are. They come through obstacles, uphill, and made it. And that's Johnson, all his rhetoric, he's great, articulate, but it's just a rhetoric, you know. And man, we got ideas on Carla. What is majority don't want to join? What takes the minority? We'll have to get together. Put up with myself, you, Bomani. Once that got integrity, so pulling our resources, and that then start as a model. Build a Afrikstan. That'll be the start. Start small. It does take them obviously 5 decades, not obviously 3 decades here in UK, trying to unite blacks here. They're blacks here, waste of time. Blacks Britons are the worst blacks on the planet. I said before, I don't care if I'm black British, I'll tell the truth. Black Americans are the best, and conversely, black Britons are the worst. But it was 9 decades, ain't built shit. It's embarrassing.
But the thing is, when you look at Umar Johnson, right? Like we played a couple weeks ago, the 20 top black business in America. Multi-billion, I said, you saw that video, and I'm saying to myself, you know, Umar Johnson, oh, these are hand-picked Negroes that they ain't doing nothing for the black. It's all envy and jealousy. You cannot build a movement and call yourself a credible movement, right? And you have nothing but vitriol for your own kind, you know, and that's what it is. he basically criticized black men who says even black men who have their wife and kids because they're not out there in the community raising somebody else's kids and everything like that. You know, if you see a black man that has a family and made it, and he got his degree, his family, you should be applauding him. You're doing what you're raising your sons and everything like that, right? And that's not his responsibility to like that. He has to be the for his kids. Now, if he has an extra time to take another kid under his wing, that's fine, you know, and say, look, you're friends with my sons. You come over, we're going to go out there and I'll treat you like a father figure. That happens all the time in our community, right? But what we have is people who, like a lot of black women saying, yeah, Umar. So they basically having 5 and 6 kids, but 5 different people and everything. He wants people to step in and not mentor, but father kids that's not theirs. Well, they should be building their own families. You know what I'm saying?
Correct. No, that color. Neglects to mention the abortion rates over here in UK and America. How the amount of black boys being killed in abortion clinics. 4 out of 5 abortions, or 8 out of 10, are black baby boys. That's
10
genocide.
million black people aborted in America. 10 million black people aborted. You know.
Yeah, the 1.2 a year. 1.2 times 10 is 12 million a decade. Of those 12 million color, Bomani, 10 million are boys. You know what I said? When you have the statistics, if you get between 5%, 50% or lower, that's random. If you get about 50% or to 100%, that's deliberate.
Mm-hmm.
You hear what I said, Color? You hear what I said? 8 out of 10 boys, boys.
You heard what Cynthia G said? She said all black males should. She still says it. He went on her show to my sister said she went through a lot and everything, cuddling her. He had nothing but vitriol for black men who haven't did nothing, right? But he's sitting there saying she has a lot of hurt and everything like that. He wants to, what does he want to sleep with her or something, you know? She actually says black male babies should be aborted in the fetus.
You see?
You know, and he's up there on the panel with her.
You see, Carla, I mean, look, sisters that are loyal to us, we love them, you know. But if you're misandrous, go to hell. If you're misandrous, you're a race traitor.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, we don't really mean, but that's toxic misandry. You don't mention that. Let's mention that. It wasn't about to castigate black men, but let's mention the black female, their part in our downfall too.
Mm-hmm.
They betrayed us the last 4 decades. Yeah, the last 4 decades, we stabbed in the back.
And I don't know how it's in the UK, right? But check this out. Let me ask you a question about the UK, right? Maybe you're going to say something. In America, I'm seeing a lot of black women are having mixed babies, you know? They're basically breeding out our race deliberately, you know? You see a lot of black girls, dark-skinned girls with like mixed babies and whatnot, you know? It's like they have 3 kids, like the United Nations and shit, you know? Remember that movie, Don't Be a Menace to South Central? And the girl had all these kids of different color races. Yeah. That's going on. And also, a lot of the abortions are white guy gets a black girl pregnant and whatnot. You know, he don't want to have a kid. The parents be like, yo, you're going to have that baby aborted, you know? Abortion is high among kids that they have an interracial kid, white and black, you know? And so, therefore, black women have a lot of babies by white guys and they get them aborted. And black male babies get aborted, whatever. And so you have a lot of mixed race kids running around the hood and everything like that. I seen this one white chick one time. She had her sons, right? 3 mixed race sons, right? And the kids all had, she don't know nothing about the black culture, right? The kids had braids in their head. The boys had braids in their head and they had gang colors on, you know? That's black culture to them, you know? And so, and I'm saying to myself, all this nonsense is going on in the black community. And so the black man is like, only thing we can do is say, look, let me get my wife, kids and everything like this, because we don't know what's going on in our culture. You know, we don't know who's black. We don't know who's loyal to the race and everything. So we can't keep picking up the pieces for people who are determined to destroy us. You know, when you talk about all black male babies need to be aborted, I can't do nothing with somebody like that, you know? When you got girls out here having babies with white boys and everything like that, you know, it's terrifying, you know. But the thing is, the onus is on black men. You know, we got to come. Where are all these white guys that's having these half black babies and everything like that, leaving them behind? I don't know if you remember this case, but a couple of years ago, this black woman had a baby with a freaking Klansman, neo-Nazi. He ended up raping remember that? He raped his 15-year-old daughter, right? And murdered her, right? Raped her, cut her throat up, and murder her, right? Call her nigga, raped her, and murder her. They gave him the death penalty, right? I'm saying to myself, and the most, the guy was a racist, but she slept with the guy. She opened her legs up to the guy, you know? And I have never seen Umar Johnson talk about black women laying down with white men, you know? I never seen him talk about that, you know? And that's because black women, there's a lot of black women with the divestor movement. They're out here and everything like that. We're going to spend our options and everything. And nobody's giving any pushback. You know, deliberately talking about genocide of our race and race mixing and stuff like that openly.
Yeah, well, the question, the point you're making, Carl, I'm here in the UK, it's rapid. The last four or 5 years, it's increased exponentially. But I don't care because when I look at it, if you want to go outside your ethnic group, good luck to you. But what I'm saying is this: when Africa rise, and we will rise, they'll come back. See, I don't forgive and forget, Carl. I don't forgive and forget. If you turn your back on your race, that's your choice. But when we rise like the phoenix and we're going to rise, they'll come back.
Yeah.
I don't believe that prodigal son business. That prodigal son shit. I don't believe that prodigal son business. That's what the Bible. I hate that. A prodigal son. I hate that story.
Mm-hmm.
The father should got a slap. When I was Christian, I saw the prodigal son. I just hate that story because the father was an idiot. You know, the good sons that stayed with him, you can get him for the treacherous son. I'm the opposite. Mm-hmm. So all those people like Kunis Owens, Jason Shitlock, Stephen A. Smith, all these Morgan Slavery, all these coups that put Africa down, put black men down. Okay, we got your number. You're on record for the changing race. All these other people, Larry Elder, Jesse Peterson, that's like Alan Keyes, fake over slavery Keyes, all these coons there. We don't forget. I'm not forgetting violence. No. We won't forget. When we rise up, and you can't sneak back to home. Carl, have you seen Django Unchained?
Yeah.
Remember, and you know, I'm referring to you. It was Psychic. Remember the end scene when Django told to slave girls,
"You're not used to."
You're not used to. Yeah. That's what we're gonna say to them. Kunis Owens, we just sit back. Kunis Owens, who defends black men being killed by police. Kunis Owens, not Candice. Kunis defends black men being killed by the police. Who apologized for kills of black males. You won't forget me. You won't forget him.
Brandon. You forgot Brandon Tatum.
I don't forget him, but there's too many coups to list. I don't forget him. There's too many. Sheriff Coon Clark. There's too many, Brandon. There's too many, Callum. There's too many. I don't forget him. You know, Larry Elder defends that devil that killed Mike Brown, Darren Wilson, killers of our children. Larry Elder, don't forget Chester Peterson, defending Darren Wilson, killing Mike Brown. You won't forget you. So all these coons, we're on the coon list. We've got a coon. I've got a coon database. You see this? That's a coon database.
And also, like I said, check this out. The enemies of black men, right? This is what it really is about, the black man, right? The enemies of black men will come away from all this saying, yes, man, the problem in the black community is the black males, aren't they? Even though the Pew Research said that black men are in their children's life more than any other group, you know? I hear Umar mention that. He never basically said he takes any opportunity to throw other black men under the bus, you know?
And that's treason because I can build as black men. Let's look. Unfortunately for us, Carla, we got time. We got 2-3 decades left to turn this around. We got time, fortunately. But I said before, Carla, Bomani, by 2050 or a bit after, if you ever got at least one African country with infrastructure, a space program, nuclear weapons, that's it. A black South Korea, a black North Korea, we're done because by that time, China.
And we need an Afrikstan strong state. And you see that. What do you think about Jugga? Let me ask you a question. You see how African leaders are humiliated on the world stage? They went to Russia to the peace deal, and the Ukrainian president said, these people are just there. They're hungry. They had nothing to offer. Ukraine's a shithole country, and they're basically telling Africans, there's blatant disrespect. And black people are trying to protect Ukraine. Ukraine is a hotbed of Putin's right about that. It's a hotbed of global white supremacy and neo-Nazism, you know? The president's a neo-Nazi. All these people are fascists and neo-Nazis and everything. And you got black people going over and talking about, well, to protect Ukraine. It's sick. You know, it's sick.
See, what is it, color? When with Afrikstan, there would have to be a coloring. We have to be separate. Look, there will be separation of color. Look, you remember under Mao and Stalin, they killed millions. But people say it's genocide. That was genocide. That was house cleaning. What Mao did wasn't.
Lee Kuan Yew said? You said what Lee Kuan Yew said? Lee Kuan Yew. You might replay a video what Lee Kuan Yew said. You know, he said when nation building, this is what's gonna take. He said the first generation, we didn't give a damn what the people thought. He said we came in, he created the best minds, right? He said we didn't give a damn what the people thought. He said second generation, we started doing polls and see what the people, you know what I'm saying? But we knew what was the best interest of people. Black people, Africa made their mistakes starting off with democracy and elections and all stuff like that, and they were not ready for it.
Right. So, Carla, I said before, Carla, you start you're a trekker? Carla, you're a trekker, Carla. Carla, are you a trekker?
No, I'm an insurance broker. Yeah, I'm not.
I'm talking. Sorry, no, I'm a fan. I mean, movie fan of Star Trek. You're a Star Trek fan?
Yeah.
The other character, Carl Noonien Singh, the Superman dictator. Carl Noonien Singh.
I guess it's about the next generation or the original one.
Oh, the original. No, that's started from Wrath of Khan. No, the second Star Trek film. The Wrath of Khan came 1981.
Oh, you talking about Star Wars?
No, Star Trek. The Wrath of Khan.
I saw that when I was a kid. You know, that was a long time ago. But I can revisit that. You know,
another character, Carl Noonien Singh. I'm half joking. Another character, Carl Noonien Singh. Remember the character?
Also, Carla, just resend me the video. I'm just trying to find it. I don't see one.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying, Carla, is that we need an iron fist. You're right. Black people are too stupid to know what's good for their interests. We need an iron fist.
Yeah.
You're right, Carla. Especially Africans are too stupid to what's good for them. The West Africans here that West Africa must be removed, they will argue with me. So they're Africans. I said, you crazy. How can the invaders be Africans? They're invaders. These Africans saying this color. They're stupid. You got people like democracy. They're too stupid.
We're conquered people. That's why anybody can come to the continent and become an African, you know? And that's why I love Liberia, you know? No white person or no non-black person can call themselves Black, African, whatever like that. It's in the Constitution, you know? I love it.
Oh, well, I know that's look, Carl, I'm not racist. I've got white friends, but I'm not stupid. White people are not Africans. Look at Azania color, Bomani. Look how dumb they are. They're like white people enclave in the middle of Azania, where blacks can't go. Can you imagine color, Bomani? Whites going to China, what enclave China saying to China, you can't go there. Can you imagine whites going to Qatar or Singapore, doing what enclave saying that people can go there? No one will stand for that. Black people will tolerate shit. No one else will tolerate.
We let them build their own cities and everything. And now Africa is setting up their own police stations. You know, it's the bottom line is, like I said, we need cleaning house. You know, cleaning fucking house. You know, and the bottom, and like I said, the leadership of which we call has to be the strong freaking people. If like Umar Johnson basically does not like the black intelligentsia, the ones that got no degree, whatever like that, the people that were able to put together $1 billion organizations. Those are the people that Lee Kuan Yew said, look, we need your help and your input. The same thing what Japan did, you know, it organizes Zaibatsus and whatnot. You guys, Mitsubishi, Sumitomo, and all these people, you guys are going to handle the economy and everything. We're going to bring the best and brightest and put them to the top. We don't give a fuck about what the masses of people think. You know what I'm saying? And the masses of people, like over a generation, say, okay, I guess you guys were right. We got a beautiful country, you know, but everybody in the black race think they can lead. Everybody think they're somebody because they got a YouTube following and some shit like that, you know, and they can say stupid shit to throw us under the bus and everything. Okay, can you play that, Bomani? The best statesman of the 20th century.
One basic difference between the first and the second generation, which is obvious to everybody. The first generation, we decide what is right. Never mind what the people think. That's another problem. We know what we have to do, which is necessary for the people's survival. Then we set out to persuade the people to accept it. whether it's against spitting, whether it's to adopt English as a working language, whether it is to give up Mandarin, whether it's to give up the old mosque and build new mosques, transfer into new towns and live with your neighbors who are not Malays and not Muslims. We set out to persuade people to our point of view. The second generation, they are slightly different. First, there are now such things as taking a poll. So you say, oh, do you know what people say? Feedback says so and so. When I read a feedback, I say, oh, is that so? That means I must explain further and get the message across. But in America, it's worked out to such a fine art that you remain popular by following popular will. So what's the latest? Oh, so 80% are against this. Oh, in that case, I'm against it too. Mr. Reagan is the most popular president for probably since Franklin Delano Roosevelt. That's 1946, 45. He doesn't dare cut Social Security, pensions, Medicare, Medicaid. Because if he touches that, there's going to be a howl of pain. And yet they know that it's heading for bankruptcy. The fund must go bankrupt unless more subscriptions are paid. And there'll be less and less young workers to pay for more and more old workers. Then what happens is that's not my problem. We leave that till the year 2000, well, another president will worry about that. And that's the difference between the PAP and where the second generation is equal to the first generation. I take heart because I have not pushed them on this. I said, you do. You know the problem. I say they have. Some similarities in key attributes: integrity, commitment, and a willingness to go for what is right and not what is popular. It's difficult because they have different skills in persuading. So I get a paper that says how to get this people to have more children and so on. So we will employ a PR agency to explain. I said, well, this is new. So we'll have half-minute or 30-minute shots. I suppose you can think up new slogans. At least 2, better 3. 4 if you can afford it.
But that's the sort of leadership the black race needs. You know, we know what's right for the people, right? And we don't give a damn what you think about it right now. This is a hard thing. Imagine if Nelson Mandela had that iron him, right? Imagine that.
Sorry. Nelson was a traitor. Go on.
Yeah. So therefore, all these people, was popular. Was popular or popular opinion. And that's why I said, when you look at some of these YouTubers, they all this feel good. People understand when we talk about Afrikstan analysis and everything. Look, I would say 80% of all the people will hate 99% of all the things we talk about. But it's going to be necessary, right, to be free. It's going to be necessary for it to be free. It's going to be necessary to spend a generation of people working in factories and working hard in the farms and everything like that to do what is necessary to build a new society and everything. It's going to be necessary to get rid of tribalism and all the stuff like this. We talked about that the other night. We talked about the thing. Like I said, let me say, are you a Yoruba descent?
Yoruba.
Okay. Now check this out. Yoruba.
No. Yoruba from Delta. From Delta was Yoruba. I spent
But on the area where the people live on stilts, right? And I read this, that they live on stilts because a lot of people were escaping slave traders, right? And we've always thought that slave trade was by different tribes. But do you know that a lot of the slave that was going on were Yoruba selling other people who were ethnically Yoruba to other to Europeans, you know? And I say to myself, wow, you know, the whole region, all the people say that's a Yoruba kingdom, right? Why are people basically going to the slave ships and everything? I thought it was different tribes selling different tribes. It was actually people from the same tribe, same ethnic group, same even practice same religion, selling other people from the same thing. So we have the same problem that we have right here, is that Black people do not value Black life. You know, it's not just tribalism, right? It's just a degrading factor of Black degradation, you know, that we have, you know, in the Black race, you know, that, you know, and I really know that, you know, people will look at, I asked a question, what were the people thinking about when they seen people who look like them being marched to the slave ships in chains, you know?
Correct.
Well, that was a different ethnic group. They were actually the same ethnic groups and everything like that, but they did not care.
Yeah.
You know, and that same mentality still exists.
They can't. I still say, well, I'm gonna say that. But I'm gonna say that we captured each other. Same difference that, but we don't know what they'll send them to capturing them for. The white man's a liar. They have no idea what they're capturing them for. White man, but that's all that excuse though. But anyway, but back to what you said. Second point you said, Carl, you're right. This lack of respect for life, particularly male life. Take an example. But I love my brother Brandon. Remember that my brother was killed, Jordan Neely, by that devil down, what's that, Daniel Penny. I was at Brandon's show about 3 weeks ago, and there's a guest on him that trying to defend Daniel Penny. Said Daniel Penny did God's work. Imagine that this white devil killed a brother, and the Black man saying that this white man did God's work. I'm gonna argue with the guy. Then one time says, Black man lie. When Mike Brown was killed, when Daniel Battalion, when Eric Garner was killed, when Black people defending their killer, make excuses. Not Black men. When Sergeant Brown was killed, when Corey Gaines was killed, when Breonna Taylor was killed, they defended their killers. When Black men are killed, they defend our killers. As a Black man, I'm very offended by that. I'm not trying to.
The verse really got me was Stanley Crutcher. You remember him in Oklahoma?
Yeah, the governor of the glasses. Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, he the one that the police blew his brains out right there on camera from the helicopter. That one.
Remind me. I forgot that one. Remind me. I'm mute up.
The officer there, Betty Shelby, and then they threw drugs in his car to make it say he was pulled over. He had a.
Sorry, you mean Terrence Crutcher? I'm not saying Terrence Crutcher.
Yeah, Terrence Crutcher. So you know better than I do, Jugga. You were in the UK. I forgot that. It was Terrence Crutcher, you know. Yo, that one really right there set me, you know. That's what I said. I have to do this BAIO. I have to do this. If I'm the last man standing, right? That's why I said when the BAIO started falling apart back then, I said, you guys don't see what I see, and you guys want to start this stupid nonsense, knowing what we're up against and everything. That's why I'm glad we're strong right now. You know, I'm with Bomani and everything. We're carrying on stuff like that because when we start building in Africa, that's our answer to all this bullshit that's going on in America. Terrence Crutcher, that one really set me off, you know? That one right there was the worst, you know? She blew his brains out right there in the middle of nowhere. He stopped on the side of the road for changing his tire.
Yeah.
Had his hands up.
Yeah, Betty Shelby, that bitch. She got promotion. Not only was she not I remember saying the UK cut you in. Her chief came on the camera, angry that she was being indicted. After she got found guilty, well, it didn't go to court. She got promotion.
Yeah, well, they acquitted her, right? And then she got another job in another department with a better paying job and everything, you know? Yeah. You know, and I've said to myself, that's what the state of Oklahoma thinks about Black people, you know?
Yeah.
The same area that Black Wall Street burned to the ground and whatnot. These same people.
Yeah, you see, Bomani. It's not about between Black men and Black women. We love our sisters. We need our sisters, but we have to be. If it doesn't almost talk about Black men, be honest or be quiet. He's disingenuous. If I mention black men's foibles, but not mention the other part of the equation, that's deceitful. He's gonna be.
Remember, there was a movement going on with black women talking about they're gonna call the police because they're gonna make sure some body bags, niggas. Like they're saying, there was black women online one time, like 2 years ago, talking about they like the one girl said recording a conversation about she gets turned on by seeing white guys beating up white police beating up on black men and whatnot. All this goes on and everything like that. The black man in America has nobody that's keeping him. Nobody is keeping them. Asian women will never turn on their men like that, And so, and then the black women get with these no good niggas and everything like that. But yet all black men are now a target because of some black men that they chose to get with, And nobody says, hey, wait a minute, I'm a man. I'm not making babies. I'm not doing all this. Why is the hatred for me? Why am I being blamed for what's going on in the community? So in other words, basically what you're telling white people is black men are no good. You can shoot them and kill them because they don't take care of the kid. All this stupid stuff like this. What comes out of a person who calls himself a real Pan-African leader should be like, most black men are honorable. Most black do what they want. They take care of it, stuff like that. You defend your people. White people defend their people when they're wrong.
Yeah. Can't let me say something, brother. Black man, one of the most tolerant men on the planet. You know that? Let me tell you why. Okay, let me slow down. Black men are the best men on the planet. Let me tell you why. Another man will tolerate the treachery that we tolerate. Give me an example. I know you've been in the army. Imagine you're in Palestine and Bomani a color. Imagine a Palestinian woman saying to a Palestinian, I'm defending Jewish soldiers, killing Palestinian men. How long will she be breathing? Imagine go to Afghanistan. Imagine an Afghanistan woman defending American soldiers, killing Afghanistani men. How long will she be breathing?
Yeah, well, she'd be dead.
No man will tolerate that nonsense. No ethnic group will tolerate that nonsense that we tolerate. I'm telling you, they're lucky.
Because we have no power, that's why. And so therefore, even people that purport to be with us when I think they could talk recklessly about us and everything. The bottom line is this: there's no reason for the hatred for black men. The problems in the black females and everything like that. And also, Umar said something to the effect of, I want to give all our single mothers he did a rally somewhere, I think in New Jersey, right? And he said, I want to give all our single mothers hand for raising holding our community. Oh, really? Does Umar understand that in the black community, right, the so-called single mother is not raising the kids by herself? That black men are in their kids' life right now. And now that the black woman that's single have a support system. She has her father or a daddy or a stepfather, her mother or aunties. She has all this stuff like that. She has a state. She has all this stuff like that. She has child support and everything. So this idea of spreading the idea that black men, the black community is just run by women and everything. That's what they want to say. And they want to say that black women holding the community down. Well, I don't remember Medgar Evers. I think he was a man. I think Malcolm X was a man. I remember Marcus Garvey was a man. All the inventors in Black America and everything like that organized the Black Power, the Black Nationalism were all men and whatnot. Where did this idea that women been holding the community down and we're not doing shit and what Umar came along?
Carl, that makes it so mad. That's not true. Look, black women, black sisters from slavery right up to like 60s. Fantastic. Well, for the last 4 or 5 decades, no. That's not true. Black men built America. Let's make it clear. Black men built Wall Street. Not black women by the side. Black men built it. Black men built Black Wall Street, not black women. Black men built jazz, blues, rock and roll, institution, Stax Record, Motown.
First businesses. Black banks and everything like that, everything,
black banks. So black men, so black men build nations. All this crap back. That's why America back to the fatherland, for instance, color. What's the pushback? Men build nations. That's what I thought African fatherland because, Africa's mother is the birthplace of civilization, but men build nations. I look at it from a nation standpoint, structurally. Africa's a fatherland because when African rises, we'll build.
Credit. They've been holding the community down for all these decades. What is he talking about? Women holding the community down for decades. When it's black men has been holding this community down for decades. And you know what really dawned on me, right? Remember when the movie Endgame came out, right? Marvel Endgame came out, right?
Of course.
I never forget this, right? The movie theaters was packed. The Cinema Cafe was packed, right? They had like 4 different theaters showing Endgame, right? And I never forget this, right? And then we walked out of the theater when the movie was over, like 2 theaters got at the same time, right? The lobby was packed. Everybody going to the bathroom, right? I seen it was white. It was like daddy's home, right? And I see white men with their sons, black men with their sons and everything. Everybody's going. So what's happening right now in America, right? With shows like The View and everything, they're making it seem like men are just out here wayward and everything, black and white, and that they don't care about their home. So you got men out here saying that this single motherhood or single is a myth. You seen black fathers out there with their sons and everything, with their wives, everything. Some guys maybe didn't have maybe their wife and mother they're not there with their mother, but they got their sons out there. Took them to see a movie and everything. So this idea that men don't care about their families and all that is a lie, perpetuated by the media, And so they want to make women, black and white, make it seem like the state and all the stuff like that is more important than building with a man. So when I see all those men out there, and I said to myself, man, nothing's going to jump off because you see these white guys out there, ex-military guys, everything out there. And I said, man, there's nothing but men out here, It wasn't a bunch of teenagers running around and everything. Usually you go out, you see a bunch of women and you got girls and teenagers, and a bunch of teenagers. All the young men, teenagers were acting in order. Why? Because there was men present, And I said to myself, this is what you need. You have all these men, black, white, Filipino, Asian, Hispanic, strong men around, strong men around. If anything went down with that shit was going to be taken care of because there were men around. And so this is what we're talking about. You need strong men around. So when you have a community that rejects men for the most part, right? Rejects men. You need communities where there's fathers around, fathers, heads, household. 90% of the household should have fathers in there. You're going to always have that 1-2 families that have single mothers and everything like that, whatever, but that has to be balanced with where the majority of people, what you have is in Black America is in the inner cities of poor people where the females are the head of the house in 90% of the cases, right? And you don't have any strong men around, strong men around to keep the young people in check or provide role models and everything like that. That's the way we have it. We didn't have that before. Black America used to have nice road communities and everything like that, and so that's what we have right now, and been in these inner city communities and everything. But to make it seem like it was always like that is not true. If we have a situation where women want to have kids without getting married or not being with a man and everything, and then 80% of people on Section 8 and everything, that's what you're going to have. And so a lot of sisters are opting for that lifestyle, okay, I can just get child support, Section 8, whatever, and the men aren't around and everything. So I don't have to have a strong male figure in my household, right, to be the man of the house and everything. I can just basically do this when my sons are running this show. The son's got his friends over and everything like that. And this is where the gang, we know where the gang culture comes from. That's what it is. Single mother homes and everything, where you got boys in their 20s still living with their mom and everything like that. And that's what you have, You will never see gang, unless the father's a gang member, whatever like that, you'll never see people, a strong black male presence, right? And you see gang culture and stuff like that. You'll never see it, They said single fathers and men in the home are like the number one reason why kids don't get into trouble. When there's a male present in the home, a strong male present in the home, or the man has custody of the kids. They said at the same time, but they don't talk about that. When you have females, right, with male sons and everything, and there's no father home, that's when you have a lot of the problems in the community. Nobody wants to talk about that issue. So correct. There's a war on black male-female relationships in America. There's a war. There's a war. There's a war on black culture, a war on black male-female relationships and everything like that. And what we're doing, we're falling right for their trap. And nobody ever checks these women, right? When they say, "Oh, there's no good men. They're lame. They're boring and everything." So you think that you're going to get a millionaire instead of getting with that guy that got that good job with the city and everything like that, and y'all getting together and everything, you want to hold out because you want somebody making 6 figures and all this kind of nonsense and everything. That's what it is. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And nobody ever calls that out. Nobody calls that out.
That's right, Carla. You got this Shaniqua in the cancer projects. The 5 kids wait for Morris Chestnut. What's happening, man?
So therefore, and then that's why they hated Kelvin Samuels. He was just being realistic with them. He was being realistic with them. They're like, no, you can't talk to black women like that. Well, just be reality. Like
Omar Johnson don't seem like he was feeling them.
Yeah, he was jealous of it because Kelvin Samuels.
What was the big difference?
Because Kevin Samuels had a male following and he had a lot of female following, and he was making progress and he was making that real money that Umar will never make. He said, "Oh, you talk." Then Umar turns around and says the same thing about black women. Oh, black won't crack, but you don't have an expiration date. Isn't that what Kevin Samuels said? A lot of these females say, "I want a man making $1 million." You're delusional. You're 35. You're overweight, and stuff like that. He said, "Well, that's Eurocentric. That's just reality." And a lot of women, they screwing up people's lives and whatnot. Why didn't you marry your son's father? He asked him. Kevin saying, "Why?" Well, I was bored with him. Do you understand this is real life? Now, how can you talk about building, nation building, and community building when the women don't take relationships and stuff like seriously? And that's what we have. We have a foolish play culture. You would think with all I thought that with all the police shootings and everything, black people wake up. That we need to pull together and we need to do this. But everybody's out here, and this myth about that people care about what's his name, George Floyd and everything. They were just using George Floyd to fucking mess shit up. They didn't give a shit about no damn George Floyd. They didn't give a damn about George Floyd. All they wanted to do was mess it up. If you really cared about George Floyd and everything like that, we would say, something? What we got to do is start building our community. We got to start coming together as black men and black women and building our families and protecting each other. Was that the outcome of George Floyd? No. Everybody would double down on their bullshit and everything. Everybody's back to partying, back to booty clapping, back to listen to stupid stuff and everything like that. And that's what you have. So those of us who are basically serious about this is what I judge black people by, right? I don't care about people's, at this point in time, I don't care about people's ideology, right? Do you believe in building a black family? Do you believe in supporting black businesses and stuff like that? Yes, then we can talk. We can talk. But if you're about foolishness and nonsense and everything, I know you're not serious. And nation building, right, is going to take the most serious among us leading this. But if you're basically talking about foolishness and nonsense and partying and clubbing and all this kind of nonsense and everything, and what some rappers doing and everything like that, you're not serious. You're not serious. You're not serious about building anything and everything. So you're just talking a bunch of nonsense. Like the brother said in the video, if we're really serious and everything, what you do is get into your local community, find out who's doing stuff, your business, let's support it, let's talk about it, and let's build relationships and everything. But we live in a society where black people don't even speak to each other. How is it down there in Georgia, Bomani?
Beautiful out here in Georgia. Got my peaches out in Georgia.
Sometimes do we speak or do we, it's like, hey, how you doing?
I mean, I'll be in my own different world, own world, but I mean,
So
Jugga just disappeared for whatever reason.
Here we speak with black men. We speak, hey, you doing? Once in a while, this and the other thing. But no one wants to open up like we should.
High and by.
It's high and by.
If that at all. But I mean, you just say hello, say what's up to folks, and keep it rolling. I mean, unless you have a general interest to talk or connect. But
If we're not, that's a problem. If we're not basically talking to each other and building and fellowshipping and everything, how can we really be serious about what we got to do for the community? I mean, it's bullshit.
Yeah, Carla goes, but more than that, Carla. Also, the main thing is finance. So black people want to be free, but it costs money. Freedom ain't free. So all these imperialism that the white man does, all the bases got around the world, all the coups they call, they call all the banks they got. That costs money. So there's freedom. The black people don't put the money in their pocket. That's the problem. We want it to be free. We don't want to pay for it. It's not going to happen that way. As the blacks put money in their pockets and start building. That's what black people want to do. That's why we've got to do spirituality. Spirituality doesn't cost any money or any effort. You sit down, play your chakras, and pray to your whatever, meditate, and that's it done. That's not the real world. Qatar wasn't built by chakras. Singapore wasn't built by chakras. South Korea, Japan, Dubai wasn't built by, the Emirates wasn't built by chakras. It was hard work, decades of nation building, investment of the people, capital, in finance, not chakras or spirituality or matriarchy.
And thought and everything like that. You know, you have to be committed to that. You know, you cannot have a situation where foolish. Look at Chicago. Look at all the black run cities in America run into the ground because we let people people get elected and they let people run wild. They let people do what they want to, and they scare off investment and everything. And if this sort of mentality where if you go to black people, right, and you tell them nothing's your fault, right? 500 murders in Chicago and Philadelphia where Umar's from, right? He's never addressed everything. That's not us basically acting a fool and acting wild. No, it's a white man. It's a systemic problem. Systemic problem, and say, well, okay, systemic problem. Then what systemic problem caused you to pick up a gun, right? And rob the store or sell drugs and all stuff like this, What systemic problem? Can you guys hear me? Okay, I'm frozen. Okay.
Not unclear.
Okay, yeah. So what's systemic problem,
That's clear.
Say it's like systemic problem is just like spirituality. You can't see it, whatever, like that, but it's an excuse for you not to actually do something. It's a systemic problem, so therefore, if it's systemic, that means you can't do anything about it. So we just got to sit back and be like that. No, instead of saying, something what the problem is, we don't want to freaking do hard work. Yeah. We don't want to put effort in. We don't want to listen to authority. We don't want to do what we got to do. We don't want to discipline ourselves. We don't want to delay gratification. We want everything easy and we're entitled.
And we don't want to be accountable to each other. We don't want to be accountable to each other. It's about the A word. Lack of accountability to each other as well.
So we don't want to do those basic things that everybody else does, right? It's we got to get spiritual or systemic problems or everything like that. All this freaking nonsense that people talk. It's systemic, systemic problems, the system, and all this kind of nonsense and everything. Instead of saying, something, let's start with me, my family, myself, right? How do you start with anything? You start like Michael Jackson said, I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I want to look myself, take account of myself saying, what can I do? What can I do? And I dedicated myself to the Black African Infrastructure Organization concept and everything. And this is why we do what we do, because I'm saying this is what I'm taking accountability for what I do. So people join us and everything. This ideology of nation building and brotherhood and sisterhood. That's my contribution to this movement. That's why I dedicate my time and everything to this movement. Understand that this is not going to happen overnight, but I know for a fact that I'm building because I know the people who's going to take this after me, take the baton after me, are going to take it to the next level. But I'm building the foundation.
Correct, brother. That's much appreciated. You set the ball rolling 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and it will continue. I will continue. We appreciate what we've done, Callum, man. We just appreciate it.
We created the BAO in the height of the Obama administration. We didn't say we got a black president and everything. No, we were saying I created the Association of African Americans for Liberia back in 2011. Because I knew one day we're gonna have to connect with this country that we started, and we have to build. Now that organization is taking off and whatnot, and unbelievable success with that thing. The Black African Infrastructure Organization, that basically we're talking about land infrastructure, nationhood, and focus on science, math, and technology, and real business and everything like that. We're like the first group that basically talked about industry, infrastructure, and everything like that. We understand that if we don't have infrastructure, we don't have industries, or we don't create industrialists and everything, we're nothing. We're the only ones that basically started that stuff like that. Talk about that's what we're gonna have to do to get ourselves to the next level, right? It ain't no spiritual awakening. It ain't worry about this. It's about nation building, right? Nation building. We don't build nations. We don't build these cities and pull our resources together and everything. We're finished.
I'm telling you, you're correct. Connor, back over here in the UK, when I was talking about this decades ago, about we didn't have black China, have black South Koreans, people used to be Jeff. That's what Jeff. Not only that's the white man stuff. I said, what? What do you mean? You stupid. You mean white man stuff? I believe progressive industrialization. That's a medieval mindset. So that's that Luddites kind of anti-progress mindset. And it's in the black community. It has to be eradicated. That Luddite mentality. You know, it has to be eradicated.
Neo-Luddites. You know, Neo-Ludite. You know, when you start talking, when I remember I first got on Blog Talk Radio, and I had the Ujama empowerment show, right? And everybody thought we were going to be talking about a bunch of Hotep and everything. And we started talking about business and finance and stocks. Motherfuckers in the chat were like, what the hell y'all niggas talking about business and finance? And what y'all talking about? Y'all niggas crazy, man. You know? We came a long ways, you know? And that was the extent of the so-called Pan-African Black Power. Everybody was like, yo, but I never heard Dr. such and such say nothing about that. See, but Dr. I'm like, dude, man, I respect my elders, but they live in a different time period, right? You know, I'm educated, you know? I'm educated. I know about business and everything like that. So I have experts on the show come in and talk about how stocks work and whatnot and everything. And all of a sudden, the trolls come in, y'all sound like white men and whatnot. Y'all talking about finance and banking stuff and everything like that. Y'all talking about this stuff. Y'all like that ain't no cooperative. So let me ask you a question, fool. What is your cooperative economic? And Nelson, I was telling Bomani a story, right? Today I was in Emporia, Virginia, doing an event, right? And they're back, and what I want to do is go to the Portsmouth Emporia Library and research this story and bring it out, right? About 2010, right, Jughead? There was on this one back street in Emporia, right? There was this old warehouse, right? And on this warehouse, right, was a big giant mural, right? It looked like it was there from like the 70s, right? It said Ujama. It was a big painting, a mural of first and everything. It was a warehouse, right?
Okay.
And I thought to myself, what happened? I wonder what happened, you know? It was an abandoned warehouse, right? It looked like the people in Emporia tried to start some cooperative, whatever, and it probably failed, you know?
Yeah, you have to tell people where Emporia is. I mean, you and I live in Virginia, so it's simple.
Yeah. And so I said to myself, so the black farmers probably got together and probably formed a co-op, you know, probably 1970s, whatever, and it failed. Nice pity, little boys and girls carrying fruit baskets and everything. You know, say Ujama warehouse, whatever, like that, you know, community warehouse, whatever. But it's completely abandoned, right? But the building, then all of a sudden, about a couple months later, I went there and the building was torn down. And I said, fuck, I want to find out the story about what happened, you know? So then it dawned on me back then, that was back in 2010, right? That a lot of this stuff, right, were feel-good stuff, right? I said, we have to take it to the next level. We can't just talk about, you know, farming and we have to basically get into produce and manufacturing and stuff like that, you know, as the thing, you know, because Emporia was a black city when and for out here they had a huge Black Power movement back in the 60s, you know, and they had a lot of back in the 70s was a really beautiful time period, right? And black people coming into themselves wearing dashikis and wearing African garb and everything, but it all died out, you know. And so what I'm saying is now that when we talk about cooperative economics and everything, we're talking about banking, we're talking about real estate, we're talking about international finance, you know, we're talking about crypto, we're talking about insurance firms, we're talking about securities companies and everything like that, you know. We're talking about that on that level, right? We're using the same spirit, right? But a different advanced technology technique. We're talking about Ujima, a collective work. We're talking about factories. We're talking about industries and everything. We're talking about skills trades and everything like that. You know, we're talking about stuff like that. When I was talking about that on Blog Talk Radio, they were like, Y'all crazy, man. Y'all talking about industrialization. Y'all talking about industrialization. That's the white man stuff, man. The white man
stuff.
That's what I had to go through, man. You know.
Yeah, so the UK. Look, I'll go further than you. I'm talking about going to the moon. Helium-free. What's helium-free? I said, Jeff, what's helium-free? I said, fusion energy. What's our fusion energy programs? I said, what? Fusion what? How about space programs? What? They call me space nigga. They don't call me college. They call me space nigga. Because I was talking about
yeah. We did a show, right? We did a show. I did a show, right, back then, right? About what's the best form of energy. We had a debate, you know, and I said nuclear energy was the best. Oh, man, nuclear energy, man. What are you talking about, man? I said, okay, if you call yourself a nation builder, right? What will be your energy policy? I don't know. We're not. So, do you like hydro? Do you like nuclear? How would you like this? Are you planning on having electricity? I ain't thinking about that. That ain't no nation builder. You know, this is what I was dealing with. I was up against. People have no idea when they look at Kala right now and they try to come at me and everything. I say, you have no idea what I had to go through when I first started.
I mean, what kind of ignorant people are you talking to? I mean, these are simple, basic concepts of life and business.
Yeah, but you understand, Bomani, that people back then, all they knew of it, they didn't hear it on 125th Street from Sinetta. It was not popping, you know. Everybody, they could talk about industry and nuclear vision and talk about things and hydro, electricity,
space programs.
Yeah, space programs and everything.
Yeah. Let's go with space girls. Remember that color? Space girls.
Yeah, we didn't want you to talk about hanging out in the corners, hanging out with
in the cycle. Hanging on the cycle.
Yeah, people have to learn to grow up and elevate to a higher level to compete. I mean, the reality of it is, I've been to different parts of Asia, and they're not teaching their children, whether it's in Korea or Japan, any of the things that we're dealing with. They're teaching their children how to compete to the highest level in the world of like technology, science, business, development. You name the high level of business enterprising.
They're not talking about gender wars.
They're not teaching their children to be entertainers and clowns and comedians.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. And that's why we got to keep pushing this, right? You know, we're talking about science, technology, industries, that's what separates a Black African from everybody else, right?
Because without those high level of competing, you're not going to compete. I mean, while people are building industries and factories, you're still trying to build your little hut.
Mm-hmm. So you're talking about marriage and shit. Like you talk about female and male issues and everything. So we shouldn't be having a conversation. We should be talking about how we're going to send the boys off to learn the advanced technologies and military and science and technology and everything. We're not even having those conversations. When do you see Umar talking on that level? Never. No, never. You never see any of these people.
Look at India.
I mean, he's saying that his school is going to have an incredible curriculum and a curriculum that's going to teach.
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. I don't believe nothing he says. You know.
Yeah, exactly. No,
because I don't believe
that's what he's been talking about. How unique the curriculum is going to be. It's going to give the boys everything that they need.
Yeah. Right. Right, he's gonna teach people how to be simps and fucking idiots, you know.
Yeah, exactly. See, Carla, this one, what men like you are. We ask questions. Men like you and I, Carla, ask questions. But we're careful. That's why men like you and I are around. I'm reminded because we ask questions and what results, not rhetoric, results, not rhetoric, results. That's why there's what men are like us around. We hold his feet to the fire.
Brother Jughead, the problem in the Black community is this. This is the problem, right? And I'm gonna say this, right? And I'm not trying to be funny, right? Black people want a participation trophy. You know, they're entitled to something. So in other words, you could basically have a degree, right? And be semi-articulate, right? And all you have to do is just talk about your degrees and everything like that and not produce a damn thing. With Asians, the degree is just a start. They got to produce. They got tens of, like, you go to Pakistan. I remember what they have Pakistan. You think Pakistan is a backward country. Pakistan is a nuclear power, you know? And the bottom line is this. they got so many lawyers in Pakistan, you know? And when you got that many minds in one place, when that their country thrives, you know? If you don't have a brain trust, right? Of people that could build, people that could create and everything like that, you know? And scientists, you know? These people got their own nuclear program, you know? How the hell that happened, right? Because they invested in real education, you know? And not just education that you hold a degree on your wall, education where your scientists produce nuclear weapons.
Reproduce. Reproductive.
The African and Nigerian brag about their degrees, but they can't build shit. You know,
Exactly.
Dangote had to get the Koreans and everybody else to build that refinery, and he lost billions of dollars on it. You know,
brother, you're gonna upset some Nigerians, man. They're not gonna be feeling
No,
what you just said.
no, Bomani, no, upset the Bomani. Let me come a step. Let me back color up. Give a color. Let me say something, color. Let me slow down this. Obviously, it's very important. Nigeria is an embarrassment. Let me tell you why. Qatar get independent from the UK in 1971, okay? 11 years after so-called Nigeria. Nigeria had an 11-year head start on Qatar. An 11-year head start on Qatar. Look at Qatar now and Nigeria. Instruction-wise, look at the comparison. Nigeria's bigger than Egypt. Look at also the Emirates. 3 decades ago, Emirates was a patch of the deserts. Nigeria had a 3-decade head start on Emirates. 3-decade head starts. Okay, on the Emirates. Look at Dubai, Qatar, and Abu Dhabi compared to Nigeria structurally.
oh wait, at Echo Atlantic, they got 3 buildings up, man. I don't know if they're 3 buildings after all these years. 3 freaking buildings.
Let me finish. You mean let me know. You mean 3 skeletons? Carl, let me finish. Let me question my brother. 3 structures, not buildings. 3 structures.
On the way. 20 years later, and they got 3 buildings that they're empty. You know, I'm saying to myself, because the black race, right? We're so inferior. And one thing I do give Omar Johnson this, he said that if you used to call somebody pro-black, it means everybody else is this, right? If black people get a degree, we're so stupid as a race and so inferior that all you need is a degree. You don't have to even produce anything. You know, we're judged by just being able to get a degree, not be able to produce anything, not able to build anything, not saying, look at the manifestation. When you see what people talk about, you see the manifestation. Dubai is a manifestation of like the Arab world, right? The Arab world. Like when you go back one night, you could see the majesty of one time the Arab world gave algebra, you know, math, geometry, and the French used one night. The French are the one who broke the hieroglyphic codes, you know. They broke the Arabs.
Okay, but so one minor question, brother. One minor question, please. Arab men
built the Arab men. It'll say Islam is what slowed the Arab world down. The Arab world gave us calligraphy, science, STEM. It gave us geography. It gave us algebra. It gave us math and everything like that. That helped in the renaissance of Europe. You know, and so what I'm saying is, the black race, we have never really went through that renaissance because we let white people praise us before we even lived. Oh, like remember 10 years ago, Africa rising? Whatever happened to that? You know, Africa wasn't rising, right? You know, we got lulled to sleep that, oh, Africa's on the rise. Now everybody's like, man, shit's bad here. Everything's getting worse. Civil war in Senegal recently, right? The CAR completely dissolved and whatnot. The Congo, you got 4-year-old kids mining with their hands and everything. Where's the Africa rising at? You know, that's why I love my brother, Mr. Rosenthal, but I'm getting sick and tired of him saying, "Oh, Africa." You know, I'm sick of hearing that. You know, I want to see real Black African infrastructure. Right? It's only going to take it when we basically get serious about science and education, everything, and start building. You know, and we need that Afrikstan. We need that place where the best minds can converge and build. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It is imperative. It is imperative.
You know, without an Afrikstan, without that model state that everybody, the best minds could come in and put in work and stuff like that, you know, that's what we need, you know? And we need these colonial borders and everything. Let me get another thing, right? Just recently, right? I don't know if I got the video, Bomani. Recently, 8 people got convicted in Maryland court for shipping arms to Amazonia in Cameroon, right? The Amazonia Liberation War, the English-speaking Amazonian. Now, what gets me is this. This is another thing, right? And I don't expect any of these goofy-ass Pan-Africans to even understand what I'm talking about, right? Now, I don't understand what's going on in Biafra, but these guys are making a real thing that they're tired of Nigeria and they want to, like that's right. We should at least hear the world should at least hear them out, you know? If that they, when Barcelona wanted to secede from Spain, right? They had a vote and everything. And then basically they said, nah, we're not going to do it. A few years ago, you remember when Scotland was trying to vote to secede from England. Remember that? They respected their right to say, you know, then they said, you know, something, we're going to stay and decide, okay, we're not going to become a sovereign country. Why is that when an African country says that we have a region here, we want to succeed and start governing ourselves, all hell breaks loose and they get slaughtered and the world does not care. The world does not even give them even a thing, you know? You know?
I'll tell you what, Color, because these medieval, Fresh Prince of Wakanda, these Africans, these medieval madmen, with their myopic mindset, with their myopia, can't see progress. They're small intellects, they're deliberate intellects, and with their medieval mindsets, they want to progress. In their language, progress is not a word. That's what it's called. They don't want progress. You got savages in charge. You got savages in charge.
Yeah, and I say to myself, okay, Cameroon, you got a president, BAIO, that's been in power for 45 years, right? The country's a shithole, right? And Bazonia says we got an English-speaking enclave right there, right? We want to form our own state and have, or at least autonomy, you know, autonomy, recognize government. You would think they were asking for a pound of blood, you know? And next, so when these people got desperate and shipped arms to them, right, so they can protect themselves, you know, you got they tried to ship arms from thing. They got busted trying to ship arms into Amazonia for some liberation movement. Nobody respected it. Now, if that was an Eastern European country trying to secede from communism, there would be so many medals on them for trying to liberate themselves, just like Israel. Israel wanted a state and whatnot. The world said, like, when white people say they want freedom and liberation and everything, and what gets me is, where are black people that call themselves liberators and everything like that? Why aren't they saying, you know something? Just like the Palestinians say they want a state, whatever like that, the world gives them sort of legitimacy. The world gives the Palestine PLO billions of dollars, right? Because it's sort of legitimacy. They recognize their humanity, you know? When other people around the world want liberation, whether it's former Yugoslavia, remember that? You know, the world comes in and says, okay, let's sort things out and everything. Ukraine wants its independence, like this. But when it's a black country, it says, look, we're not getting along here. These borders were created by Europeans. It's time for us to basically build a state of our own, everything. We want to build our own infrastructure and everything like that and have a better life and everything and stop being exploited and everything. The world turns its back. But the world ain't turned its back on the white South Africans, right? They still got sanctions on Zimbabwe.
Well, that's where we come in, because I said before, I don't want to be elitist. Until blacks from the diaspora go back home to the fatherland with investments, things got to change. There are Africans on the continent with sense, but they're a minority. Majority of Africans on the continent are interesting. You say Christianity, Christianity, Islam, they're backward. So unless we come home in large numbers with capital, with fresh ideas, Afrikstan, BAIO concepts, things won't change. We're the future of Africa. And you kind of, you go in history. I'm not picking you up. But when the BAIO increased, and it will increase, you go in history as a progenitor of a great thing. It's going to happen, because it has to happen, because I've seen that kind of money of listeners. By 2050, which is not long, which is not 27 years' time, if you haven't thought that Afrikstan, we're done, because what now? The bottom line Africa, wait, by 2050, China, India will be 5 billion alone, between them, 5 billion alone, China and India, just those two countries. They need land and resources. Guess what they're looking?
Yeah, look at Africa. Right. They're looking at India's got a network on the country. People say, India's successful. Indians have a nepotistic network of business. And also, when I'm here in the UK, Indians run a lot of criminal scams. You know, they always like dishonest people. These people, I see some of these people, I say, those are Indians? They're talking to people trying to scam people and whatnot. I'm like, damn, you know. I'm like, you know, so they're not the good, innocent people that people say they are, you know.
No. They're quick. They're fast too. What's up?
They
Yeah.
On the African continent, the Indians in Mozambique and South Africa and Rwanda, they're all network with each other across the continent. They got a pan-Indian business networks and everything. They help each other, finance each other, and all that. That's why Idi Amin got rid of them, you know?
You see, Carl, we didn't want Idi Amin. We didn't want Idi Amin with some black legal impurities because I'll tell you now, black people that was a danger already. I keep telling you, you know, look at history the last 3 or 5 years. We've lost Tasmania, Australia, some of the Middle East, North Africa. That was all black before. Look at the phenotype now. How many blacks there? And if we lose something in South Africa, if we lose Africa, we're done. We're going to run to the moon. If we lose Africa, we're finished.
It's a sad situation because black people rather fight with each other, you know. Then like which one? Like the other day we're talking about Liberia, and people are like, oh man, you guys are from Cameroon and everything. Why are you worried about what we're doing in Liberia? You know, they don't want to see black people. We're talking about coming there helping. My mind's bringing people over there want to buy property, maybe invest, whatever like that, you know. And if that's successful in Liberia, what we want to do is tie black institutions in America to Liberia and help building like we did before. And that's going to permeate the Afrikstan concept to the rest of the continent. You know, we'll have a beachhead, you know, and that's what's going to happen. You know, we start building smart cities and stuff like that and everything. Instead of them saying, you know, something that's right. You got people say, oh, no, you can't do that. You know, while they're sitting in the UK and America and everything, talk about what we should not be doing and everything like that on our own mother continent, you know?
Somewhere in the UK, the biggest mentality is endemic in colour. If you ever come over it, colour, you'd be so dismayed. The cowardice over there and the biggest mentality it permits us blacks. Blacks are accept that. UK blacks are embarrassing colour. It's been almost 9 decades, ain't doing shit.
Yeah.
But no. You see, if you, I'm arguing one day on the radio with some black people said, some blacks say, oh, we made progress. Ask them 2 questions, kind of Bomani. Ask them, first question was this. Ask them, name 100 businesses a black people have built where blacks can extend the CV for a job. You couldn't answer me. And also, ask them the second question. Ask them this black idiot. Ask them, name me 100 people who've got properties, commercial properties that black people have built. Commercial, where the Asian man, the small hats, the Turkish man, pay rent to us. You couldn't answer me.
Yeah, well, they got the British accent down packed, so that's what that counts. You know, they the British accent. You know, that's what they go by.
Yeah, I ain't built none. It was 9 decades. No one pays rent to us. Nobody pays rent. Nobody pays rent to us. Within 9 decades, nobody says I've seen this for a job. We're still begging on people for a job. It was not almost a century. It was 9 decades. Nobody people says I've seen it for a job. Nobody pays us rent. Isn't that embarrassing? Yeah, the East Europeans, the Poles been over it in the last 2 decades in colour. In the early 2000s, they got banks there, they got businesses. They've been a 7-decade head start on them. 7-decade head start. That's 7 years. 7-decade head start on the East Europeans. They won't surpass us. It's embarrassing.
The black people don't work together because everybody basically is trying to be white, and everybody that's the problem. You know, nobody wants to work together. Nobody wants to build anything, and everybody think everything is going to be. We're too tethered to the white man, and as long as we're tethered to the white man and everything, like I said, I have every confidence, right? Looking at my people in America and what we was able to build in America, right? Yeah. And if we had our own land and everything like that, you know, and our own government and everything, we take over the world. I have no doubt about that. You know, you know, I don't think Umar believes that, but I believe that. You know, because Black America produced the world's first black billionaire, Reginald Lewis. You know, in 1987. You know, the world's first black billionaire came in America. You know?
I know it. If black Americans, that's Malcolm was killed. Yeah, but you know when Malcolm was killed in Color, Bomani? When Malcolm went to America, said, "Hell, this white crap. I'm going to the United Nations, charge you with genocide." I know that. I go to Ghana, Libya, Saudi Arabia. I put the team together. He's like, trying to connect Africa with Black America. When I did that, Marcus death warrants. Once that we got killed nigga. When Black was trying to put best focus on economics, and we came to Africa, he had to die. The West knew that if African Americans set your creativity and your brilliance into Africa resources, by now we'd have 50 black channels by now, Keller. We'd have 50 black Singapore by now. We'd have 50 black Qatar by now.
You see a video right now where the white guy saying that all people should get a residency in Africa. Some white guy, he's interested in the lithium industry and whatnot. There's a white guy talking about. I have feelings about that. He's talking about, oh, we should get a residency in Africa because Africa's going to boom one day. So basically, what he wants is he's reached out to other white people saying that we should get in Africa and start building our own community, the Whiteistan, Crackistan, Africa, you know, and right under our nose, right in front of us. They don't even care if that we're listening, you know.
Not because we know that most black people are racial cow. Why would they care? Where's our army? Where's our space program? Where's our nuclear weapons? Why would they care? Pakistan, look at Nigeria, for instance. Pakistan and North Korea are poor countries. In terms of GMP. Resources, they're rich, but in terms of GMP, poor countries. You've got nukes. Nigeria's richer than Pakistan and North Korea. Where's Nigeria's nukes?
Yeah.
North Korea is a poor country that has nukes.
Yeah, that's always amazing to me. How North Korea, and you see all the rockets they got. What is Nigeria can defend itself from? Remember, it was asking Obama for weapons to fight against Boko Haram. You tell me all the time you haven't built your own munition industry up. You know, you got ragtags out there that said they're being funded. You're a nation state with oil, and you say these ragtags are routing you guys out and whatnot because they got Arab money and whatnot. You know, terrorist money, and they get outmatch you because. That was embarrassing. Whole Boko Haram.
Basically, Nigerian as an army, they just got a bunch of idiot bully boys that are looking at beating up the citizens. That's what they're good for. They got to defend the country from outside.
They do whoop up on the citizens, though, man. I seen this one. Yeah. This guy was saying something, man. The police just hauled off and knocked him right in the mouth. He said, "Okay, officer, hell up," and knocked him right in the mouth for it. And said, "Yo." They beat up a citizens like it's nothing, you know.
That's what good for. Cowards.
And I'm like, damn, you know. So you could beat up your own citizen, but let that Boko Haram come down there and you running, you know. You that's the same. The Nigerian police abandoned police stations. They're so scared of Boko Haram.
Yeah. Because the cowards, the Boko Haram, whether they like it or not, that war mindset. I'm not agreeing with them. That's scum. We know that it's a war mindset. They'll die, no problem. Whereas Nigerian police, they're bully like most police, they're bully boys. All the good boys beat up citizens. They won't fight back. When it comes to real aggression, they're cowards. That's why I'm Bomani. I'm a colour. Yeah. They're bully boys. That's what they're for. Beat up citizens.
Yeah. Let's be honest with ourselves, right? Let me ask you a question, right? I always said that police and military Africa were never designed to protect the border. They always protect to intimidate the citizens and everything like that. The military in Africa is never designed to for national security and everything like that because it's designed to keep the people in line. You know.
Correct. What it is, as you know, look, for example, I'm Bomani. I'm a colour. Nigeria is not sovereign. Nigeria is as sovereign as I'm Chinese. Okay. Nigeria is a massive plantation owned by Shell. Those African leaders are niggas. Plantation overseers. They're not leaders, they're plantation overseers.
Yep.
They're not people, they're effective assets, corporations. But there's people. You see?
That's why when people say, Omo Niger, when it turns, man, please stop with that shit, you know? Omo Niger, you know? We got an Oshun festival.
nigga, please.
Yeah, I'm like this. I want real friggin' liberation in Africa. I don't want no fake ass liberation. I can't deal with it. You know, I want real liberation. You know, I want a real Afrikstan. You know, I want a real Pan African Black Power state. You know, that's what's going to take to liberate us. Right? That Black Power state. You know, nowhere in Africa is a Black Power state exists. You know, and that's what we have to build. We have to build that state in that basically Japanese beetle basically is the state where all our institutions are tied together and everything like that, our banks, our money and everything, so it could permeate out to the rest of the continent and be unapologetically the protectors of Black Africa and everything like that, and also incorporate Black people from the West into Africa. Right now, there's no real policy. I don't care what the so-called African Union says. You know, there's no real policy integrating the millions of Black people in America or Haiti or whatever into Africa. There's none. You know, back in the days when they formed the OAU, they had the Black people in America in mind, the Black in the Caribbean in mind.
Yes, yes.
Right now, Africa is defined by who's on the continent. Right, the term African means that doesn't mean an Indian person is an African according to the African Union. The Afrikaners are African according to the African Union. Elon Musk is an African according to the African Union. You know, they redefine everything. You know, that's why I say I don't buy this African Union. You know,
I agree. See, look at the African Union. They're like Israel, a fashion state. But they want to incorporate a diaspora FBA or Jamaica or St. or Grenada. Is that embarrassing? Come on, Callum. You know, Israel is African Israel. But you're doing the best.
Observer state.
Man, see, I'm saying, Callum, the mentality I believe it's so retarded. That's why we need the purge. We want to do it this way. People say, Jeff, I'm too harsh. We need the purge. I'm telling you, we need the purge because these African misleaders, these fuck niggas, I have to be careful. I don't get the one flag. So be careful my language. These African fuck niggas, these retarded coons, they have to get dealt with. Because they're cowardice, left us outside Africa, outnumbered and outgunned. Because they're cowardice and their stupidity. It's unbelievable. I want to know, are they human? Are they human? These fucking niggas are misleaders. Are they human? I don't think they're not human, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think they're human.
Yeah, how did anybody let what goes on in the Congo with the exploitation of cobalt and everything with 4-year-old kids doing that stuff like this and everything like that? And when you see, and what I hate is when you got people who are called themselves Pan-Africans about, well, that's what goes on in Africa. Look, I can't accept that shit. Just like I can't accept what goes on in the Gambia. You know, you got white people coming there, white women coming there, white men coming there, exploiting children for secular, and that's okay with you? You know, that's okay. No, I can't do that shit. You know, and so we as a race, we don't stand up. We do a lot of stuff from there when it's actually on the ground and everything like that. We have a chance to do something right. We don't do it. That's why I like that Tiffany Banner girl that was in Tanzania. That remember she went there and the white people had these African children on their lap. And she said, do you know these children? You know, and she went there and caused a big ruckus. She was 19 years old, you know, and she went over there. And Tiffany Banner, you know, she was in Tanzania. That was back in 2019 and 2020. She was like, these white people had these African children. She goes, do you know these children? And the white lady was like, well, it's not your business. So why are they sitting on your lap? You know, do you know them? Where their parents at? You know? No.
Well, finish, Colin.
She was like, yo, these people are molesting children and everything. These white people like from Europe, like, well, you know, this is what we do and whatnot. We paid them. You paid these children for everything, you know. And the parent, and I'm saying to myself, what the fuck? That we need more of that, you know, shaking shit up on the continent. That's why they don't like Black Africa in Africa. That's why they try to turn people against us. You know, we go there with that.
So finish, Colin.
We go there with that spirit of revolution and not taking people's shit, you know. And so that's why they hate us on the Africa. That's why you got these stupid dudes on the line trying to talk shit about Bomani, talk shit about this. How do you feel about white population decline? I'm not buying that white people. White people could be the minority, as long as they got the power and everything. They don't have to have numbers, you know. Somebody asked, they don't have to have numbers. They got nuclear weapons. They control the banks. They control everything. When it don't matter, you know. We have to build our infrastructure up, right? We don't care if they disappear from the planet, as long as we have our shit, you know. We're too worried about what they're doing, right? We have to build us. Right now, there's no infrastructure for the black race. The black man doesn't make any steel. He doesn't make anything, right? You know, we have really no global commerce. The global supply chain, Africa is like less than 0.5% of the global supply of manufactured goods and everything. These things have to change, you know?
See, Carla, this is what back to we said, Carla, about that Stephanie lady. See, back to Malcolm, Malcolm, we get Malcolm, where you said that there's a woman called Tiffany. I'm going to merge two together. See, Carla, if we go back in large numbers, what you just said, what you just, situation you described, it's all a template of what happened on macro scale. Because then, if we come in large numbers, we don't have it back in 10 years. That way you describe is macrocosm of what happened on macro level. We come back in large numbers. They're terrified of us going back in large numbers. They're terrified. That's like me, you, and Bomani go back in large numbers. We affect them with our mentality, with our mindset. And that's what they're scared of. That's why they'll kill Malcolm. Because, you know, Malcolm, if Malcolm plan works, and we're going to go back in large numbers, we'll be all the world by now. We have 3 black Chinese by now. We have 50 black South Koreans by now. We have a space program by now. We have a black NASA by now. They know that. That's why they're terrible. That's why they keep us apart. That's why Jimmy Carter, I like coon fucking nigga, Andrew Young, all the coons, Keller, Andrew Young, I hate him the most. He's the worst coon because when Malcolm was killed, we went back to Africa saying, this is what Malcolm said, we don't need help from you. But America's okay, back off. Africa said, okay then. One of the reasons why Africa and blacks are discussing was Andrew Young and Jimmy Carter. Those two, Jimmy Carter and Andrew Young. They made a program in 1978 mentioned that Africa and the black Americans didn't reconnect. Those two promoted to blame for this disconnect. Jimmy Young and Jimmy Carter and Andrew Young. Those two coons. That coon, Andrew Young. I hate him the most. He's the worst coon of that from FBA. He's the worst coon leader you had. Andrew Young, he's the worst. You know, so that's Tiffany. Go on.
No, go ahead. You're about to say something else.
Yeah, that Tiffany lady. Big up to us. We need more of that because those Europeans are going to Africa, raping children. Those stupid Africans are allowing it. Those weak-minded Africans, those cowards. I'll tell you, I'm African. We all are. I'll tell the truth about it, Carla. There's a cowardice in Africa, which is most Africans are cowards. That's the truth. What's out there? People don't like it, but it's the truth. I can Lebanese go over there, Europeans, Chinese go. I follow you in your continents. Who else tolerates that? No one else tolerates that nonsense. They're outside, bullying them in their own continents. No one else tolerates that except us. That's the problem. We're a continent of cowards. I'll tell the truth. Yeah, we've got 3 warriors, like the Mau and Dylan Kamathi, Emma Cabral, Steve Biko, William McDowell, but they're the minority. Not the majority. Let's not fool ourselves. The Winnie Mandelas, the Steve Bikos, the Dylan Kamathis, they're the Mau, they're the minority, not the majority. That's the problem.
There you go. We got a question on the floor from Wits Kid. How do y'all feel about the white population numbers declining globally?
Well, I've been hearing about that for years, right? And their power is not declining, you know? Their power is not declining. They figure out, let me tell you something, right? This tells you something. White supremacy is not invincible, of course, unlike what Umar says, right? What white people are doing, back in the days, white people didn't bother trying to recruit Chinese on their side. They had the numbers, you know? They didn't have to play these geopolitical games where that now it's just the whole thing is to keep the black man down, right? So what he does is that one thing I do agree with Umar about this. He does elevate certain black. Well, he did take the opportunity to disparage sports stars and everything like that. That's not the case. That's not the case. But there are certain black people, like Umar could have used the Secretary of Defense, you know, as an example. You know, he could use the Secretary of Defense, who's a friggin' a hack making money and whatnot, who's basically boosting up AFRICOM on the African continent. You know, all these black generals. Remember the one that the guy was at Matt Gaetz was asking him, why are you, a couple months later after this photo, there was a coup in Burkina Faso. You know, Umar could use that example, right? How they're elevating and promoting black people to certain positions. Like, let me give you another example. The American Medical Association, right? Which has been corrupted, right? They changed the definition of homosexuality. The American Medical Association now promoting transgenderism. And guess what? They put a black woman as the head of it, you know? And so like this, Umar could use those examples, you know what I'm saying? Of white people using black people and stuff like that. But yeah, he decided to talk about LeBron James and you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, like I said, people he's jealous of, you know? So therefore, yes, white supremacy do recruit black people to do their bidding. That's like that. But let's be real careful when we make those accusations, you know? I don't want people thinking that every time a black person is a millionaire, billionaire, is because some white person did this. But there are black people out there that do their bidding. That Greenfield chick, Hatfield Greenfield chick, that's the American ambassador to UN, wherever. She basically threatened Uganda if you don't remove your Ghana and Uganda about the gay anti-gay laws and stuff like that. You know, let's talk about people like that. You know, as an example. You know, not some friggin' somebody who basically it could dribble a basketball real good and slam a basketball. That's not LeBron James is not the enemy. You know, he just you know. So therefore, this is what I'm talking about. When we start making accusations about who's a sellout and everything like that, you have to be real careful. Not only about who people say it is, right? But also who's saying it and why they're saying it, you know?
Good points.
Whiskey said us being a majority, it should be, right? It should be. But let me tell you, let's break it down. I wish Wiz could call in because I could like to have a dialogue with him on this, you know? Wiz, call in. I want to break it down to you, right? If the majority of black people in Africa are ignorant, right? The majority of black people in Africa think Bill Gates is a friend of theirs, right? You can't tell black people in Africa Bill Gates is not their friend. Bill Gates talked about openly about depopulation. Prince William, what's the one that married Marco? Prince William, right? He talks about population of Africa as a problem, right?
That's Prince Harry. He married Meghan.
But the Africa, he goes to a place with Mary Marco. She's the first black prince, whatever the fuck that is, you know, she is, right?
Yeah.
And so therefore, but the average black African, you know, they love these people, you know, they love these people. So therefore, we got to make sure that when we basically make these accusations about who's a sellout and who's stuff like that, you know, you got to be accurate, you know, because what you don't want to do is slander somebody just because, you know, they're successful. Not all successful black people are not the enemy. You know?
Exactly. This is pure jealousy. Pure jealousy.
This is how Wiz could respond.
Being majority in the future could be a huge advantage. Yeah, economic. But if we don't have infrastructure, right? If we don't have our own banks, commerce, and stuff like that, it does not mean anything. You could be the majority. Let me give you an example. 70% of the African continent earns no income at all. You're the majority, but you have no money. You know, Africa is home to 70% of the world's bottom poor. Okay, Wiz, call in. Join the conversation, man. It's what we need. We need people to call in, you know. That's what makes this show good, you know. People can't just sit in the chat room. We need people building with this conversation, you know. So therefore, numbers mean nothing if we're not serious about building infrastructure. You know, numbers mean nothing. Numbers could be a hindrance. Let me give you another example, right? I told this story the other day, right? I'll break it down to you, right? Iran, I know Jughead knows this story, right? Had a democratically elected government in the 1950s, right? Mohammed Mossadegh,
Mossadegh,
right? He nationalized the oil industries from the British. The British got with the CIA, a new organization that was created to basically handle Western interests and everything, form coups and everything, and stuff like that. But the CIA, if we were smart, right? The CIA, Fidel Castro beat the CIA. Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore beat the CIA. Why is Africans and Black people the only people that can't beat the CIA? Because we fall for their propaganda. Let me give you a perfect example. Most of it, right? What they did was this. They recruited so-called students, right, in Iran, a democratic-like government that basically took the oil and was developing the country, right? You think they basically got paid people, right? The CIA came up with millions of dollars, right, to help the British, right? And they started basically recruiting people in the country, right, to do protests, stuff like that, just show up, protests, everything. Then what happens is the people, things got out of hand and the country starts spiraling out of control, you know? And then they start saying, then when the government started cracking down, right? The New York Times, everything said, oh, Mossadegh a brutal dictator and blah, 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 blah. And next thing you know, he was toppled and everything. And they brought this guy called the Shah in, right? Then they brought the Shah in, created this. He was a descendant of some royal Iranian thing. And they put the Shah in power, right, to do their bidding. And the British got their oil fields back and everything. And people looked up like, what the fuck happened, you know? Because what happened was you let populism and people running their mouth, oh, yeah, this and the other thing. Why? Because people were paid. You know how easy it is to destabilize a country, particularly a country that's developing, you know, when people aren't really educated. You could basically go in there and pay people to show up, to protest, promise them money and everything like that. And you can have an armed insurrection. That's why countries have crackdowns on protests and everything, because they know the West is good for that, to destabilize countries, you know, and everything. So it's not always a good thing if the people aren't educated, right, and people are nationalistic. You know, that's more dangerous. Same thing happened in Liberia in 1979 with the rice riots, and then the coup in 1980, right? And
also, Carla, before you continue, just, you know, whenever we have people on, I just want to let them on so that they can talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Wizkid, welcome to the call.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Welcome, brother. Speak, brother. Welcome.
Yes, we can see you and we can hear you loud and clear.
I'm trying to hear y'all better. I'm trying to put some headphones on. Hold on, y'all. Hello?
Yes, brother, you're on live. Go ahead. What's on your mind? Welcome to Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood. You posted a few comments. This was the first one.
Yeah, just the volume was really low. That's why.
And that is the second one.
Okay. All right. Anyways, yeah, so how you doing, brother Khaled and brother Bomani? I was just, you know, talking about the white population numbers declining, you know, mentioning that as a factor, but you're saying that even if the numbers are low, right? Even if the numbers are declining, they still have the power. They still have control over resources. They have control over the political and economic infrastructure. But, you know, and I was saying us, you know, increasing on population, you're saying, yeah, that should be an advantage, but it's not going to be an advantage. So how can we use that as an advantage? Because, you know, how about the African youth can do something? The African youth is we educate the African youth and they use their numbers as an advantage, and they eventually, you know, take over the political system, economic system in Africa. Is that a factor? Can that help us out in the future?
Okay. The first thing has to happen is, like now China did, you have to have a cultural revolution. You know, and the culture does not change, right? A culture of nation building, a culture of education, science, hard work, and sacrifice and everything. And this nationalistic, what you have in Africa right now is you do not have nationalistic people. People are only loyal to their tribe, their family, stuff like that. So a nation is something that was imposed upon them, you know? okay, I'm part of this country called Cameroon. I guess I am. That's what my passport says. But there's no real dedication to a nation. People are about their individual stuff. And let's be honest with ourselves, right? If you're hungry, poor, and living hand to mouth and everything, you're not thinking about. You only think about your day-to-day meals. There's an old saying that says philosophy is for men with full stomachs. How do we get to that point, right? And it's only going to happen until you have an educated middle-class African population. When you have an educated middle-class population, when they're not thinking about their day-to-day survival and stuff like that, they have savings, they have education, they have recreation and stuff like that, then they're ready to sit down and have intellectual conversation about how to move the country. Right now, everybody's on survival mode. Everybody's all about, I got to drive this this KK up for 20 hours to buy a bag of rice. That's just the reality. So they don't, therefore, the politicians in Africa know that. They know the average person is basically poor. They're not thinking about anything other than their next meal, whatever like that. And so they use those things to keep people in line. Why would you want to basically change that? Because when people start getting more money, more wealth, and more education, and standard of living goes up, they start demanding more. So therefore, like in every other country, we're gonna say, when does problems usually start in a country, right? It's never when people are really poor. It's when people start doing better. And what happens is their expectations are beyond what the society can actually deliver. And then they say, something, this is not happening. This is not working. We could go in this direction. That's when policies come in. So when you have a cultural change, right, and everybody's on the same accord in the country, and there's a social contract and everything, and people believe in their country. This is my country. This is what I want to build. This is where I want to live. Everything like that. Then the politicians have to respond to the needs of the actual people. Well, we don't have that right now. Right now, the politicians in Africa only respond to who's going to give it. Right now in Africa, it's all about, unlike Asian countries where they're building industries and they got their own tax base and everything, Africa is all about who can get in power and who can divvy up the money that's, who's better at managing the money that's coming in from the outside. That's what you have. People argue over stuff like, well, with this person, when I'm in power, if the French give me this, I could do this with this. If French could do this, I could bring our currency to this and everything. So everything's tethered to outside forces. And so therefore the people aren't really in power yet. The people, the power in any country has to derive from the people. If the money and everything's coming from the outside, right, then what the country has to go by is what the outside world thinks. Now, when the countries in Africa start to the point where they don't need the West and everything, then the people and the wealth or the taxes and everything come from the people because they built their own industries and everything like that, and they're they have their own food supply and everything like that. Then the people could be in a position, but we don't have that right now in much of Africa. Much of Africa relies on imports of stuff and everything. So. I mean, we could talk about this thing with the youth and everything, but what's sad is that Africa been independent since the late 50s, 1960s, right? Right now, Africa should have a thriving farming industry. They should have a thriving fishing industry, modern fishing. Most Africans got to buy their fish, commercial quantity fish, right? From Vietnamese fishing boats, right from their own shores. So all these things right here, instead of modernizing the fishing industry, building poultry factories, building industries and everything like that, enfranchising people. When people see that they're being enfranchised and the country's going forward and everything like that, then they're ready to start talking about what we're talking about, Right. As long as people are poor and people. Hey, Jughead, can you attest to that?
Yes, you're correct. Because of the poverty in Africa. Well, welcome, Wizkid. What's happened, Whiskey? This is kind of a Darwinian mindset. Every man for himself. It's not natural. It's induced because when you're look at me for instance, I'm in the UK. What can I show love for you, but Whiskey? My brother Bomani and Color. I've got a good job. I'm working over the internet. I've got the time to interact with you. If I was in Africa now, a Portugal or Liberia or Senegal or Chad or Niger, I wouldn't have time to do this. I was waiting for my next meal. Yeah, so that's by deliberate, because if you're poor and you're hungry, your first priority is survival, not liberation, not progress, not advancement. And they know that, you see. That's why they want us to the diaspora to not go back, because we got about investments, our money, our ideas. Africa will progress, and we throw the invaders out. That's why they killed Malcolm. Because Malcolm was giving black people a vision. I said before, Whiskey and Black America. I'm not saying because you're FBA. I think it's true. Black Americans are the best blacks on the planet. I've lost 200 years. Creativity and progress. That's a fact. That's not my opinion. It's a fact. You put the black African Americans' creativity, industriousness, with African resources, but forget it. It's all over. It's all over. That's why they killed Malcolm.
What we want to do is like I said, if we could have one country, right? Liberia. Start with Liberia. One country where we basically talk about, okay, we want to build a city state here. We want to build a new town. We'll build industrial parks, industrial zones, and we want to bring in industries, build new schools and hospitals and stuff like that, right? When people see that, right, that as progress, right? Right now, Africa feels hopeless. I'll be honest with you, right? It's like a hopelessness, right? Because people feel like, okay, we got all these resources and everything that they tell us we have, but there's nothing really being built to the point where it makes a difference in the average person's life. You know, and when you have it like that, right, it's hard to get people, you know, to on your page where they say, right now we can say that because we're in America, right? We got a refrigerator full of food. We got cars, we got stuff like that. We're not on a day-to-day survival, you know? We have to meet Africans where they are. You know, they're on a survival method. What they want to know is where the next meal's coming from, you know? Where the food's coming from. Where is the rebels going to take over the country? Is the country going to be stable, you know? Is there going to be a military coup, you know? Look what happened in Senegal just a couple of weeks ago, you know? A massive, they imprisoned the opposition leader. Riots broke out and there's shootouts with the police. That's the reality in Africa. You know, that's a reality in Africa. You know, and we have our own problems here in America, but you know, at least you know nobody's starving here. You know, and so a lot of Africans don't understand African Americans. Why you want Africa so much? Well, you guys got so much in America, but what we don't have in America is that freedom. You know, that Africans have. You know, we don't have that, you know, but like I said, we take one country and get started there. And like I said, people ask me about Liberia, right? I would love somebody to start, instead of talking about housing and everything, talk about, can I buy a abandoned warehouse, right? I've seen it when I was there. Let me tell you something, right? The place I was staying at when I was there a couple of months ago, one part was a hotel. The other part was an old industrial building, like two parts, right? And guess who was there? A Chinaman, a Bangladeshi man, everything like that. And you know what they're doing? They're getting set up because they know sooner or later their people from are going to invest in the country and they're going to be ready to get contracts and everything like that. Contracts and everything like that. One guy, the Bangladeshi guy, had a borehole truck. And he was basically, he was busy too, you know. The borehole truck, have you ever seen a borehole truck? That thing is so big, you know. It's like twice the size of two Mack trucks, you know. It's like, it'll make a Mack truck look like a little toy, you know. That's how big those things are. So he had a big borehole truck there and whatnot. And when I was there was people coming up there because he had parked outside, right? Well, I need this built and everything like that, you know. So he's making all this money because he got his shop set up and everything. And I'm saying to myself, you know, right, I like to see more black people in America, right, who got things like construction and stuff like that, get set up in Africa, you know, get set up in like that. And
how do we get set up though?
It's not hard. It's not hard, and it's not hard. You know, I'm going to have it so by the end of the year, once once I get in contact with my guy Ross, he's missing. You know, pray for his safe return. We don't know where he's at. You know, that's my partner in Liberia. Anyway, I got other people too, but we're gonna have it so that somebody wants to get a business set up and everything like that, we can get that done for them. You know, we can get that done for them. But like I said, I'll urge people, right, to say, ask me questions like, you know, how could I rent a warehouse space? How could I had a couple of friends of mine who built storage stuff for their equipment. You know, they had plot of land and they leveled the thing and they built storage and fenced it in. So they have a place to keep their equipment and stuff like that in the country. You know, that's the sort of stuff when people start seeing you come into the country with ideas like that, ready to build and everything, because it makes us what we may think is no big deal, right? Let's say you go on Craigslist and buy a tractor, right? And you have it shipped over there, right? Do you know how much you could make because you have a tractor? Something we don't even think about, no big deal, right? But a tractor in Africa, to ask Jughead, right, is a big deal. You know, is a big deal.
Yeah.
You know, because the stuff that we take for granted, right? Like when I'm driving through Wakefield or I see tractors on the side of the road for sale, you know? And I'm saying to myself, my God, if you have a tractor, you could lease that out and clear fields and bring a farm product up like this. That's one of many business ventures you can get into, you know, and it pays well. So there's a lot of stuff that that's needed and everything. What Africa does not have is capital, right? If you have capital and machinery and stuff like that, you know, that you bring to the country, and you're partnering with local people on the ground and stuff like that, you can get a lot of stuff done. You know, when people start seeing you do that, then they're ready to listen to you.
And that's why you're saying bringing capital from America to Africa.
Yeah,
because it's going to, you know, magnify basically.
Yeah, because a lot of them don't have the money. You know, a simple thing like, let's say, let's try to think of quick. Let's say a simple thing like a bulldozer. You know, a lot of people don't have them. You know, they're expensive. You know, we think of America, right? Oh yeah, if I really want a bulldozer or whatever, like, I can get one. In Africa, that's almost impossible. You know, when people are living on, you know, a very little bit of money every day. But the thing is, though, those jobs still need to get done. You know, and you got people willing to pay for that, right? But they may have to wait 2 months to get a job done because there's not enough people with that in the country. You know what I'm saying? So when you start doing stuff like that, right, and you're bringing ideas and stuff in, you know, because a lot of skilled talent there, right? But a lot of times, let's say you see somebody with a factory, right? But he may have equipment that's outdated, you know. And you say, you know something, you know, we could get this new equipment, we can increase this, you know, and then you be that person that spreads around. Oh man, WizKid, you know, he partnered with us, and we're doing this right now, right? And then what happens is people start buying into your idea of Pan-Africanism. You know, they'll start buying into what you're saying, but people you're producing. People are not going to buy into talk anymore. I'm telling you right now, Africans are tired of talk.
Yeah, they are. We all are, right?
We all are. But Africans really, you know, because we could talk all we want, but if you're not coming there with something tangible that you're going to do and everything, say, look, you know, what do you do for a living, WizKid?
Right now, I don't mind saying this, but I was a welder. I was welding, and I was doing security on the side. Now,
you know, if you had your own equipment and stuff like that, you know, people, and you got your say, I want to set up my own shop over here, you know, and you start hiring little young people as apprentices. There you go.
Yeah, but now I want to get into manufacturing. I want to I still know how to weld, but I want to get into manufacturing and supply stuff that's needed, essentials.
Right. Know? What exactly? Like a manufacturing, the best thing to do is food. So like canneries and stuff like that. You know that takes a little bit of capital, equipment. You know, canneries and stuff like that. If you could open up a manufacturing, it's very easy to open a business. Especially when you talk about manufacturing, you're talking about being the alpha or the number one on the supply chain. That's one thing we don't have. We're always end consumers, right? when you're a manufacturer and you create your own brand, right? And like Liberians are doing things like making vodka and stuff like that. They're getting into like small scale manufacturing, you know. They're bottling things like bottling wine, beer, and stuff like that. You know, small manufacturing and soaps and cosmetic and stuff like that. That always goes good over in the country. You know,
I wanted to like sorry to cut you off. I want to manufacture like, you know, spoons, like, you know, tableware, tables, chairs, essential stuff that's needed around like the home businesses. You know, I want to manufacture. I want to like invest in a 3D printer to manufacture essential stuff, like, you know, tables, just a little bit of everything. You know.
Yeah, what you call in Liberia, they got. I'm gonna tell you right now, they got furniture makers like you won't believe. You know, they got a 3D printer. If you could do it and do it really efficiently and everything like that, yeah, it will go over good. But I'll tell you right now, these guys can make beds. I had beds made over there, chairs, furniture, and everything. They are really, really good over there as far as like that. And what gets me is when you have these people as talented, the governments and these people don't care, right? I'm like saying to myself, you got all this talent right there. Imagine if the government of these countries said, you know something, instead of importing chairs and everything, let's buy from our local producers. You know, it's a mindset. You know, let's buy from our local producers. You know, manufacturers. You know, you're muted. You're muted.
Sorry, Carla. Sorry to interrupt, Carla. Africa doesn't have governments. They're plantation overseers. That's a problem.
Yeah.
Last Africa that we had was Mugabe, who died of old age. When Mugabe got 3 years ago, and Gaddafi was killed in 2011. We haven't any leaders since. Africa's got a bunch of plantation overseers. That's a problem. That's why they don't care about the food. They don't care about the progeny. That's why we need to go back in numbers and gradually take over, because unless we do that, man, Africa's finished.
You win the people over. Whatever you could do over there, to tell you the truth, brother. If you could go over there and pull it off, right, with your whatever you're doing, and you're got contracts and you're hiring people and everything like that, you'll go over big. You know, that's the though that you could make a difference with very little over there. You know, and then what happens is people will buy into what you're saying. You know.
I have a question. You know, you said what's my career right now. I do work in corrections. I talked to you about that before, about, you know, brothers and sisters going into law enforcement. So I'm doing that right now. I don't plan on doing it forever. But the money I'm making right now, I'm saving. Like, I'm trying to save up at least around $30,000 to $40,000 to go down there to do just small scale manufacturing. Before I even do all that, before I go to Liberia or Ghana or Kenya or Nigeria, I need to go down there and study the environment. I need to study the culture.
Take a trip. Why don't you come on a trip with us next year?
Okay. You said it was like what, 5,000?
4,000.
4,000. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what we've been trying to tell folks. You come with us, and then what you get is a presentation for business and investment, and then you just get a feel of the country, and then you have people who have your back. So, so the one that we're pushing right now, as far as the feature journey, is Liberia. So give people enough time for March. But if that don't work, then we're off to Ghana. But those are the two investment countries we have. But since we've been here talking about Liberia, think about joining us to Liberia. Like I
tell you about Liberia, right? You open a business, you don't have to give half your business to nobody and everything. You could open a business. You could in one day you probably get your business license. Probably take you about 2 weeks, right? But as far as like property and stuff like that, you can buy and have it done. Well, you probably get it, but they'll probably mail it to you or whatever like that. They'll take it to get your documentation. But there's no, well, you got to be a citizen and all this kind of stuff like that. You can go there, and if you got a real investment, man, they will make sure that you get what you want. You know, that's the one thing, you know, I do know about Liberia, because it was set up that way. And they told me when I was there 2 years ago, they said they want more African Americans. That's why they make it easy for African Americans to own property, because they want you to go back and tell other people, you know, and stuff like that, you know, because that's what they're looking for, you know. And so
I have the website. I saved this. So you said it's 4,000. So that's very doable for me. I just gotta get the time off to go down there and do it. I just gotta talk to my supervisor so I can get the time off. I do want to do that. That'd be a trip of a lifetime. Instead of, you talk business.
We're gonna have a ball. You're gonna have me there. You have all say and whatnot. We're gonna have a ball. I guarantee you. We're gonna have the places we're gonna go and stuff like that. We are going to have a blast and connections and everything like that. You're gonna be a Liberianist, when you're done. And like I said, I always tell everybody, like, start with Liberia, get yourself started there. Then once you're successful, then venture to another country. I would say don't start in these other countries. Don't start in the other country. Start with a country that's really friendly to us, as far as like getting started and everything. And then once you're settled there and everything for a couple of years and everything, then you look at, let's say, Nigeria, Ghana, or Cameroon, whatever like that.
You gotta be careful, like I said, in those other African countries, because I heard what happened to our brother, the Hebrew Israelite. We had his resort destroyed.
Yeah,
I don't know
it's a fortunate situation, but like I said, those things happen. But like I said, the reason why I'm so bullish on Liberia, because the way the land laws work, the land laws are like America. You buy property, it's yours. There's no chief, or traditional land, all stuff like this doesn't exist. Once the land is deeded and everything like that, and you have a lawyer and they do the title search and everything, it's yours. That property deed will stand up in the highest courts of the land. And you could, as a black person, President of America, they're gonna make sure your land is taken care of, because they want more of us coming over there doing that. So, and also, what I would like to see is more of our colleges and everything getting involved in everything. We was over there before the Ebola thing happened back in 2014. But I'd like to see more of our colleges and everything. And Tennessee State University got strong ties to Liberia. Last year, they sent a whole trailer full of laptops for the students, And so you say, why do we do it? Because it's the right thing to do, We have the money. The president of Tennessee State is friends of Mr. Rosenthal, right? She's a sister, I forgot her name. But she basically is a Pan-Africanist, And so therefore, what we want to do is, when people start seeing that we're doing stuff like that, right, they're going to listen to what we have to say. They're going to listen and say, wow, these guys are doing stuff. We're connected with Black HBCUs. We're connected with Black businesses in America and everything like that, right? Then people will basically listen, we'll listen to what we have to say. That's what we're up against, When people start seeing that, that you're bringing something to the table and everything, they will listen to what you have to say, and rightfully so, because people get a lot of talk, but they don't deliver anything, When you say, when you get to Liberia, there's so many people that you're going to connect with, that you're going to work for you and stuff like that. And you're giving them a job and everything. Bro, it's here in America, you can give somebody a job. They don't appreciate it. They don't show up, whatever. They don't, but you go to Liberia, a country like Liberia, like I had my driver, he called me yesterday. We talked on video chat and whatnot. Yeah, what's going on, Kala? Whatnot, because he said for those days I was there, he was my driver when I paid him well, fed him, paid him well and everything. And his whole community, he loved me. They're like, yeah, man, when's that guy Kala coming back? So when you do stuff like that, right, and you're doing building relationships like that, they last a lifetime. That's more Pan-Africans than people pumping their fists and everything. Just doing stuff like that,
Yeah.
And I told him, I said, I'm gonna one day help you invest in your business. He wants to start his own sanitation company. I said, I'm gonna find a way how to help you out with your business next year, And so that's what I tell people, just do stuff and everything. When you do that and everything, we have the BAIO chapter there, right? And I want to increase membership drive over there, people in the social network and everything, and people I'll name and what we're trying to do, and people start showcasing what we're doing, what we're bringing. That's real Pan-Africanism. People are doing stuff. It can't be all about just going over there, just talking about your rhetoric. When you got a real thing, like you're gonna manufacture or build, whatever like that, you're gonna do something, and you're adding value to the country, you're paying taxes to the state, everything, everybody's happy. You're paying taxes, you're employing people and everything like that, and you're making money, you're making a profit,
And And before I get out of here, because I gotta go in a few minutes, I gotta hit to work. Is there anything you can like recommend me study on, concerning manufacturing and production? Anything I can study on that? Because I already know how to weld, but I want to learn more about the manufacturing production. I want to educate myself more.
A lot of YouTube videos. When I go to the library, I studied manufacturing by going to the library and stuff like that. What I do is this, right? A good thing to study is study the Asian model. Okay, Japan, right? How Mitsubishi was founded. If you can find, there's some videos on YouTube about Mitsubishi and Honda and all this stuff like that. They're on YouTube, right? And then you go to the library and whatnot. I think the main thing about manufacturing, before you start manufacturing, you should already have buyers and everything lined up. You should already have buyers lined up and stuff like that before you start manufacturing. So therefore, by the time you start production, it's already, what you have is already sold. It's already you already have distribution and all that already set up. You have particular buyers and everything like that already set up and everything like that. That's how manufacturing is done. And the best thing to manufacture, to tell you the truth, right, is you got end product, like you said, those are end product stuff like that for consumers. So, but manufacturing like tools, tools and stuff like that people use to make more capital goods. People use to make more products. If you let's say manufacturing, let's say 3D printers, weed whackers, I don't know, whatever, or manufacturing pipes, things like pipes, plumbing pipes, plastic pipes and stuff like that, those will go really, really well, because those things people need, those essential things people need, but you'll have your aha moment when you get there, you'll say, oh, these people need this, then you figure out what to manufacture. I've seen those 3D printers. I like them, Yeah. I like stuff like that. I've seen the 3D printer guns, ever seen that? They had the I said, damn, we're gonna make a 3D print. What are they called? Zip gun? Well, what are they called?
Guns?
Huh?
Zip guns?
No, not zip guns. It's called something else. It's a 3D. They're plastic. They're real guns, but they're plastic, made from a 3D.
I saw a documentary on YouTube about that. I was really interested. They're like ghost guns.
Ghost guns.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That could be a thing to think through, because a lot of times countries don't have weapons. The police department needs weapons and stuff like that. You could get a contract with them. Stuff like that. That's just a thought. But stuff like anything. Anything that people can use and they'll buy from you and whatnot. But the thing is about manufacturing, you're in the beginning of the supply chain. So whatever you manufacture, you're eventually going to sell it. People are going to buy from you. So that's a good thing. We as a Black people, we don't manufacture anything. We don't. We don't manufacture jack in the Black world. We're all consumers. We all have cars. We all have everything, right? But nothing is made by us. So yeah. So 3D. Can you make tires?
Can I make tires with 3D printing?
Yeah. That would sell really well,
Okay.
Tires will sell really well, tires, and so because Liberia has plenty of rubber.
Okay.
Yeah, plenty of rubber,
I mean, so that's a good idea. Tires. All right.
Tires, so you probably figure out a way how to do that. You do really well.
Okay.
You'll have all the rubber tappers selling you rubber, and stuff like that. So there's a lot. There's a lot. There's plenty. You'll see when you get there. There's plenty of opportunity to do. If you really do that, I gotta look that up. 3D printers and everything. I gotta look that up. But I never thought about manufacturing from a 3D printer. I just thought, just a regular factory, whatever like that. But I guess you could,
Yeah, the 3D printer just kind of depends on how just kind of lay things out smoother. But WizKid, my recommendation to you, as I begin to just try to share more about investments with people, just travel with an open energy and process everything, and don't be ready to make any quick decisions and things like that, because Like I was explaining to Kala, I don't care if the people come from the moon or wherever. The issue that we're having with people is delivering. So, and the same thing I'm telling other people who have aspirations for land and things like that. Let's not make any quick decision. Let's get all the people that's going to be working with us to get their stuff in order and things like that. So, as
Yeah.
we're talking about manufacturing, the goal is to provide educational information at a business conference, because that's one of the things that's on the itinerary. So that's our goal, with all of us working together to put the right people in place to where they can share educational information with us and documentation, so we can all have a better idea to do something.
PowerPoint ready.
Before I mean, people can do presentation in different formats. Before I left Ghana, one of the last presentations that we had at the business conference was an attorney explaining things just front and back, as far as this, before the people invest in the country. And that's one of the things I've been encouraging people to do, because most of us get excited, and I don't want no one else to get their hearts broken, but I want us to make smart investments, so we have all of the information together, and then we see all the tangibles, and then we have other people that come from where we come from, that have our back, to where we're not going in it alone, and we're going in it with full backup from where we're coming from, and then working with the best of the people that we have there. And that's my same advice to everyone everywhere else, because there's a lot of things that could have been prevented, but people make quick decisions from people they don't know and not completely have all the research and information in place. So it's whether it's myself or Kala or anyone else, it's the same way I'm gonna share with us, because I want to see us succeed in Africa, and I'm frustrated with the level of things that we're not being able to succeed with, because we have people who have not delivered, or we have made bad decisions. Everyone has to take accountability on both sides of the situation. And then for the most part, while you're waiting, you have time to do more and more research on what you're looking to do, and then you have time to get other people involved and get other support energy. So I got you on the list, brother, and I got you on the WhatsApp page. But appreciate your enthusiastic energy.
Well, thank you, Bomani. And thank you, Colin, and thank you, Lord Jughead. Well, I'm gonna get out of here. Y'all gotta get going to work right now. So
Absolutely.
I'll stay in touch.
Take care.
And family, this is our real. We keep it. If you were dealing with RJ Mahdi in Senegal, he'll say send over $1,000 so you can be my lifetime membership investor, and I'll help you build all these factories and build all these things you want to do. And I know it sounds like funny and things like that, but it's like that's what we have out there. We have vultures out there, wolves in sheep clothing, just waiting to snatch you up. So if we were like this, we wouldn't have these conversations with our brother. We just try to lure him in and then try to get him into something, and then do things like that. But I just want people to understand that we're not, all of us are not the same in this operation and things. You're looking at people here that care about you and want to see you succeed and want to see you the best. So our brother Kala is going to help to do those research and those things, so you are safe and secured, and you're in a situation where it's a win-win situation, because that's what we're striving for. We're striving for like a higher percentage of success. And I mean, I'm not saying that we don't have success in doing things in Africa, but the success rate is not high enough. And just being real with folks, so we want to be the example, collectively to the example. So Kala, appreciate you encouraging him, brother. I got his I have WizKid information, so I texted him already and sent him the email and things like that. So he's one of the people who have been great support and energy. Yeah. That's what we have to do, man. Whenever people talk about come to Africa, come and socialize with us, come and get a feel of the country together, come and build some collectiveness.
And this is what I love about brothers like that, right? Not everybody, not everybody's a fire and breathing Pan-Africans. I'm so sick and tired of them type of people. Right. I like practical brothers. You got a job, says a correction. Bro, I don't care if you're a cop, whatever it is, whatever you got to do to make money, it's okay with me. You're cool with me, whatever like it's like that, we don't care about that. We in Bomani and I don't care about that. We're basically brothers that got your back. We're our brother's keeper. We understand that we got brothers in law enforcement. We understand we got brothers that do things that ain't popular among black people, whatever like that, you know, but we don't care, you know. You're a brother, you want to invest, you're interested in Africa and doing something different. And like I told him, I said, look, when you do something and everything and you got something tangible and you're connecting with the country, you know, you are helping build the pan. You're doing more than anybody that does lectures and running their mouth and stuff like that, you know? So you are actually making a difference in somebody's life in Africa, and you're building something. We need more of that, you know, not more talk, not more rhetoric, and not more grandstanding and stuff like that. You know, we have enough people grandstanding and stuff like that. We need people that's humbly, you know. And I don't know much about this place, but you know, I'm listening to what my colleague got to say. I'm gonna research myself. I'm gonna learn everything like that. I'm not gonna make any rash decisions. You know, when the time comes to move and everything, I'm gonna be in a good position. You know, and so we'll help with somebody like that. We'll help out every step of the way. I'll help out every step of the way. So, Baruti says, Kala, how will the paradigm be created to focus emphasis by African Americans on the African engagement in areas said manufacturing? You have to start with one place at a time. You know, I can't say it's going to happen all over the continent. I can say, based on my 2 trips to Liberia and all the connections I know, that if you do this, you know, that you could be successful, but still you got to still do your due diligence and everything. You got to connect with the right people and make right decisions. Don't make anything rash, plan everything out and do it the right way. If we keep doing that on small scale, small things lead to big things. You know, if we start doing that and be sensible business people, right? If the Chinese could do it, the Indians could do it, we can do it, you know? And also we have a history behind us, right? And people need to pour back into history. We produced Madam C.J. Walker, you know, the time when people told us that we were an inferior race. We produced the world's first black female millionaire, Madam C.J. Walker. We did like great things. So when you have confidence in yourself and confidence in what you came from and your culture and everything, you could basically do that, but still do everything right. Don't get cocky, but you could build because you have the confidence. If you don't have any confidence, you think black people are just systemic racism is holding you back and all this kind of stuff like that. The white man decides who's rich and all this kind of nonsense. You listen to that Umar Johnson bullshit, you ain't going to build anything. And Umar doesn't want to see you build anything, you know? You know, so that's what we're talking about tonight.
Yes, Kala, you ready to close out? We still got a few more things to share. Trying to see if anybody else want to come on. But Rudy, you can join in. And this is our schedule, family. So looking to get more people that are on this chat with us that are curious about Africa to just join. You know, we have schedules way ahead of time. Join us in Africa because that's the future of what we're doing.
And do it right. Do it with a group. You know, this idea, like I said, the dummies got the Pan-Africanism. You know, go in a group. Go with people you know. Build with people.
Strength in numbers.
In numbers. You know, don't go into I'm in Africa and everything. They'll take you for a ride. You know.
Oh yeah, that's that's
go in numbers. Go in people don't listen, and you tell them everything. Nah, I got it, man. I'm just gonna go do my own thing and whatnot. You know, okay. You know, hard head makes a soft behind. You know. So
yeah, I mean, if folks gotta get on a jet plane and they move in places, you know, they just have to cover themselves, make smart investments, smart moves, but find a way to roll with strength in numbers one way or another, whether they're rolling with us or someone else. But it's a key factor of this being successful and keeping away from the wolves, especially the wolves in sheep clothing. You just roll up to Senegal and tell them about you want to do some investments and everything, and just run right into RJ Mahdi. You'll eat you alive.
What happens, that's what happens.
And that's what we mean, and we're dead serious what we mean, by those things. And these are based on experience and just hardcore knowledge.
And just seeing people, like I said, a wise man, a smart man learns from his mistakes. A wise man learns from the mistakes of others. Watch your stuff like that, and I'm like, and like I said, what I like that he's talking about manufacturing and stuff like that. I want people, when they contact about Liberia, ask me more about how can I get storage. That tells me that you're planning on bringing real equipment and a real business over there.
Right, absolutely. That's a move.
I want to see people talk to me more, ask me more stuff like that. What can I do for a warehouse, right? Can I lease this and everything? And also, when you buy land, you got to make sure you buy land on the right area, because, like I said, you got to make sure you have in an area where there's proper drainage. The people on the ground tell you, okay, that area floods. Somebody sell you, go to the wrong place, or somebody sell you land, they rain. It happened recently. Adolphus McGrady was like, look at some fool. He always cracks up people. I love Adolphus McGrady. But he said, look at these people. They got the land. They had the stilts on the ground, right? But it's all underwater.
That's funny.
He said this guy purchased land, had all the. I mean, it looked good, man. He had the foundation and everything, but it's underwater. And they understand something, right? You have to level the land out. You got to look at you have to drain it. You have to fill it with dirt and stuff like that. If you don't do stuff like that, you got to have proper drainage and everything. If you don't have the proper drainage and everything, you got this. Yeah, this right here, another video I should play. This one tells you right here, the passport, right? If you got a U.S. passport, right? It says passport apartheid. That's why I understand why people want a Sierra Leone passport, where most passports, the U.S. passport will get you in any country in the world, and use that U.S. passport to your advantage, People are like, oh, yeah, I'm going to Africa.
People going to say that you just mad because you don't have an African citizenship or passport. That's all they're going to say.
Oh, yeah, like I said, in Liberia, what I love about Liberia is I can do anything with a U.S. passport. I can do anything with a U.S. passport. That's what I love about that. I have to have a Ghanaian passport. I don't have to have a national ID card and all this kind of stupid stuff like that before I could do it. This and that and everything. I can open a business and everything like that. That's the way it should be. And then once you're acclimated to a particular country, then once you're established on the continent, then you could venture and take a risk to another country that may not have that. You know what I'm saying? But you throw all your eggs in one basket, like that, it's not good.
There you go, man. Ready for him played. Not good from the college family.
Passports are the silent tool of racial discrimination. There exists in our world a form of apartheid, which is based upon the separation of people depending on their nationality and the passport that they hold. Millions of people globally are disenfranchised from the right to travel because of this passport apartheid. And sadly, most of the people who are disenfranchised are those from the African continent and some parts of Asia. In fact, the overwhelming majority of African countries have what are effectively third-rate passports. And people from North America and Europe tend to have what we can call passport privilege, because their passports are among the strongest in the world and give them freedom to travel to virtually any other country with few restrictions. The strongest passports in the world include those of Singapore, Japan, and Korea. but that's quite an exception for countries which aren't predominantly populated by white people. Now, although Black people living in certain countries in Europe and North America will also benefit from passport privilege, let us remember the statistics. 75% of people who live in the United States are white. 85% of people living in the United Kingdom are white. And similar figures apply to countries like France and Germany. So ultimately, it's another form of white privilege. And people from the African continent are thus denied the right to travel. And that isn't just the case of traveling for tourism or to visit places out of interest. That also includes the right to be able to migrate for work, for study, or for healthcare. It's kind of taken for granted and left unquestioned that citizenship of any nation is in fact blood-based. Citizenship is usually blood-based because many countries, and particularly those with the strongest passports, will deny nationality or citizenship to people who are born on their soil unless they have a parent or sometimes grandparent who originates from that country. One of the rare exceptions is actually the United States, but across most of Europe, people of other nationalities born on the soil are not considered to have the rights of citizenship. So passport apartheid persists. Blood or ancestry is the basis of all rights, and the principles that having the right parents with a Western super citizenship is effectively all that counts. This is another form of effectively what is racism that exists in the world and is rarely questioned by anybody. We just take it for granted that Singapore, Germany, most of the European Union have the strongest passports in the world, whereas countries across Africa and most of Asia are subjected to having the weakest passports. Do we ever stop to ask ourselves why this is the case? Is it fair? Is it equitable? Is it based upon principles of equality and justice? No, of course it isn't. It's another form of structural racism which exists across the globe.
The good thing about it is I got a U.S. passport, so I'm gonna use that privilege. Brody asked me the alternative BAIO group. I can look at
yeah. Well, let me pop that up real quick. Get this off here. Jughead, welcome back, brother. Yeah, if you can break that down, because this is
well, the alternative group BAIO promotes LGBTQ stuff, which that's why there's an alternative group, because Jabari Darius Lamb is a flaming what's the word I'm trying to use without saying?
Well, he just got a lot of sugar in his tank. I don't know.
Tank one out, him and Holup, So they support all stuff like that, So they're only doing Liberia because I'm doing it and whatever like that. So whatever. So why they need it in Liberia when not? He made a video talking about stay away from these countries because they don't like LGBTQ. When did LGBTQ become important in a so-called?
I guess one of the countries that he didn't name was Liberia, because he said Ghana and Tanzania.
He said Ghana, Tanzania, and Uganda. Stay away from these countries.
Yeah. And so I guess he feels safe in Liberia.
I don't know why he does that. Liberians don't play that shit. That's a very Muslim and Christian country, right? They don't play that.
Is that what they're pushing now? That's what people are gonna say when they start seeing those guys pushing what they're pushing. It was like, is that what y'all bringing us to Liberia for? For this Rainbow Coalition thing going on?
That's why I got red. Time we're gonna shut these dudes down. They ever show up in Liberia when we're gonna expose these bulls.
All of a sudden they just pop up, when you and I are pushing the Liberia energy, then this guy with his big lips pop up.
Bring his white boyfriend over there
with his bootylicious lips.
White boyfriend over there sitting on his lap. We don't need that. We need men. We need real men. Liberia needs real men. They don't need sissies. Hey, I sent you two more videos. I want to play before we get off. The first one is, like I said, this you guys see this video. The guy father got a DNA test from this his son's girlfriend, whatever, like that, you know, and basically you gotta see this shit, man. You know, and this is what we're talking about. This is what we're supposed to, according to Umar, this guy should have stayed with the girl and whatnot, you know. Because the father Pops was like wasn't having this shit, you know. And Pops was not having that shit at all.
All right, let me see here.
Yeah, he said how we different ideology. They believe in the rainbow shit. I don't, you know. That's why we split.
There you go, Brody. Let me know if you have any other questions in reference to that. Because Kala, he said their focus, Liberia, especially mirrors your aim.
Yeah, how's it my aim, you know? I'm a black woman, black man, black. I got a Liberian. You know, how's that my aim, you know? Brody, you need to stay off the internet, bro. You got too much time on your hands, bro. You know?
You want to know what's the difference, man?
You know? And there you go, bro. They believe in two men should be together, and I don't, you know? Ask them that next time you see them. Do you guys believe in LGBTQ? And we'll see what they say to you.
Well, Dara said to stay away from Ghana, Tanzania, and Uganda. because his friends are not friend. His friend, something may happen to him and his homies.
Mm-hmm.
So like I'm saying, is what they're trying to push. Like, oh, Liberia is a safe haven for them folks.
It's America, but when you go to Liberia, these people are very, very religious. They are very religious, and they're very, you know, into this stuff.
Conservative.
You know, conservative country, very conservative country.
I guess he's thinking that tonight.
I'm conservative.
I guess he's thinking it's just like America. I guess that's the only thing I could think of.
And that's what he thinks. It's just like him. No, it's not.
Because like homie, you're still in West Africa.
Yeah, you big motherfuckers like what? Motherfucker will whoop your old ass, man. You know.
Yeah, man. Yeah, pop them big lips of yours, man. Pop them bootylicious lips. All right, let me play this thing. Yeah, Barudi doing a lot of research, man. There you go, Colin. Hopefully your answer is question. This is a video, right?
Yeah.
All right, let me get it back from the beginning.
What's going on? Oh, you got some shit.
I told you the baby ain't sure. I told you I seen on back baby.
We get a light skinned baby.
I ain't taking care of nobody else's kids. I gotta take care of you.
I'm about to see what's going on.
This don't make no sense.
It's about to be some shit.
Not you record.
We're about to be in the scene, y'all.
Oh my God.
I just want y'all to know that we're about to be all over Facebook and all that. Yes, we are.
It's not his baby. It's not. You're going to have to take it. It's not. Here you go. Read that. It's not. We're going to.
He done served us some damn papers. And then his baby, wow.
Get your baby. Get your baby. No, she said it was my baby. No, we ain't doing that. Get your baby. No, I told you. I told you. I seen her on back page. I told you I seen her on back page. It was my baby. She was on back page. On back page. Like they don't understand it. Come on. That's your baby. Come on. I barely raised you. Come on. I'm just saying she knew it wasn't. I barely raised you. Come on.
Wow, that's crazy.
Oh my God.
Oh shit. What the hell?
That is crazy. Like,
but you knew it though. You don't understand this real word. I understand that.
Yo, according to Umar, man, he should have took that baby. The father should have raise that child, whatnot. You know, real black men ain't having that shit. You know.
Queens, black woman is God. The black woman is God.
God, man, black woman's God, man. You know, this is a sister right here, right here. Look at her story, right? You know, she founded the first black bank in California. This is she helped fight slavery and whatnot. This is what we come from. You know, Jughead always talks about. You know, this is what we come from. You know.
All right, perfect. Let me roll it.
Mary Ellen Pleasant was a black American entrepreneur and mogul who not only put fear in the hearts of white supremacists but funded numerous slave rebellions on the Underground Railroad. Her earlier life began as a domestic servant, where she learned to read and write but never received a formal education. After moving to California, she landed a job as a cook. On this job, she would eavesdrop on the rich as she served them, gaining knowledge of investing. Thereafter, she used the knowledge to invest in and build a highly successful business empire that included laundry services, a dairy company, boarding homes, real estate, and restaurants. She also funded other businesses, getting 10% of the profits. Mrs. Pleasant used her $30 million of wealth, a sum that would be equal to roughly $864 million today, to not only free her people but also provide runaways with housing, food, and money. She also secretly funded numerous slave revolts and raids on behalf of ending slavery. When abolitionist John Brown was hanged on December 2, 1859, for helping black Americans revolt, a note was found in his pocket that read, "The axe is laid at the foot of the tree. When the first blow is struck, there will be more money to help." At the time, no one suspected that the note was one of many written by wealthy black woman Mary Ellen Pleasant. She later admits being involved in and paying for the freedom of her people through revolts. The sum she donated for revolts alone was estimated at $30,000, almost $900,000 in today's dollars. Mary Ellen Pleasant, entrepreneur, financier, real estate mogul, and liberator, died on January 11, 1904. She is known as the mother of the California Civil Rights Movement and one of the most wealthy and powerful figures post-Gold Rush era.
That's where we come from, folks.
That's where we come from. That's what built America. That's what I'm talking about. That's a sister.
You know,
not Kunda Owens.
That's a real black woman, you know.
That's real. Not Kunda Owens. Not Simone Debo Sanders. not Susan Rice, war criminal Rice. Not Michelle Obama. What you say, Color? You Color.
Sanders, you know. Yeah, she really hates black men. She hates black men. Y'all should just shut up.
Debo. Simone. And NFL Sanders.
Yeah, she was like a
Lawrence Taylor Sanders.
She's a linebacker. She's a defensive end.
Lawrence Taylor. Yeah, that Lawrence. That remember Mean Joe Green. I'll show my age. Remember Mean Joe Green. The old 70s Pittsburgh Steelers linebacker. I'm gonna show my age now. Remember Mean Joe Green. Remember Color?
Yep.
Your Pittsburgh Steelers linebacker.
Yep.
Mean Joe Green.
Yep. That's what we.
I love the coach, man.
That's what we have. You know, we have people like that running the show. People give them the platform and everything like that. Can't get rid of them. You know, like shit. Every time I see somebody come on the scene, we have such and such. Oh my god! Next thing you know, they're on TV again. You know, I remember I missed MySpace. Right, MySpace. I used to be on MySpace. If I go to my page, I go to somebody else's page. I didn't have to. You know, half the people that I see nowadays, I would never know if I didn't turn on my damn Facebook or whatever, Instagram, whatever. I don't want YouTube. YouTube's the worst, you know. Aside from this show, I wish I could delete. I already deleted Twitter. I got rid of that. It's called Twitter. I got rid of that. You know, that was just too much. You know, I want to get rid of Facebook, but Facebook, I communicate with a lot of people, so I don't stuff like that. That's why I got to have it. YouTube, we got this channel and a couple of channels I watch and everything, but I wish I could have YouTube where I only have I hate that when I turn on YouTube and I got all these feeds coming to me when I have videos I don't want to see and shit, you know, popping on my For You page or whatever that shit, you know. So
yeah. Back to WizKid. What you were saying about invested in Africa. Yes, true. I mean, if you should first step, I think, is to join the BAIO. Get with like minds because of the safety in numbers. That's my advice to him if he was still on. Is to join the BAIO. It doesn't cost a penny, and then start from there.
And one thing, we're going to be strong. I don't know about this so-called alternative group, what their plan is, but we're actually building stuff in Liberia and Africa and whatnot. So I don't know what their plan is other than just doing a bunch of goofy shit, you know?
I think they're doing all that stuff just to irritate you.
Yeah,
to sidetrack you. Because, I mean, I look at Boridi's comment. I mean, and so basically, as you go, they're copy.
Yeah.
Except they're pushing a different agenda.
They want that LGBTQ. That's never going to happen, you know?
Got bootylicious lips.
Yeah. Darius Sexy Land. He's going to come to Liberia in a skirt, you know? He's going to have his dress on and shit, you know? Him and Holt are gonna step out as a couple, you know.
What's happened
You're gonna come out the closet together.
Well, Darius already out the closet, you know. Holt's gonna have his big coming out and shit, you know.
And people gonna be like, "I knew it. I always knew it."
Yeah. I gotta find that video of him, in Rwanda, man. Didn't get out the van to push the thing out of the mud in Safari and shit, man. Say, yo, look, if something happens on a tour or whatnot, the first person you're gonna see, let's say we have a breakdown, I'm gonna be the first one out of the van, whatever like that, saying, listen, we'll do it, you know. I'll make sure we have a spare tire, we can change it, whatever like that, you know. And so, that's what a man does, you know. You're leading somebody, you should be the first person, you know, any danger, whatever like that, I'll be the first person that steps up, you know? That's what's called being a leader.
That's right. That's what men do. Men take risks. We build. They have a vision. Oh, another guest. Let me be quiet now. Who's this now?
What's up?
Black, what's going on, brother?
Greens,
Black,
welcome to the call. Your background is loud, so I muted you.
Oh, it is? Oh, hold on.
Well, I mean, it's fine now. You came on, you seemed like your mic was. But anyway, greetings, brother. Greetings, brother. Welcome to the call.
Is this better? Let me.
Oh, we can hear you loud and clear. Just want to know if you're clear about the subject, and let me pop it up. Here you go. And Kala was giving a whole breakdown of the science of Dr. Umar Johnson and his hate for black manhood.
Yeah. I'm not too sure of Umar Johnson, you know.
Speak your mind,
it's
bro.
like his whole the whole school thing is kind of it's almost like I don't know where it's going to go because it's leaving in it.
Let's go beyond the school. Let's not pick on the school today, y'all. But what we was talking about was the conversations about manhood and black men being responsible for certain things and not responsible. Want to know if you're familiar with those things, because those are some of the videos that we were playing.
Yeah, I was hearing some of that. Yeah, I disagree with Umar Johnson on that. You know, taking, putting all the responsibility on the man's shoulder. You know, as far as like for the actions of black females. So I disagree with Umar's stance on that. You know, the thing is too, it's been I think he's trying to go the whole let's butter the black woman up approach, and we tried. I mean, the conscious community tried that. The whole black woman is God thing, and the divestment movement. The divestors, they heard that and just tried to implement that more into their movement. Called themselves melanated divestors. You know what I mean? And so yeah, I think that approach is that approach is not working anymore. You know, the whole let's just butter them up and hopefully tell them what they want to hear, and they'll join the Pan African movement. No, that approach is not working. It really never worked. But yeah, I was also this whole divesting thing. That's starting to be a very big problem because getting attacked from all different angles. You have especially online. It's not just divestors attacking the movement. You have I think it's a lot of outside interference going on too, from all races. If you ask me,
Yeah, all compiling on, and black men should be saying, this is who we are, this is what we're about, this is our values, and everything like that. We got Umar throwing us under the bus going on, and people talk about black men abandoning their children, not like that, but he does not talk about them. He put the responsibility on black men who did not father these. That's what people. If he talk about black men need to take care of their children, that's fine. But he's saying even if they're not your children, it's your fault. He said not just your responsibility, or not that you should probably help out. But he's saying if you have a family and you're not going out there mentoring 3 boys or whatever like that, that's not anybody's responsibility. Where's this nigga crazy? And so that's what the big issue is. If he would say, yo, look, you should take care of your kids and everything, nobody would disagree. I wouldn't disagree with him. But he basically made it seem that the black men who are out here succeeding, building families, suddenly there's the goalpost is moved. And he's like, no, you ain't doing enough because, what about these kids that don't have fathers? That's not their problem. You know what I'm saying? And that's what the problem with people have with Umar. And so that's just an attack on black men, And so our enemies look at that like, yeah, black men's a problem and everything. Umar Johnson said, all these people, you got all these, there was some gay guys that were on YouTube talking about, we love Umar Johnson because he finally put them black men in their place and whatnot. I'm like, Lord have mercy. So he has a following now of divestors, gays, and everybody else. And he always talks about our gay black brothers and sisters and whatnot. What the fuck is he talking about? My calls everybody brother.
He said it could be fixed. He said it's a matter of psychology, and I guess he's the expert.
I'm like, yo, look, I don't have anything like look. If a person wants to be gay, fine. But when you say gay black brother, that means you're going to invite them in your circles. You're going to invite them to sit down. There's nothing we need to talk about. I believe in life. Homosexuality, that's death. And this death is anti-black. How can you talk about the black family? And these people are trying to read. He don't understand. Read between the lines. The Black Lives Matter chick, they said they want to redefine the family. They said they want to get rid of the patriarchy. They want to get rid of all this stuff. Like Patrice Cole said, yeah, we want to get rid of the nuclear family. We want to get rid of all that. So how can you basically like that and call these people your sisters? And Umar talks out of 2 sides of his mouth.
Yeah, I seen him slipping a little bit like years back when he was trying to big up a book he read, not by I think the Rustin guy, but it was another guy that was in a gay activist back in the 70s or 80s. I guess that guy had a book, and he said he read it and he wanted to give him props for the liberation movement, and maybe he was
gay guy. If the guy was found cover in California, was arrested for homosexuality, brutal homosexuality in the civil rights era, right? This guy was with Martin Luther King, and this guy was communist Martin Luther King.
Brad Rustin.
Yeah,
and Brad Rustin.
Yeah, Rustin. So this guy basically
Brad Rustin,
a white guy having nasty anal sex and shit like that, caught. And these are the people that deliberately infiltrate. Like right now, the new Black Panther Party has been infiltrated by these LGBTQ type swirlers and everything like that, you know? And so my bro Steve sent me stuff, you know? He says, man, these people will accept anybody. So long as when they have rallies and whatnot, anybody shows up and whatnot, they just accept them, you know? That's why I don't do it. I don't believe in organs. I believe in secret societies. The BAIO is a secret society, you know? You know, and so therefore people have these organizations, they show up, they talk loud and everything. They sound like a good game, but they're alternative agenda, you know? They have alternative motives and everything, you know? But when you just basically take money from anybody and they invite you to do a lecture and everything, you ain't thinking about principle, you think about how you're gonna get paid. That's what Umar does, you know? That's why he doesn't want to offend these women, because that's who's paying his bills. And a lot of these divested women, they're pro-LGBTQ. They think black male patriarchy is the enemy. They'll rejoice over Bill Cosby. Oh, yeah, you know, they hate people like Bill Cosby, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, we got that like the YouTube algorithm that's, trying to work. That's why I think we need more of a propaganda machine ourselves, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
To combat that, you know.
Yeah, we gotta know. You know, I don't lecture anybody. Right now, this is a war, right? This is a freaking war. You know, and when you have a war, you choose sides. Your team could be wrong, but you gotta fight, stand on your square, you know? Right now, the black male in America is under attack on all fronts. And people gotta decide what side are you on. You know, if you're on that side, hey, you know, that's more power to you. You know, if you're on this side, that's more to it. If you're on our side, you know, they come on our side, you know. You can't be wishy-washy, you can't be lukewarm. You know, it's these people that talk about black men, they do this, right? These are the people that push swirling, irresponsible shit like that. And also the number of black women who are you see this all the time. Have you guys seen this lately? So many times where guys are going and getting their DNA test and find out 3 sons they were raising or daughters they were raising for years are not theirs. That's happening all the time. You know, and the comments, women like, well, he should raise those kids and whatnot, you know? There's some evil shit going on. And everybody be like, oh, he's a sucker and all stuff like that. Nobody has any empathy. Nobody is a black man's keeper, you know? No empathy.
None.
Broken empathy.
No one has a back except us. Yeah. No one has a back except us. Black man killed, strangled on the subway. People are sending money to his killer. That's an insult. No one does that in every demographic. We're dealing with murder that was done Africans in North Carolina in our church, like 15. You know, you got a $2 million donation. Didn't ask him. Jules Zimmerman got $500,000 donation. Didn't even ask for it. Darren Wilson, $2 million donation.
Yeah, he got that $2 million. He never heard from him again.
Because it's an insult. Black man, if we don't recognize our mortal enemy, I mean, if we don't come together as a brotherhood, ain't no gay shit. It ain't no brokeback shit. That's what survival. If we don't come together as a brotherhood, we're done, because when we come together as a brotherhood, the women will get in line. Starts with us first. You know, all this rubbish about bringing with women with us. No. You don't wait for women to come. You build and they come. Look at Qatar. When the Qatar and the Arabs got independent, they didn't wait for Arab women. They built the nations. Women followed in suit. With Asians, look at who built China and South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore. Asian men, not Asian women. That's what's called Asian tigers. Not Asian tigresses, Asian tigers. Not Asian tigresses. Asian men built China, Taiwan, Singapore, Malaysia, South Korea, China. Not Asian women. They wait for women to come. Wait for women to come. You wait for the end of time. All these people like the polite and
Omar, the black woman has been building black America. Where the fuck planet does he live on? You know,
bullshit. I mean, pardon my language. Well, that sister you play with, that sister we play with, fair play to her, but she's a minority. You know, that was sister that helped funded the capture you played 10 minutes ago. Big up to her. She's a warrior.
Hey,
But
fellas,
she's a
hold on.
minority. Trust me. She's a minority.
Who's the minority? Repeat that. I'm trying to get things clear up before I let somebody else come on.
The women that build, black sisters that build. Yeah, sisters that build structures. They're the minority. You get them one hand. The black men built America. 99%, not women. Sisters, yeah, sisters stood by the side. And fair play to them. And big up sisters, they were loyal to us up until 4 decades ago. Stood by our side. We're told so with them. But big up our sisters from slavery up until 63. Big up to them. I love them. They stood by us side by side, toe to toe. They weren't killing black babies in abortion clinics. I don't heard before Big Black. There's stats I made for Big Black in America and here in the UK. I think of the abortion, 4 out of 5 abortions are black boys. 4 out of 5, 8 out of 10 are baby boys aborted. That's deliberate genocide. That's not random. That's deliberate. 8 out of 10 babies aborted are black boys. Think about that. You're killing the builders and the warrior class. As soon as black people say we're the black men. Well, you're killing them all. What do you expect? You keep killing them, one demographic. 3 or 4 decades down, like, what's going to happen to that demographic? They're going to be unbalanced, aren't they? What do you expect if you're killing the warriors, the soldiers, the builders? What do you expect? How you going to progress? You're killing the warrior class, killing the builder class. Idiots.
Got you, brother. As the person who just tried to log back in, just try to connect back in so I can let you on. I was about to let you right on, but you just got to give us a minute. But come back on. I guess someone was joining us. I guess they had some. I guess maybe they, I don't know, maybe want to respond to some of the things that's being said. So come on in, family, before we close out. That is the link right there.
Yeah, I'll keep talking to what's this big looking color quite.
There you go.
Okay. So we're not delegated sisters. Sisters are wonderful. The ones that stand by us, yeah, they're the ones we love. But the ones that want to divest, want to swirl, good luck to them, as Kala said. But when we build Africa, don't come back.
Most right, entertainment. I love Regina King. That's a real sister. You know?
Yeah, I mean, she's a great actress. Yeah,
I love Regina King. That's a woman that got our back.
We need more like her. We need to clone that sister. We need to clone her. But yeah, but see, but yeah, I mean, regarding people like the topic again, Bomani, manhood. The manhood is about being strong, uncompromising. See, people like Dr. Johnson, he puts matriarchy because matriarchy doesn't demand anything. He just hold them accountable. That's why he loves it. And as Kala said, we don't want to be told you're wrong. Don't want to be told do better. You just always say you can go, you blow up your neighborhoods, kill each other up, and no one says you're wrong. No. There has to be standards. We have to have standards. We're conservative by nature. We have to have standards. We can't be a nation of savages. These standards. You have to be conservative in the morality, the behavior, in outlook. If they build strong, stable nations, stable nation of savages, nation of knuckleheads, that's not going to work.
Yeah, it seems like you don't want to lose that female audience. Yeah, because I seen a part of the interview when I guess he thought he was just gonna just walk on through some of those questions without them being challenged. And it's like, oh man, you fell deep in the lake. I don't, but someone needs to ask him those questions again and challenge him on that. So at least he can. I would like for him to retract that because the investors ran with that, huh?
Umar never gets where anybody is going to give him a real challenge. Nobody. He has people that sits there. Oh yeah, just go along with his stuff like that. I said, oh, you know, and he said, oh, I'm so sorry. And he talks all his fucking bull. He's never really been challenged in a real debate. Because I just looked at another poll. This guy Neff Reddy said did a poll about Umar Johnson's video and said who should take care of children. Let me see the poll right here. It says per Dr. Umar discussion, who should be mentoring black boys? Right. Two answers are men in their families who have power and authority, or random men in the community with zero power and authority. 90% of people said men in the family with power and authority. How are you going to mentor or get some boys that you have no authority, no power? You know, you're somebody living under your roof. You got power. You can shape and mold a child into what you want to do because you got the power. So again, Umar's talking about power, but yet he talks about a situation where men have no, or you just be a cuck, a beta male, and just go in there and take some woman's son out, and so she can go out to the club and shit like that, you know. So that's what he's talking about. These women don't care about their sons and everything like that. They want you to come in and say that's you just a babysitter.
Yeah. Biological utilities. That's all we are. But to Umar, biological utilities.
We're the maintenance man, the cleanup man, you know. And a lot of brothers are getting tired of that, man. They're like, man, they're looking at a lot of brothers, men, the comment section, a lot of things saying, look, I'm a stepfather. I wouldn't wish this on anybody. As soon as I try to discipline this kid, I get reminded that he's not my son. And he's paying all the bills.
Yeah, what's that up for? For Young Pharaoh. He's another one, a black woman's garbage. What did this compare to? Young Pharaoh.
Yeah, we have clowns. We have all these clowns and YouTube derived clowns. YouTube is like the worst thing that ever happened to us. You know, it's a good thing that when we use it responsibly, like this platform, but you know, you got too many freaking clowns out here. You know, that come up here on YouTube and get famous and everything, start grifting and everything. Look at Polite. This guy raped a 14-year-old girl.
Yeah, you're about to drop some news updates. Rock on.
Yeah, well, Polite's going around saying that I never pleaded guilty like that. Nothing. It's a complete lie, you know. I never pleaded guilty and nothing like that. You know, it's a lie. You know, give me respect for my family, my wives and whatnot. You know, those are women you just use for their credit thing so you can get loans and shit like that. With your bullshit, you know. Like I said, this is what you have. And people will fucking forgive them or Brother Polite. All it has to do is have one more police shooting, and next thing you know, Polite has a statement. And, oh, Brother Polite really dropped it, you know. Oh, fuckers, black people is something else, you know. That's why I don't get all hyped up when I hear police shootings and everything, because the wrong people be out here trying to gaslight and shit like that off of incidents, you know. You could be under investigation, everything. All you have to do is make a good statement about the political order of the day and whatnot, and then everybody just forgot about all the bullshit you just did. It's like, damn, nigga, aren't you facing charges and shit like that? Then you just caught doing this and whatnot. Now you up here telling us what we should do or that we black people got to do this. Nigga, you better clear up your damn court case. About what we need to be doing. It's always we. So I guess that person's not coming back on, Bomani.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, it's all good. They miss out on their chance. I was about to let them on in, but you guys can finish up, and if you're finished, then we can just close out.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. Thanks, Jughead, Bomani, and Big Black for coming on.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, Carla,
Thanks, family, for joining. Another live stream. We're gonna close out with some beautiful music.
The